Hello, everyone. I say everyone. I don't know who's there. If there are people there, maybe just say a nice little comment and make me feel. It will make me feel wanted. Ashley, excellent, good work. So my name is Barney. I will explain a little bit about what we're going to be doing, or what I'm going to be doing. You can dip in for bits. You can dip out for bits. Most of it will be useful in some fashion. So my name's Barney. I've done lots and lots of different things on the fringes of the music industry. The most recent things I've been doing, I do one-to-one consultations for people. I do consultations for bands. I manage some artists. I am an agent for some artists. I lecture in music business at UCA. But before that, I worked for Music Venues Trust over the summer, saving venues. Before that, I ran the West End Centre and Aldershot for 20 years, 17 years. I always say 20 because I worked there for 20, but I didn't run it for 20. I also managed a band called Reuben way back. I played in bands, I did lighting, I was a tech, I was a tour manager, I was a stage manager. I did pretty much anything, merch seller. I've done a lot. Along the way, I've learned some bits about how it works. So that's all I'm really sharing with you, is some bits. I'm not professing to be an expert. There are people actually, like Ben Turk, knows loads about being in a band, who's on next. It's phenomenal, you know. So you can learn a lot from him as well. And in fact, everyone on this, I think Catherine's done an incredible job of pulling this together. It's one of the only venues in the country that's doing this. So little round of applause, please. So the stuff really I'm talking about today is the basics of being in a band. And you would be surprised how many bands come unstuck with this stuff. Even quite big bands come unstuck with this stuff. So if you're just starting out, if you're right at the beginning, this will be super useful. If you're halfway through, it's probably still useful. Even if you know it, it just reminds you of it. So that's what I'm doing. In the middle section, I will talk about copyright. I don't know a time. If you're only interested in copyright, I would say you're probably okay for the first 20 minutes. Any time after that, it could happen. The way that I plan things is very much in my head. So calling it a plan is a bit loose. So the first thing is being in a better band. How do you get in a band in the first place? And this is the bit I don't really know. So it's been a long time since I got in a band, and most of the bands I get involved with are already a band. But the crucial bit you're trying to do is you're trying to find people who share the same viewpoints as you, the same visions as you, the same interests as you. So you'll probably find that wherever you hang out on the internet, there are people who think the same as you. And whatever gigs you go to, when we're allowed to go to gigs, they'll probably be the same as you. You know, the people there, if you think somebody looks cool and you think, I wonder if they're in a band, just ask them, just find out, start talking to people. Because the more people you speak to, the more people you'll bump into who are in a band or want to be in a band or what have you. And you'll find the kind of communities grow up. So, I mean, my guess is if you hang out at the lounge bar, you're going to meet some people who like music. And some of those people will already be in bands, but maybe they'll want to join one later when their band has gone wrong because they didn't watch this talk. Or maybe they'll just be music fans and they've always wondered about being in a band. For the sake of transparency, I should say I first joined a band before I had an instrument. There was a friend of mine who had the idea of wanting to be in a band, and he said, "Do you want to be in my band?" And I said, "Yes." I think he then bought a guitar. I don't think he owned a guitar at the time. He bought a guitar and said, "What are you going to learn?" And he described the different options to me, and I thought bass sounded easiest. So I picked bass, which is ironic because I played cello as well. Even then, I played cello, but I never put two and two together. Being in a band involved music, and music was cello, and bass was pretty similar to cello. Really, that's how stupid I was. So you were learning from an imbecile. But I think it can literally start like that. You just want to be in a band. If you want to be in a band, you can be in a band. It's not hard. It's not difficult. You just have to understand some of how it works. So the most important bit is finding people that you feel connected to and you are similar to. So let's assume you've found those people and you're in a band. Now, you want to be in a better band, because nobody wants to be in a crap band. You know, you want to be in a decent band. Apart from anything else, you want people to think you're good when you play in front of your friends. So if you only ever play to 30 people, that realization that you're rubbish, and I've had it, I think we've probably all had it, that you go, oh no, thought I was better than this. It only really happens when you start playing to people. That's when you know. But one of the most important things is that you talk to each other, you communicate, and you're honest. Now, sometimes people use honesty as a way of being horrible. So they'll say, oh, I'm always really blunt. You don't have to be blunt. You just have to be open. You have to understand that everyone is insecure. Everyone is feeling a little bit on edge, a little bit, you know, they're not quite sure what they can do yet. They're not really sure. Even the really cocky, arrogant ones aren't really sure. So you have to use your honesty very carefully, because people do remember your comments. So if you say to someone, oh, I don't know, that guitar solo is terrible, I hate it, that's not very helpful. But you also, if you hate it, you have to say something. You have to say, I'm not sure about that guitar solo. So just think about how you phrase it to that person. So to each person, it's a different thing. People care very passionately about what they contribute, and quite often you'll find, especially at the beginning, you'll find people are only listening to themselves. They're only really thinking about their part. Singers and guitarists tend to be the worst for this, I would say. Bass players by their nature tend to be fairly collaborative. So I think bass players, I would say that, wouldn't I? But I think bass players are probably less so. They probably are listening more. But one of the most straightforward ways to make your band better is to listen to what the others are doing and see where you fit. So an example, we had a band who were sound checking at the West End, young band, and the guitarist played constantly, and he was really good. He was one of the widdly guitarists, very, very fast, up and down the fretboard like nobody's business. But he would not shut up, even during the sound check, even when he was told to shut up, because we were trying to sound check the drums. Still kept going, couldn't help himself. The idea of hearing himself loud through a PA was all too much for the poor soul. And I think quite often you'll find that thrill of playing, when all you've been doing is playing in your room, and now you get a chance to play with other people. You have to remember you're playing with other people. It's not your chance to shine. You're playing with those people, and the best bands are the ones that work together. And this you'll see as a theme that comes out through today. But that idea of being on the same page, being connected, being open, communicating well, it runs through every single piece of being in a band. You can't record effectively without that. You can't rehearse effectively without that. You can't play gigs effectively without that. You can't get to the next level without that. So, like I say, it sounds so simple and so basic, but it's a lot harder than it seems. To the point, I don't know if you saw the Metallica documentary where they've got their own psychotherapist working with them. Do you know, that's quite a big band to need help talking to each other, but it happens really, really easily. And I think, yeah, so you never stop having to learn. And every time you think, this is great, we've got it sussed, we're all talking to each other, it might be that you're not. You also, the flip of that is you need to know when to stop talking. So it's very easy to just kind of keep talking over the same subjects. What you need to do is talk about something, agree it, and move on, because otherwise all your time is spent talking. And again, I've seen that. I've been part of that, where, you know, I was in a band where we would do a whole rehearsal and not play a note if we had stuff to talk about. And that's too bad. That's too slow. Too much talking. It was a great band, and I loved being in it, but we didn't get anywhere because we didn't do enough of the essentials. So keep that balance, but the communicating is really. The next thing, which is so obvious about being in a better band, is to get better, and the responsibility for that is you. So if you put the time in, the chances are you will be a better band. And like with everything, there's no guarantee of success in the music industry or any other industry, but the more effort you put in, the more likely your luck will improve. So if you're a drummer, but it's difficult to play at home, find a way that it's okay to play at home. Like, agree a time. If you talk to the neighbours, talk to your family and say, look, I need to be playing drums more. Could I do half an hour a day? Would that be okay? Could I do, between, 7 and 8? As long as I don't play past 10, is that okay? Whatever. Get an electronic kit. Whatever it is you need to get better. Because what you don't want to do, and I've seen it time and time and time again, especially with singers and drummers, to be fair, because it's hard. It's easy to noodle quietly on a guitar or a bass. But drummers in particular find it hard, and some vocalists, is you wait for rehearsals to do your own practice. And that isn't really the time for your own practice. Your own practice is in your own time. And then you rehearse together as a band, which is your project. I regularly recommend people play in the dark. So guitarists and bass players play in the dark, because that way when you play a gig and the idiot lighting engineer puts all the lights off, it doesn't matter. You can play with anything. You can play under any circumstances. Which is. Oh, and do put any questions into the chat. I will eventually look at them and answer them. Or if you know Kath, send them to Kath. She can tell me. There'll be ways. There are methods. So I do get off track. So so practice in your own time. Now that doesn't mean that when you get together, you can't do a little bit of practicing. You can squeeze that in. Everyone goes off for a fag break. You can have a little practice. But it makes sense that you're not wasting people's time, that you've already got as good as you know how to get for now. Now, what I'm going to say next is very controversial, especially those of you who are studying music. For me personally, what I look for is ideas and emotion. That's what I want in music. That's what I'm looking for. And obviously great tunes, how do I say this without being offensive? I think there are a lot of courses out there that teach you how to play very proficiently and copy other people. And I think there are fewer courses that teach you to think for yourself and express who you are. And I have seen a lot of people churned out of these institutions, and they have been institutionalized. Now, it's not all of them, so it's worth asking around and seeing what's what. But if you think about the most special artists in the world, they're normally artists that have brought something of themselves to bear. So if you're not the best guitar player, but you've got ideas and you've got passion, that's probably fine, and you want to get better as you. So I'm not saying don't get better. I'm not saying don't learn. I'm not saying don't learn from other people. But you don't have to copy whoever the hot latest guitarist is if you want to sound the way you want to sound. An old example of that is a band called The Fall, who didn't sound like anyone would have advised them to do. If they'd have gone to music college, no one would have gone, oh, Mark, I think you should probably sing like this. It's not a bit of advice that gets handed round. He would have been told to do scales and sing more in tune, and where is his melody line and all of this. But actually, when you listen to bands now, you've got bands like Squid and I can't even think who, you know, some of those bands that are coming through now, they've definitely listened to The Fall. Like, they've definitely listened to The Fall. And so they've become a really influential band by doing exactly what you're not supposed to do. And I say this to bands a lot. If you look back at the greats in music, not the kind of, yeah, they were fine, but the greats, they were mostly told it was a bad idea, or they certainly wouldn't have been told it was a good idea. So the Beatles, they were told guitar bands are on the way out. We've got no need for you. Do you think anybody would have decided that Jimi Hendrix was what they were looking for? Probably not. I don't think anyone was thinking, oh, that's what we need next. Black Sabbath, Sex Pistols. Do you know what I mean? I mean, the lists are literally endless of great bands who did what you're not supposed to do. Rave. Nobody saw rave coming. The music industry wasn't looking for rave. That was not a thing. If you think about, idols, nobody was looking for idols. There was no one walking around going, oh, what I need is idols, It's the same for all of those artists. There's very, very few breakthrough big artists that the music industry was looking for. They were normally signing whatever had happened last. So once they'd had the Sex Pistols, they then tried to sign the Sex Pistols for 10 years without looking for what else was going on. And something else had to come along, which was maybe the Smiths or something. I don't know what the next big moment was. We can discuss that, can't we? So I suppose what I'm saying is, don't be afraid of being yourself. I think it's really important that you are yourself. And you're not trying. I mean, we all copy people. How I started off in bands was copying bands and getting it wrong, and then I developed my own thing. And I think we all do that a little bit. So it's fine. Do some covers, learn some stuff, go to get some guitar lessons, whatever. But remember who you are. Remember what your ideas are and what your melody lines are, because what you do will be different to other people. But if you learn identically to everybody else, then you'll just sound identical to everybody else. Equally, I don't think it is particularly helpful to try really hard to be different. You don't have to try to do anything. Just be the best version of yourself that you can be. So we've done the stuff that you can do. So now we're in rehearsals. Now, this is where your choice of people starts to become really important. There are people who play better with others. There are some people who get angry very quickly or upset very quickly. And you might decide that those people are necessary, that they are the most important person in the band. I was in a band with someone who was a musical genius, like he was incredible. And it was only through his ability to play like nobody else that made us special. That's rude. That wasn't the only thing. We were all good, but it was exceptional. He wasn't very easy to be in a band with at times. There were moments where he didn't have the money, so he'd bunk the train and then he'd get arrested. There were various other bits and pieces. So it wasn't easy, but he's lovely. He's one of life's golden people, and he was really gifted. So we looked at it objectively and said, is this worth it? Yes, it is. Right. And then you've made your decision, and that's fine, and you accept that. Not all bands, most bands have got someone in them who does less than everybody else. And you get annoyed by it, and you get frustrated by it. And the question you have to ask yourself is, do they bring something to this that we wouldn't have otherwise? So there's no point being annoyed for a year or 5 years or 20 years because this person doesn't pull their weight. You have to accept the fact that they don't pull their weight, or kick them out, or see if there's a way they'll get better. But in my experience, very few of those people do get better. it tends to, and I've seen a lot of bands. I've been party to a lot of bands. Obviously, the ideal is that everybody pulls their weight. Everybody does what they can do. So I was listening to Phil talk the other day, who managed a band called The Levelers way back, and he said they had 2 songwriters. So obviously the burden was on the songwriters a lot of the time, but they divided all the other jobs up like it was a democracy. So one of them, they owned a recording studio, one of them ran the recording studio, the other did all the gig bookings. Do you know, you kind of, you can see how it will even out. But you do get some people, they're just not very good at that stuff. So you wouldn't want them trying to book your gigs or fill in your PRS return or design the T-shirts, you know, just for the sake of them pulling their weight. I think where it has to be, and this is pretty non-negotiable, is it has to be something that you can cope with. So if someone is always late for rehearsal and you can cope with that, that's fine. If someone's always late for rehearsal and it's actually a sign that they don't really care about the band, then they need to go. I would always suggest having a conversation first and see whether they can improve, but it's rare. Like I say, it's rare that people improve. So I think you need to really think about the people in your band. There are some people who just, you know, they're amazing people, but they don't fit with the band. They don't fit with what you're trying to do. This will probably only become obvious after a little while. So at the beginning, you're kind of trying to find who you are and what you are as a band. And what you are is a composition of all of you. So, I mean, I've known bands who are very much, a dictatorship is the wrong word, but like they're led by one person. There's one person whose vision it is, one person whose songs it is. And that works really well. That's actually very effective. I was never in a band like that, but I think that was probably because I was too contrary to be in a band like that. I just would have quit. Someone had told me what my part was. But it does actually work incredibly well. Again, it only works if you don't have an arsehole like me in the band who's constantly questioning everything. If that's what you're going to do, you need people who go along with it and go, okay, that's fine, you've got the vision, that's my vision too, I'm with you. Equally, if it's going to be a democracy and everybody's writing and everyone's contributing and everyone's part of it and they're all helping, you need to work out what everybody's role is, and you need to be very clear about what the vision and purpose of that band is. There's a story, and I don't know U2, but there is a story that U2 have actually split up twice and reformed as a new band called U2. Now, I don't know how true that is, but I like it as an idea. And you can hear the change in their music across time, where they've gone, oh, this is a bit dull, isn't it? It's a bit boring. I think we've done this already. Let's be another sort of band. What sort of band should we be? I think it is very useful to every now and then just check that you're all thinking the same thing, because it's very easy to change. It's very easy to morph as a band, start as one sort of band, become something else. Again, in terms of big bands, I think that's quite often not a great moment. Like they mostly go a bit rubbish. They get bored with what they are and think there'll be something different that isn't really who they are. So they're trying at it. At the same time, I've got a lot of respect for any band that tries to change what they are, because it's very easy to just knock out the same old stuff. I'm trying to think of a good example. It would just be mean, wouldn't it, if I did think of a good example? So let's not do that, you know. But there are bands that I have been a mad fan of their first album, and then they've done the next album, and you can hear that it's changed. You can hear that the record label or the manager or somebody has suggested that they go in a different direction, and it doesn't feel like them anymore. And you just think, oh. At the same time, there's people like PJ Harvey's quite a good example, has kept changing. Radiohead to some degree have kept changing. Trying to think who else. I mean, you know, most of the biggies have made some sort of change along the way and developed. And you'll like some of it better than others. You know, you get an album that's a bit weak for you, but somebody else loves it. My personal confession is The Bends by Radiohead. I didn't really get it, didn't like it. My wife did, she thought it was great, and I didn't. Then OK Computer came out, and I loved it so much I couldn't listen to anything else for about a year. And then I sort of understood The Bends as a record on the way to OK Computer, but I think Emma probably still prefers The Bends now. So it's a lot of it is your personal perception. One of the other things about being in a band, so we've done the kind of personal practice, and the personal practice never stops. Like, personal practice carries on all the way through. It's really important that you keep playing. Not in a boring, dry, better go and rehearse. Just like that's just what you do, you know. You just play. You just play because you love playing. So why wouldn't you be playing? It doesn't make sense. If you like playing, then keep playing. That's all I'm saying. And keep testing yourself, keep pushing yourself, keep trying to learn new stuff. We've done the rehearsals. In terms of how you rehearse, I mean, this, you will know this anyway, so I'll keep it short, but how you rehearse, there are lots and lots of different ways of rehearsing. It's quite a good idea to limber up a bit at the start, so you just play something you know, or have a little jam or something like that. Then you go into, if you're not rehearsing for a gig, then you're rehearsing a song. So you're looking at the bits of that song. So sometimes you want to break it down into tiny, tiny pieces and tweak each little piece. Other times you want to rehearse it through as a whole thing. You might want to try different variations on it. So you're like, I'm not really sure about that section. Let's try and have another look at it. If you're rehearsing for recording, that takes on another level of detail, which sounds odd, doesn't it? You would imagine you just, you play what you would play live in a studio. But the people listening to it tend to be listening to it in more detail. So it makes a lot of sense to just take every single line and look at it and see, is that the best line I can put there? Is that the best melody I can have there? How does that tie into the next bit? Is there a little something on the drums? Could we do a little touch of hi-hat that just brings it in a different way? Any of those kind of things are useful, and recording is generally when it gets brought out. Generally. I think, at some point you need to play all your songs through. It is a part of rehearsing, and whether you're recording or whether you are gigging, you want to play that through. You can overdo it, and it's worth, again, this is where the communication comes in, that you need to know what works for each of you. So I know people that can just rehearse. They could do it 8 hours a day, no worries at all. Other people, they need a break after about an hour because it's really intensive for them. And it doesn't mean they're bad, it doesn't mean they're wrong. You've already decided that they're the right person, whatever their foibles are, so that's fine. And you need to work for each of those people. So probably the person who is tired after an hour does need a break. But what they don't need to do is have a break, go on their phone, go and have a fag, call their girlfriend. What they need is a short break where they go outside, have a little breather, then they come back in. The person who needs to keep going and going and going, well, maybe they keep going and going and going, but what they do is a little bit of personal rehearsal in the 10 minutes where the other guy's out of the room, or girl. I should say that. That's very outdated, isn't it? So I think that, again, that communication, like I say, it keeps running through all of this stuff. While we're talking about it, actually, I'll say about recording. So there is a tendency when you're recording to fall in love with your particular bit or a favourite piece of the song. The most clear example of it I've got actually happened to me. There's a friend of mine called Wolsey White, who's a producer, who actually went on to do the Hard-Fi album, which was quite a big deal. I haven't spoken to him recently, so I don't know what he's working on now, but probably something very cool and very hip. And he recorded my band, and he brought his stuff to our studio and recorded us there. And we had this song, and the best bit of this song was at the end. It was amazing. It was amazing. Great bit. And we played him the song, and he was like, yeah, that's great, but you need to lose that end bit. And we were really uppity about it. Like, no, it's the best bit. And he said, I tend to agree. I think it probably is the best bit, but it doesn't help the song. And we were like, are you an idiot? Do you know what I mean? What do you mean? It doesn't help the song. It's the best bit. If anything, we should make more of it. And he said, no, it doesn't work. And eventually, after, very good-natured arguing for about 10 minutes, he persuaded us to try it without that end bit. And we did it without a lot of good grace, and it was loads better. And we all agreed it was the best bit, but the song was better without it. And that's one of the bits where you have to get to that point where you can look past your great bass line or your great drum fill or your great keys piece or whatever, and hear what is great for the whole band. And now this is a big point. If I could emphasize this point more, then I would. You are in a band. Even if it's your project and you write everything and it's all your thing, it's still a band. And it's really important that it functions as a band. So you have got clear ideas of what you do and what works for that band. So say you write all the songs and you think that it's great to have a guitar solo in every song, but your band doesn't need that. That's not what it needs. You need to really have a think about why you're putting that in there. Is it for your own ego, or is it because the song was missing something and it needs that solo? There are loads and loads of examples of guitar parts that make the song. They are the song. There's examples when a cowbell makes a song, or a set of maracas makes a song, or a little keys stab makes a song, or horns, or whatever. So it doesn't mean it's wrong, but just ask yourself that question. Because with all of these things, the band is what's important. So when you have a photo taken, you want the photo that represents the band. I knew a guy who was a photographer to the really big rock people of the 80s. There was a German band called Scorpions, and they were huge in Europe. I mean, they were big here, but they were huge in Europe. And they each had a separate manager. And he would take the photos, and they were extraordinary live. Extraordinary, in the shapes they threw. But you could almost guarantee that in every shot, one of them would be turning the wrong way, or blinking, or not looking quite cool enough. And because they each had a separate manager, they would all veto photos where their guy looked bad. So he could never get approval for his photos. He had to take a photo where all of the band looked incredible, and that's the only way that it would work. Which is I don't know. It's a funny situation to be in, but on a small level, it happens in all bands, where one person is a bit like, I like my bit on that, but your bit isn't that. Oh, I like to do my special thing here, or I like to wear this Hawaiian shirt, doesn't fit with the rest of the band, or whatever it is. Again, another example, one of the bands I was in, the guitarist, who was amazing, could only face the back. Like, he hated being in front of an audience. And hindsight is a beautiful thing. What we either needed to do was stop and find another band, or tie in with his aesthetic. So if he can't face the audience, then I shouldn't face the audience either. And instead, I tried to make up for it. So we had a really mismatched band, with me being very, personable and audience-facing to compensate for what he was doing. And it was just stupid, because he was great. He looked cool. He looked great. But I should have done the same thing. But I didn't know at the time. There was no one to tell me. So think about it as a band. Think about somebody at the back of the hall looking at your band. What are they seeing? How is it working? Again, for a long time, I was too I was just too rebellious, I think. Like, I didn't want anything. If someone told me you shouldn't do it like that, I instantly did it like that. So we had a record label who said, you don't all wear the same clothes. It's a bit of a mess. And I thought, screw you. Why shouldn't we look a bit of a mess? Not make sense, does it? Now we're saying it now. Maybe we could have looked a bit more similar. You get people who won't cut their hair or won't grow their hair or whatever. And again, I admire it, but you have to really know why you're making that decision. And it might be what makes you, it might be what makes you, you know. The opposite answer of that is I had friends who were in the band who all the record labels were coming to see, and they got told to change their hair and change their clothes and change everything else. What happened was they lost their fan base who liked them because they looked a bit different, and then the labels didn't sign them anyway, so they didn't do very well on either front. So we've done the personal, we've done the rehearsing, we've touched on recording, we've done the live stuff. What we haven't talked about is being trapped with a band for a long period of time. So when you're in a band, in normal times, hopefully we'll get back to that, then there's touring. There's touring normally in a small van, normally sharing hotel rooms. It's not very glamorous. And everyone will say it's not very glamorous, but like really, really not very glamorous. You know, you're probably eating pot noodle in a service station because you can't afford the chips or whatever it is. You know, it's difficult, and it's brilliant because you're doing what you love, and it is genuinely some of the best times you'll ever have. I think being in a band, if you're thinking about being in a band and you've watched this far, you should definitely be in a band. But it isn't easy. It's not straightforward, and it is tiring. And what you will find is, again, we come back to who you put in your band. So the people you chose at the beginning are the people that you're trapped in a van with, sharing a hotel room with. You're with them, you know, if you're on a tour, you're probably with them all the time you're awake. And again, we come back to that. You have to look at what you have saddled yourself with and think whether it's worth it. So if you've got someone who's argumentative or difficult or angry or always sad or addicted to drugs or whatever it is, you have to really look at yourself, think, is this right? Does this work? Are we coping with this? Because at every level, it gets slightly harder. It feels like it should get easier, but I don't think it does. I think if anything, it gets harder because you've got more at stake. So the quicker you can fix those problems, the quicker you can move forwards. So pick an example, not from life, just off the top of my head. You've got someone who's always angry. They probably need some sort of counselling. But whether you are the person who says you need counselling, you're out of the band, or whether you are the person who says you need counselling, we'll stick with you, that's kind of your choice as a band. One thing you need to be aware of is that one of you will always be a problem. It's not possible to have four people who get on brilliantly all the time, constantly. Like, that's not a thing. It's like with every, you know, you go to work, there's always someone that doesn't quite sit right with you, do you know? Although I didn't have that at the Westie. Everyone was good. But it's rare. Mostly you work with someone who rubs you up the wrong way. And that's fine, as long as you can take it, as long as you care about the person, and it's fine. It's the same with addiction. You know, I've known a few bands, some quite big bands, who have stuck with the person for addiction. And if you can do that, it makes you a stronger, healthier, more loyal band. It's a really big thing if you can pull it off, because the level of trust and faith and sisterhood, brotherhood, whatever you would call it, is so special once you've gone through those problems. So everyone has problems if they stay in a band long enough. So you know, I'm trying to think of examples I can think of people that I know. You know, I've known people who their partner's committed suicide, their mum's died, they've got addicted to drugs, they've got off drugs, their relationship split up, they've lost their job, they've lost their house. Like, all of those massive life events happen to everyone. They happen to all of us. So and being in a band is no different. And what you would do if you're in a corporate environment is you would get, 6 counselling sessions, or you'd be put on a disciplinary so that you need to improve your game, or whatever would happen. They would have a structure for that. Being in a band, by the time it shows its head, you're quite often mates. You feel like mates. You've forgotten you're in a business together and you're mates in a band. But at the bottom of all of this is, if you want to play music for a living, if you want to do nothing but music, and that's mostly why people want to take it a step further, then it is a business and it has to function as a business. So you have to look at your weakest link, and your weakest link will change, like I say, depending on what's just happened. But you have to look at that and think, okay, how do we mitigate against this? What do we do to help, or what do we do to make it easy? So you get bands who, one person hates being in a studio, and you kind of go, well, is it important that they're in the studio? Can they record their part and go home? Does that matter? Does that matter to me? Why does it matter that the drummer has to sit through 3 weeks of recording after they've played their bit? At the same time, it might be that does matter, because you need to know that they care. And that's a really important part for you, in which case you just have to be open and explain and communicate why it matters. And mostly, when you've explained to somebody, not in the heat of the moment, not flinging cups across the room, but when you've said, when you do this, it makes me feel like this, and they go, okay, I didn't realise when you do that makes me feel like this. It's those communications, again, keep coming back to it. So much of it is about that. And checking all of those things, and all of this time what you're doing is layering on top. So all of the things that you did at the beginning are still important. So you still need someone creating. I mean, ideally all of you creating, but you certainly need a songwriter. You need to be practicing all the time. You need to be rehearsing regularly. You need to be playing live and getting ready for that. You need to be recording and getting ready for that. All of that stuff, at the beginning you're not doing all of it, but everything you add, you don't stop doing the other. Does that make sense? So the further in you go, so I'm trying to think, like there's a guy called Frank Turner. He's incredibly hardworking, and I've seen his interview schedule and it's crazy. Like, but he still has to do the songwriting, the practicing, the recording, the gigging. But on top of that is this responsibility for interviews. And interviews sound really fun and interesting. When you read an interview, you're like, I wouldn't mind doing an interview. Sounds great. But you can end up doing a whole day of interviews. You can literally start at 10 in the morning and run through till 5. And at that point, interviews aren't that interesting, because everyone's asking the same thing. Everyone's asking about your latest album, because that's what you're there to talk about. Everyone's asking about the disaster you had last year, or the bandmate you used to not get on with. So I think that stuff gets quite wearing, and a lot of musicians don't enjoy it. And there are some bands where they allocate that responsibility. So REM, for example, were very, very happy for Michael Stipe to be the one who was interviewed, because they had no interest in it at all. You get other bands that they want to be featured, they want to be thought about, and then it gets very difficult because the press quite often only want to talk to the singer, and sometimes they're not even the main songwriter, but they're the face of the band, they're the front person of the band. So that's another bit of how do you work out your kind of, call it petty jealousy, sounds mean, doesn't it? And I don't really mean it like that, but it's quite natural to feel left out. It's quite natural to feel overlooked. It's quite natural to feel less important than somebody else. And it's really important that everyone feels valued for what they bring to it. And I think if you do feel valued for everything you bring to it, you probably don't mind so much when the singer's always getting an interview, and you understand that it's hard work for them, but it's not just easy. It's hard. You know, being that person, being always in the spotlight is hard. I'm going to talk a little bit about songwriting, and then we will move to copyright, do a little stint on that. So songwriting, it really helps to understand other songs. So it helps to pick a song apart, learn how to play it, understand how it lives and breathes and works, and try and do your own version of it. All of that stuff helps. But some of it is inside you. Some of it is the tunes inside your head. And the more you flex that songwriting muscle, the better it gets. And you will find that there are some things you find harder. So maybe you find lyrics harder, or you find melodies harder, or you find, chord structures harder, whatever it is. And you do a little bit of work on that. So it's just work. If you want to write songs, then you want to write good songs. So you want to learn how to write good songs. So you do a bit more work on how that works. It's quite useful to write with other people. That's quite a helpful thing. Bear in mind copyright. We'll talk about it in a minute. The bands that I was in, we tended to write collectively. We didn't really write separately, which gave them a very particular feel. On the other hand, Jamie in Reuben wrote the songs. They were his songs. And the others would add little flavours, but he had the whole thing would play in his head. He could hear it. He could hear the song as it would be. And every option in between those two extremes works. There are people who just pour it out from inside and they don't even know it's coming, and out it comes. There's other people who craft it very carefully. They're classically trained pianist or whatever, and any of those can be an option. But I think it's quite a good exercise to understand how the other option works. So if you're someone who always writes a certain way, try the other way. Try doing it a different way. Just for fun, apart from anything else, because it's fun, set yourself a task. So if you normally write because you're jamming and then you work out those bits of jamming, then try writing a really concise song. And if you always have it perfectly formed in your head, then try jamming around with some other people and see what comes up, because it will broaden your abilities, and it will build your capability as a songwriter. I think now, and again, somebody else will be able to say this better than me, so I won't, but I would probably scour the internet for it. There are a lot more songs being written with a lot more people involved. So people are nicking a bass line from one thing, or they're taking some samples of drums or something else, or they're trying to write a song exactly like this. A friend of mine fairly recently did a songwriting session for a pop act where they pretty much listened to a song and thought, yeah, we want it to sound a bit like that, and then changed small elements of it so it wasn't stealing copyright, and then wrote a song on it. So I think that's happening more and more with technology. It's much more easy now to, pinch a bass line and then tweak little bits of it so it's not quite the same. For me, that's not what I want to hear, or I don't think it's what I want to hear. Maybe that is what I'm hearing all the time now. I don't know. But I think the great songs have come from people who are passionate about what they want to say, or very, very musically able, who can create something. Some of the pop songs of the 30s, they don't really come from the heart. They're very constructed, but they're very, very well constructed, And then if you look across genres, if you're looking at, I don't know, well, think about some of the metal bands, they're not going for the melody, but they've still got hooks. They've still got stuff in there that makes you go, I love this track. And that's really what we're talking about. Not everything has to be a pop song. You know, one of the bands I played in used to do 11-minute songs. That was what we did, and that's what we wanted to do. That was great. That was what we were all about, and so that's fine. You do what you want to do, and then take it somewhere else. I'm trying to think of bands now like Pigs. They're very definite. They're a definite band. They make a particular sort of sound, and they weren't trying to get on Six Music, as far as I can tell, but they did. There's a whole load of those Sleaford Mods. You know, they're another full band, aren't they? But yeah, they're not trying to be a pop band. Then they didn't set out to be a pop band, but they've got loads of hooks. And they kind of have turned into a pop band in a funny sort of way. Slipknot were a massive pop band. Like, their songs were pop hits, but it was disguised in scary masks and growling, so that nobody thought about it much at the time. But yeah, riddled with hooks. Yeah, so songwriting, hone your songwriting, and don't be put off. I think it's quite hard if you've got someone who's really good at songwriting in your band. It can be very off-putting, and you end up not writing your songs because you're a bit in awe of them, maybe, you know, or you don't feel willing to put your sections forward. And what I would suggest is you probably have a conversation around it, and say, I feel a bit awkward in the way that I bring it forward. How do you manage it? How does it work? I would like to contribute, just so you're, again, keeping those channels open. And it might be that your songs aren't very good, and you end up getting told, no, your songs aren't very good. But again, we come back to that very first point of be honest, but be kind in the way that you're honest. There's no point in lying. Oh, it's a great song. Yeah, we'll always play it, if you all think it's rubbish. But you have to find the right way of saying that it's rubbish without destroying that person forever, because they may go on to be a very good songwriter. And that's another thing, is people develop at different points. Some people are only really ready to write songs when they're 30. You know, other people, they're writing them from the age of 10. It's different for everybody, and all of this understanding and communicating and all of the stuff that going into being in a band is exactly that. It's exactly that, of understanding that everybody's different. That everybody is different. You don't want to be in a band with 5 people who are the same as you. You want to be in a band with 5 different people who all bring a different strength. There's a real power to that, but you have to harness it for the good of the band. You have to think about the band all the time. So, copyright. This is going to be really brief, but I think it's really helpful to be aware of. Where are we? About an hour in. Oh, sorry. I do talk, don't I? So, copyright. Within the music industry, there are lots of copyrights, but the 2 big ones are in the song and in the recording. So when you record a song, you are creating 2 copyrights. So there is the song, well, 3. So there's the literary work, which is the lyrics. There is the musical work, which is the music. And there is the recording, the sound recording copyright. Now, the song, we talk about it as being a song. So the literary and the musical are both wrapped up in this term song. So the song itself is, in Britain, is copyrighted by its very creation. So as soon as you write it down or record it, you have created a copyright. If you are in America, I believe it helps to have registered it in some form, but we're not in America, so we don't need to worry. And you are, by creating it in Britain, you are covered by the British rules, which do hold up in US courts. So let's ignore that thing. Copyright is slightly different in everywhere. And I recently went on a CMU webinar, and I would recommend CMU to everybody. CMU is very good. There's a guy called Chris Cook who is incredibly knowledgeable. And he pointed out to me, which I didn't know, that there are basically two schools of copyright, and there is the English one and the French one. And the rest of the world have basically adopted one version or the other. The English one, which says so much about our society, doesn't it, is built around ownership, property ownership, that we have the right to control what we've created. The French one is much more about the freedom of the person to express themselves. but either one. So we'll look at the British one. So the copyright is basically your ability to control what you have created. So if you wrote a song and someone else heard it and then they made a massive hit out of it, that wouldn't be very fair, would it? Because you have generated something of value. So the way that it works is that your copyright is created as soon as you've either written it down or recorded a version of it. That makes a lot of sense. And if you have it played on the radio, for example, then you would get a fee. So if you get it played on Radio 1 anyway, you would get a fee for that play. And that fee, you want to come to the creator. You don't want it going to somebody else. You can, when you start making money from songs, you can assign your rights. So although you have the right in copyright because you're the creator, you can assign it. So you'll quite often, just thinking about the song at the moment, you might assign it to a publisher who would collect the money on your behalf and probably pay you in advance. Well, definitely pay you in advance for the rights to that song. They would own the rights for a specified period of time. So sometimes in the olden days, people used to own them forever. Now it tends to be much shorter, which is better. But at the same time, you make most of the money on those songs early on. So if a publisher owns the copyright for 10 years, that's probably enough, because who cares after 10 years? You know, it's, unless you have a massive record, it ends up being forgotten about. In terms of the sound recording, and this is really important, the owner of the copyright in a sound recording is whoever did the organising for that. So by organising, we tend to think of paying for it and booking everything. So as an artist, you want to make sure you're doing as much of that as you can yourself. It's frustrating and annoying, but there are people out there who are only looking after themselves, and you have to be aware of that. So, for example, somebody might say, oh, I'll book the studio for you and I'll pay. What I would recommend is that they pay you and you pay. So if they want to pay for it, that's fine, but they can give you the money to do it with, and you book the studio. With all of these things, you want it in writing, really. You want something that says, I own these recordings, or the band owns these recordings. It's not a very nice area to talk about, because it implies that everybody's horrible and greedy, and most people aren't. Most people are lovely. You know, in my experience, most music people are people who are just trying to help you out. But you do want to know who owns the copyright. It's important to understand who owns the copyright. Going back to songs again, who wrote the song is important. Now, different people work in different ways, and none of them are really more valid than any other. The way that it works is, trying to explain this is hard to explain. This is where you need Chris Cook. So for example, the popular example that's always wheeled out is Queen. the band Queen all used to write songs, so they were all songwriters, and they were all pretty good, and they had some pretty decent hits between them. But what they felt was that they were competing with each other to get their songs on the record or on the B-side of the single, or to be the single, because those records made more money. And writing a spare track didn't really help much. And so they went from being individual songwriters claiming for the songs they'd written to sharing it 25% each. So whoever wrote the song, they felt it helped them put the best songs on the record. That they weren't thinking about who wrote this. They were thinking about, is this a great record? It at the beginning, it doesn't really cause any problems who writes the songs. You're just pleased you've got a song. You're pleased that somebody's written a song. Later on, it starts to create a few problems, and that's it, especially when money starts to roll in. A band like Oasis at the other end of it, where Noel wrote all the songs and took all of the publishing money. So all of the money that came for the song, so the recording, they all shared in, but all the money that came for the song was his. So at the beginning, it makes perfect sense because he did write all the songs. So why would he share that? And he gets a little bit of money for it, and so what? Because of course he gets a little bit of money for it, because he's the one who stayed up in the hotel room at 2 a.m. trying to write the next hit, you know. But as time goes on, it becomes harder and harder to keep that band together, because, you know, he's driving around a Rolls Royce. The rest of the band are hanging out at Burger King. I mean, not quite that extreme, but you know what I mean. I've known bands where one of them goes first class in airplanes and the others are all in second. You know, that doesn't build a strong band. It doesn't help, does it? So you need to think about those things. I won't give you any advice on what to do. What I would say is important to talk it through and talk to a lawyer. And when I say a lawyer, I mean a music lawyer. But certainly talk it through, work out how you all feel about it. The other end of it is if you do share, say you share 25% each, like Queen, and you go, well, that sounds fair, let's do that. But then one of you is still doing all the work. One of you's still writing all the songs. One of you's up at 2 a.m. trying to craft that latest gem. Then that creates bitterness, because that person's then giving away 75% of the money that they should be getting paid for writing the songs. So there isn't any easy answer to it. I think you have to do something that suits the whole band. And I mean, one answer is, if you want money for songwriting, then write the songs. It's pretty straightforward. So, you know, if you want that money, then write songs. And if they're no good, write better ones, and write better ones, and write better ones until they are good. There is a significant sum possible from the writing. Another thing that happens, well, it seems to be starting to happen a little bit more. Apparently, it happens a lot in urban music. Is people pop into the studio, hang out for a little bit, and then claim a small writer's credit for being involved in the track. And that feels very shaky to me. And the same with producers who want to claim some of the money because they've helped write it. It depends, but to some degree, that's a producer's job. A producer's job is to say, I think that chorus is too long, or why don't you cut that mid-late? You know, if you count that as helping with the songwriting, it just doesn't feel ethical to me. But again, cross that bridge when you come to it. What I would say, and well, what everyone would say, in terms of copyright, even an exchange of emails is enough. There are apps you can use where you work out the split per song, or you can write an agreement that says we will split everything for this, you know, we'll do everything 4 ways, 5 ways, 6 ways, whatever. You might decide that the person who writes the tune and the lyrics gets 2 shares, because that's, you know, a sound and a lyric, or they might get half of it, or, you know, there's as many ways as you decide. But it's something you want to talk about, because what you don't want to do is find that the person who's contributed the least still thinks they're entitled to a share when the rest of you don't, and that can get very very tricky. So I think that's the big stuff with copyright. Trying to think, I mean, other little bits of copyright. So there is a copyright in photography, and that is owned by the photographer unless you agree otherwise. So if you have a banned photo, the copyright is owned by the photographer. What is normal is that you would buy it if you wanted to control it, or you would pay for the shoot. And that's negotiated with the photographer or their agent or whoever. But photography, because we all have a camera phone, you know, we kind of forget that is protected by a copyright. And when you sign the terms and conditions on something like Facebook, you're giving your permission that they can do whatever they want with it. It's the same as you would with a band. So when photographers would take photos at West End Centre in Aldershot, I always used to insist that the venue and the artist were allowed to use it freely, except for commercial gain. So if you're going to take that photographer's photo and stick it on the album cover, then you probably need to talk about some payment. But if you've given them a guest list and they've come and taken some photos, it's fair enough that you should be allowed to share it on your social media. You know, that's not terrible. I am not a photographer, so photographers may argue with that if there are photographers. I haven't checked the little doodah for a little bit. Yeah, you might argue if you're a photographer that that's how you make your money and you want to own all the copyrights. To me, if you have created a beautiful scene from virtually nothing, then that is your creation. If you've taken a photo of a famous band member, that's a slightly different issue, because say you take a picture of Elton John, the value of that photo isn't just your photo, it's also the fact it's of Elton John. Does that make sense? But again, you can disagree about it, but you need to have an agreement. You need to know what it is you're agreeing to. Same with artwork. Artwork's got a copyright. Video has got a copyright, and it's making sure that you know who owns the copyright. Because I come from a band and artist and manager perspective, I think the artist should have everything. I think the artist should have the rights to their video because it's made of them. I think it's right that the artist should have the rights to the recordings. Without the artist, we're left with nothing. So I believe quite strongly in that. But I do get that there are different opinions, and again, it just needs to be that conversation. This is controversial, especially before recording talk. My personal belief is that if a producer works with you for 3 weeks and turns in a great record, then they should be paid handsomely, you know, for what they've done. But they have not gone on tour. They have not been at rehearsals every week. They have not stayed up till 2 a.m. writing the songs. What they've done is they've come in, they've done a 3-week job, and they've done a very good job of it. I don't think they should have any of the songwriting unless they have massively influenced the songwriting, like write half a song, fair enough. But I think a producer is a different job to that. And I think more and more people are trying to take a piece of that pie, because records don't sell as much, so they still need an income. So they're looking at what they can bargain, what they can take. But it feels unfortunate to me. And again, producers will say otherwise. It's only because I come from an artist and a management perspective. Any questions about copyright? Oh, hello. Any advice around sampling in songs at grassroots level? Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? We use sampling in our electronic setup. Seeing I'm doing samples seems fair, but also a lot easier when you're a bigger act. Yes. Now, I don't know loads about this, so don't take everything I say as gospel truth. You probably want to look somewhere like Musicians Union website. It's probably got information about that. There is a lot of information out there if you start looking, and you will soon recognize places like Featured Artists Coalition, MMF, CMU, Musicians Union, There's one that starts with I. It's got 4 letters in it. IS. I can't think. Maybe someone will stick it in the chat if they can think what it is. Those sort of trusted websites that are good places to look. What you should do, so one of the copyrights is adaptation. So if you are adapting somebody's song, then you need permission. If you don't get permission, they own the copyright. So if you took, I don't know, pick a song, a Biffy song, and you change the lyrics and put in a different section of music, if you haven't got permission to do that, they would own your song, because what you've done is adapted their song. So what you would normally do is have a conversation. Obviously, when you're slightly bigger, you'd have a conversation about it. It'd be fine. At a small level, kind of doesn't matter. If you want to do your own version of a Biffy song and they get the copyright of it, so, you're having fun. In terms of sampling, what you should be doing is getting permission, because you're using part of their music. The chance of you getting permission when you're in an emerging band is actually quite difficult. You might want to consider using your own samples, like creating your own original samples, or using samples that are already cleared because they're part of a sound bank. Can't think of the right word, but you know what I mean. But if you want to use like a known piece, do you know what? This is really hard. I think on a DIY level, people just do it. I think they just do it and then cross that bridge when they come to it. But it's not very helpful for what comes next. So if you then have to clear all your samples, say you do really well, you've got some great songs, and you haven't cleared any of the samples, at the point where you sign a record deal or a publishing deal, someone is going to have to clear all those samples. The good thing is it won't be you, so if you're signed to somebody else, someone else will have to do it, but it won't make you flavour of the month. And the way that it tends to work in big artists is that if they sample something and they shouldn't have done, they have to pay some money. So again, everything just costs. So there will be a financial cost to using those samples at some point down the line. I suspect for now, you don't have to worry too much, as long as you're not sampling. Your song is 90% yours with a few samples. It's probably not the end of the world, and nobody's going to want to take you to court because you're a small band. It won't look good if, I don't know, whoever, can't think of his name, Sly and the Family Stone. Anyway, Sly and Robbie, for example, if they, it's not a good look to take a band to court from Alton because they've used a little snippet of what you do. But at the same time, as soon as you start making money, they will want their money, and they will want a big old slice of money. So that's just something to really be aware of, I suppose. Does that help? Yeah, this is my struggle. A lot of artists I admire break through an interesting sampling, and there's no way it was cleared at that level. The easiest thing at the moment seems to be to hide it really well. Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of that. I think with all of those things, it's being aware of what could the issue be. So when you're sampling something, what you're doing is stealing it, essentially, unless you're paying for it or have got permission to do it. And all the time you're little, it probably won't cause you a problem. I don't think it's a terrible issue. I don't think big bands would really care. They wouldn't want 300 emails a day saying, please can I sample this. At the same time, once that starts generating some money, you're into a bit of a tricky minefield, and that's the thing to be aware of, is that there will be a financial implication at some point. That's what I would say. And also how essential those samples are to your sound. Could you make your own samples? Could you create your own things? Or is it sampling a really famous, well-known bit of music is what makes it cool, Oh, good. I'm pleased, Danny. That's great. I wish I was more of an expert. And I think I would just look on some of those trusted websites to see what the official answer is. Yeah, again, if I was doing this as a consultation, I would go away and find it out and send it to you. But I'm not, so I probably won't. It's probably better that you find it. Yeah, so that makes sense. And again, all of this stuff, this is the stuff that I go through with people. So there is no stupid question. One of the things you need to know now is there is no stupid question. All of the sessions I do with people, and I do sessions with people who are, they're signed to labels, they've got a bit of success. And I also do sessions with people who are not signed to anybody. And you would be amazed at the stuff that people don't know. It's just because you're in the industry doesn't mean you know it. There are people working in record labels who don't know some of the stuff that we've talked about. There are agents who don't know some of the stuff we've talked about just in this session. So there is no such thing as a stupid question. If anybody does want to ask me things privately, I'll give you my email. It's Barney, BARNEY, at kickartsuk.com. Barney at kickartsuk.com. If you have got questions, then bang them in the chat, because it quite often helps other people. So if you've got a question, chances are someone else has got a question too. I know it can feel a bit hard, it can feel a bit difficult to ask those questions, but it's important, and it's only by asking that you find out. I've been very, very lucky in that in my time I've met a lot of people to learn from. So I've learned from managers, I've learned from agents, I've learned from PRs, I've learned from lawyers, I've learned from all sorts of people, musicians, lecturers, and I try not to ask the same question to the same person twice, but there are times where I need to find out more and I need to go over it again and try and get it straight in my head, and it's really helped me. So I would say ask people for help. Most people are really happy to help. That's not work for them. That's helping share something they already know, so they're happy to do it. I'm going to move on from copyright. What I would say is, where are we at the time? I do jabber a lot. Oh, that's good. What would be your advice financially and copyright, etc., for dealing with songs where a band member has left the band but it still moves forward? Right. So one of the things here is if they've written the song, then it's still their song because they're the songwriter. So the copyright, if someone has left the band but they wrote that song, they will still get royalties for that because they wrote the song. I think in an instance where they didn't write the song, but you want them to have some money while they're in the band, that is something to draw up a particular agreement about. So again, I would look at the MU, or if you're a bit further on, and we'll talk about that in a second, I would talk to your lawyer about it. I think it is absolutely fair that after a band member leaves, they don't get money from that song if they didn't write it. Quite apart from anything else, if you imagine being the new person, so you're the, you're the new drummer in the Arctic Monkeys, if all of the money for the songwriting was going to the last drummer and all he has to do is sit at home while the royalties roll in, you're sitting playing the drum, it might start to feel unfair and you might be poorer than the rest of the band. You'll be sitting on a bus going to a gig when they're in a plane. Nobody wants that. At the same time, if the drummer wrote the song or contributed heavily to the song, then they should still be getting paid because they did the work. What you're getting paid for is the work, and the work you put in was writing that song in the first place. Most bands don't get famous, so the payoff is if you do get famous, then you still get some money, which is great. With all of these things, the important bit is to write it down, is to detail what it is so that everybody's really clear on what it is they've agreed to. That if the drummer has written the song, then it's his song. If he's written some of the song, it's some of his song. And if he hasn't, but the songwriter's just given him a slice to be kind, then he needs to know that that's all that's happened. because you'd be surprised at how many people think they write the song. It's not as easy as you imagine. So when I was playing in Kilter, who were a little band, didn't get anywhere, little mention on Radio 1 and a bit in the Enemy, I absolutely thought that I was a quarter of that band, and every song I thought I was a quarter of that song. And I look at it now with the benefit of hindsight and think, well, Inga wrote the melody and she wrote the lyrics, and I just wrote the bass line. Like, I don't know. I don't know that many people would think I was a quarter responsible. And I still don't really know where I stand on it. I think probably Inga should have had half and we should have split the rest, or she should have had 40%, or I don't know, however we worked it out. Probably 40% for her and then 20% each for the rest of us. But it doesn't matter because we're small, so it only really matters when the money rolls. And I think you also have to think about the circumstances in which a band member might leave. So a band member might leave because they've got cancer and you really want them to still have some money, or they might leave because they've been convicted of some kind of sex crime, in which case it would hurt you every time that paycheck was sent off to them. And you just have to think about how you feel and how you will feel, because bands don't tend to split up in a really friendly way. They tend to be a little bit sad around, or a bit angry. So you have to imagine that time to some degree. A really good time to do it is before anything starts to generate too much money. You need to work it out. You don't necessarily, well, I don't think you need to work it out on day one. You know, if you're 16 and you've just formed a band, just enjoy being in a band. That's great. You don't need to get too delving into it. But once you've got a set of songs that you think, okay, we're really pleased with these 6, then maybe at that point you want to have that conversation. So before you go and play live. Yeah. Trying to think if there's anything else around copyright. I mean, there's loads around copyright. I just don't want to give you too much. It's the big stuff is that copyright exists. It is yours by right once you set it down in some fixed format, and it includes the sound recording and the song. That's the big one for now. And if anyone wants to know more, then we can do a one-to-one. I think one-to-ones are possible as part of this, actually, a part of this project. So contact Kath about that. That would be good. Okay, so taking your band forward, I'm just going to do a little section on this. Do ask questions. If you've got questions you want asked, do ask them, because I can easily interrupt myself. How long have we got left? Not very long. I'm going to aim to wrap up slightly early. There is a lot, depending on your knowledge and your. Obviously, I'm talking to everyone. When I do one-to-ones, I'm talking to your specific case, so I'm talking to your knowledge. So this is a bit vaguer than I would do for people on a one-to-one, but I think it will still be useful. You may not know how the music industry functions. And if I'm honest, I think a lot of the music industry doesn't know how it functions. For example, PRS are now in talks about streaming and about who takes what money. So they've suggested that they take 8% of every stream. You probably don't even know. Yeah, see, again, I'm thinking about the general too little. There is a thing called PRS, the Performing Rights Society, and that collects the money that is generated by songs in this country. They also collect through other collection agencies around the world. But if you write your song in this country, if you want to earn money from it, the way to do it is to register with PRS, and then they collect it from radio stations, live gigs, all sorts, and they pay the songwriter, keeping a bit for themselves. They've got quite nice offices with all glass and chrome. You know, it's all very nice. So they're not poor. And there is £100 fee joining that. So what you tend to do is you wait until your songs are generating some money. So when you're going to be on the radio, that's a really good time to join PRS, because that way you get your money, but your first paycheck from Radio 1 pays for it. Make sense? Christmas is coming. Ask for it for a birthday present. You only pay once. You just pay to join, and then you are a member of PRS. If you play a live show, it's normally 4.2% of the gig ticket goes to PRS. So if you imagine somewhere like the Lounge Bar, that's some money, you know, maybe they're getting 40 quid, 50 quid, goes to PRS, and then they separate that out by all the songs that were played. So if you fill in a sheet and you look at which songs were played, and it gets divvied out. It's not quite as simple as that, but that's the ballpark of it. If you play, so Ruben played a gig in Hyde Park where they headlined the second stage, and at that point you get a sizable bit of money, because what PRS have done is they've taken 4.2% of a festival. So I don't even know how many people were there. I mean, not loads, but you're probably talking 50,000 people. So 4.2% of 50,000 people split out between everyone. Very nice, thanks. You also get slightly more because you've been a headliner. So they ratio it slightly differently. So those things actually come in incredibly handy. I can't even remember how I started talking about this. I wasn't talking about PRS. I was talking about something else. The setup of the industry and how the industry doesn't even know what it's doing. So we've been live streaming since way before March, but certainly heavily since March, and it's taken till November before PRS have worked out what they want to charge people for doing it. And it was obvious there would be a charge. You know, that's not particularly a surprise that somebody would try and charge for it. It wasn't always going to be PRS, but it wasn't obvious it was going to be 8%, because that's double what they normally charge for a gig. So it's a bit strange. I think really they're probably trying to make up their losses, because obviously all of the events that haven't happened, that means that they haven't had their money coming through. So it's a tough time. But the essential way, every part of the industry thinks that the industry revolves around them. I've seen the Music Venue Trust did a really good visual representation of the industry, with venues and artists right at the centre of it. I've seen others done by the record industry, where the record industry and the artist is part of it. I've seen ones done by the publishing industry, where it's all about the song and the artist. Most people feel they have to mention the artist, so the artist does crop up quite a lot. I think for me, the way it should function is around the artist, but I think quite often it doesn't. And I tell you why. The artist tends to come and go. The industry tends to stay there. So Universal Records is still going to be Universal Records in 30 years. How many of the artists who were signed to Universal this year will still be around in 30 years? Not many. And that's an important thing to understand. It doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean I recommend it, but it's an important thing to understand. The managers, the agents, the people who work at record labels, they all know each other. They all hang out together. They all go down the same gigs together, and they see countless tiny little bands come and go. A few of them get signed, and then a few of those are successful. I had friends in a band who got signed to a massive deal. They got signed to Atlantic Records. They had all their songs ready to go. They recorded an album. The label didn't like it. They said, go and re-record it. They went to re-record it. Then they said, it's not quite ready yet. It's not quite the right time. And then they dropped them. And they never got to release their record. I had other friends who were in a band who they got dropped on the day of release. So on the day their album came out, the label dropped them and cut all support. So it never got marketed. It never got any spend. It just got released. So many of those things happen, and you can't really plan for that. You can't. I think it's very important to understand that the industry is the industry, and it plows its way onwards, and they don't see the artist as important. I see the artist as important, and you see the artist as important, and a lot of grassroots people, I would say, see the artist as important. Higher up the chain, there are still people who see the artist as important. There are lots of people who see the artist as important. There are some great people involved in the music industry, like really great. But the way that industry as a whole works is that the artist isn't the most important. People just say they are. So you kind of want to have that thought at the back of your head that all of these people you're making friends with, they probably do really like you, and they do really like your music, and they do want you to succeed. But they also, somewhere in the back of their mind, they know that they're going to know Barry, who sits next to them at work, a lot better than they're going to know you, you know? So that every day they go to work and go, all right, Barry, how you doing? Yeah, how's your dog or whatever? And they have those conversations. Whereas with you, it tends to be like, oh, you're great, you're brilliant, yeah, I love what you're doing, you're going to change the world. And people do say a lot of that sorts of things. So that, again, it's sort of worth taking with a pinch of salt. That said, for me, the band is the most important thing. The artist is the most important thing. And nobody will care about your career as much as you do. Nobody will care about your band, certainly, as much as you do. So you need to be that unit. You need to be unified. You need to be talking. You need to be on the same page. You need drive. You need vision. And you need to make sure you've got the same drive and the same vision, that you all think you're going to the same place. If you think of somebody, I'm using so many old examples, it's embarrassing, but if you think about somebody like Kiss, if one of Kiss had said, no, I don't think wearing makeup's cool, I'm not doing it. I mean, that's ruined Kiss. That's the whole point of Kiss, was that they did fire breathing and wore makeup. If one of them said, oh, no, I'm not wearing makeup, I'm just wearing jeans, you've just ruined the chance of your band. They wouldn't have made it with one guy wearing dungarees. It wouldn't have done it. They had to all go for that same vision. They all had to go for that same look. There are other things where, you know, like if one of the Smiths had decided that he was going to look like Kiss, exactly the same effect. Like it just ain't going to work. You can't look like Gene Simmons. Stop it. You know, so you've all got to be on board. You've all got to have that same vision. With that comes a common understanding of what you will and will not do. So if you won't do something for Coca-Cola, you all need to know you won't do something for Coca-Cola. If you'll do something for anybody, that's fine too. People who want to play loads and loads of gigs, the whole band has to want to play loads of gigs, because if the whole band doesn't want to play loads of gigs, it's pointless. If one of them is going, can't be arsed, mate, it just doesn't work. Or the same if your plan is to play very few gigs and make it into events. If one of them wants to be gigging all the time, he'll just get frustrated, or she will just get frustrated. So you have to be on the same page. Once that is the situation, you will discover you're doing a lot of the work yourself. So you're ploughing in with booking shows, filling in your PRS forms, writing off to record labels, dealing with live streaming, making little videos, getting photo shoots done, doing recordings, maybe doing some recordings yourselves. So that kind of stuff is great that you do that. It's really hard. A lot of it is really hard. Booking a show is harder than you would imagine. It becomes ridiculously difficult to persuade a promoter in Southampton that you can pull 5 people, so they should put you on, because they've got a band in Southampton who can pull 50, so why would they put you on? But it's good to have done those things, because then you appreciate the team you then bring on board. And you cannot be fully successful without some sort of team. I don't think it's possible. I haven't ever seen it anyway. Someone else on one of these talks might tell me I'm wrong. The first person, well, an early person that you want is probably a manager. But what all managers would say is, you only get a manager when you need a manager. So when you can't do it all yourself, get a manager. The manager will have contacts, and can speed things up. But quite often, the manager doesn't do the day-to-day. So managers, well, a lot of managers don't book the rehearsal room. That's still you. They don't sort out who's picking who up on the way to a gig. They don't sort out who's going to take the photos. There's loads of stuff that they don't do. They're more overarching strategy and hooking you into the industry. As you get bigger, they will do more and more of that, to the point when you're someone like Robbie Williams, who has someone with him all the time, parking his car and making sure his shopping's turned up. But in those early stages, there's no money for a manager to be doing those things. So the manager isn't doing those things. And they want to see, you hear it quite often, people want to see the band working harder than anyone else in the team. So if the band are really focused and they're really working hard, then other people want to help them. As soon as that artist gets lazy, doesn't want to do interviews, can't be bothered to record, gets sloppy, the rest of the team lose interest and they don't want to be a part of it. So all of it comes from your drive. So at some point you might want a manager who comes on board and starts to make some of those decisions, takes a bit of the weight off, looks at what's going to help the band. It can be very useful. And I think, certainly the bands that I look after seem to find it useful. So I look after a band called Metro Rancho, who are local from around here, just doing their first recording, feels exciting. I look after a band from Brighton called Sick Joy, who are signed, they've had records out, it's all starting to move in a really good direction. And I manage, co-manage, I would say, a guy called Chris Wood, who is one of my favourite artists of all time. But he is very self-sufficient, so who knows? It feels like I am useful, but I don't know how useful I actually am, because he can do everything anyway. I'm very lucky in that all three of those artists are really good, focused people, sets of people and person, and they're really good people to get on with. They write music that I love. They function well, so it's not always the case. I don't think I would manage very well with someone who was very difficult, bit of a diva, all of those things. I don't know. Who knows? And you do hear it. So, manager. Another key person is a lawyer. Now, in the music business, the lawyers are a lot more connected than a lot of other businesses. So the comparison I tend to use is, if you're a divorce lawyer, you probably know other divorce lawyers because you've bumped into them at various places, or you went to college with them or whatever, and you meet people who've been divorced, but you don't tend to stay in touch with those people because they've been divorced, so your work is done. But in the music business, you're constantly negotiating deals with people. So the lawyers that you work with, the managers you work with, the record labels you work with, the artists you work with, you stay in touch. So they're really well-connected people, and they have a really good overview of the industry. When I first started managing Ruben, I went and met 5 different lawyers because I didn't know anything about lawyers and I needed to understand. And your first meeting is free, so you're not losing money apart from the train fare, but you're gaining a real insight into how the industry works and who these people are and which one you want to work with. And they've all got slightly different advice, but they've got some similar advice as well, and that's really useful. Wait until you are a serious proposition. So don't just try and meet lawyers when you haven't got your songs together, but when you've got a decent set and people are starting to talk about you and it feels like it's working, that's a really good time to talk to a lawyer. A booking agent, when you get to a point where you are already booking all the shows you know how to book and you're finding it taking up too much time or it's too hard, that's a really good time to get a booking agent. They do an amazing job and they're unappreciated or underappreciated. I've got a lot of friends in the music industry, and even I was finding it hard to book shows, whereas when a booking agent rings up, it just happens, because they go, "Hi, it's me, I need a gig," and they go, "Oh yeah, you're the guy that looks after Muse or whoever, of course I'll help you out. So that is a very welcome person when that comes. But if you've never booked your own gigs, you won't know how hard it is, so you won't appreciate that booking agent. You've got publicists. I genuinely just thought that people got in the music press or online or radio or whatever because they were good. I just thought, oh, that's, everyone's just found them and discovered that they're good. And of course, that's not the case. What happens is you've got a radio plugger who takes things to radio. You've got a PR person who takes stuff to all the onlines. You've got, you've got everyone at the record label and distributor and everybody else trying to push you forwards. I don't know if it's still the case. I'm sure it is. But if you wanted to get placing in HMV shops, if you wanted the end of an aisle, you had to pay for it. You had to give them some money and a discount on the stock. And there's a lot of that sort of stuff goes on. In terms of PR, it's mostly a bit more wholesome than that. So, you get a PR who is great for your genre. So say, the guy that was doing loads of samples, you find someone who does a lot of that sort of stuff, and they take it to radio or they take it to the press, and they try and get those people talking about you. They don't have to pay them to do it. It's just a trusted person. So you can do it yourself. You can send off people like Steve Lamacq will listen to what you send them. But it doesn't do any harm if it's a friend of theirs who's walking through the door with it, or emailing with a link or whatever method we choose going forward. Because it's just another person who recommends it. A really good way of thinking about this is if you hear about a band, you personally, if you hear it from a friend who's got similar music taste to you, you take it really seriously. If you hear it from someone at a bus stop who you don't know at all and doesn't look like they're into your stuff, you probably ignore it. And it's the same for everyone in the music industry. If they hear from somebody that they respect, then they will probably give it a try. If they hear from someone totally unsolicited, it might end up in a drawer or a bin or the delete box. It's particularly the case now, I think, where people can email over tracks. So, quite often you don't have time to listen to a whole track. You've got time to listen to 15 seconds, 20 seconds. You're not listening to much. So as a gig booker or as a record label, you're not listening to loads. I quite often tell people, I went into Warner Publishing many years ago and they'd asked me to send a CD. This was before digital was really a thing. Asked me to send a CD, which I'd done. Not only had he not listened to it, he hadn't even opened the Jiffy bag, and it said, as requested by so-and-so, and it said Ruben written across it in big letters. Like it couldn't have been clearer. But that's the habit that they get into of just not looking at things. And you will find more often than not, people won't have done that. They just won't have done it. The last thing I'm going to say, where are we? Yeah, any questions? Keep coming with questions. That's fine. Keep forgetting to check, but I will check. Or like I say, email me later on. When you are thinking about your band, so you've done all of the things, you've done all the legwork, you've practiced, you've got good, you've got a team around you, it's all starting to function. You still have to keep doing all of the things. So you still have to keep talking, you still have to keep practicing, you still have to keep rehearsing, you still have to keep songwriting. You have to keep trying to be the best band that you can be, the best version of you that you can be. Now that can be really tiring. That can be quite exhausting, in fact. And what you need to do is also cut yourself some downtime. It's really good to have 2 weeks off or a month off. What is really bad is if you all go at different times. Because if, say you all say, we really need a month off, I'm going to go in September, you go in October, you go in November, then that's 3 months you've lost. So it's a really good idea to try to tie it in around each other. So you do take a breather. It can happen in small ways. So I was in a band that used to rehearse 3 times a week and meet up the rest of the time. And every now and then we would just do one. because we just needed that rest. It was important to have a rest. And we didn't really know that's what we were doing. We just did it, but because we were quite in tune. But it was important, and it was one of the ways that kept us running. I think if you rehearse too little, it doesn't really help you, and it's quite slow going. But you can rehearse too much, and it's just keeping an eye on that. So maybe you'll do, a week of rehearsals. You could hire a cottage somewhere and do a week of rehearsals, but then the next week you don't do anything, or you do one, because you've already seen too much of each other for that. There's a rehearsal space in Farnborough called The Rooms. A lot of bands know it. If you're local, you'll probably know about that. And it's a really good place to rehearse. You probably want to do it a couple of times a week. You don't want to be there 5 days a week because you have no money left. But it's a nice, easy setup where the PA's already there. You walk in, do your stuff, go again. A lot of it is how you use your time when you're together. So if you function well as a band, if you all turn up on time, you get set up quickly, you make the most of your time, that is a lot of where you'll find your time. I know a lot of bands who don't feel like they've got enough time to do the rehearsals. You do, you just need to prepare. So you need to make sure you've got some food with you. You can eat that in a break, that's great. Eat it when you get there, eat it while the drummer's setting up, because it always take a bit longer. There's lots of ways around how you do it. There's people who go, oh no, I'm working. Till when? What time? Work around it. I need to see my girlfriend. Okay, see her afterwards, see her before, see her tomorrow. There's ways around it. A set day is a really good way of doing it, so that you always rehearse on a set day. Anyway, what I was going to say was, remember that downtime. Really look after your mental health. Being in a band is the best thing in the world. I think it probably is the best thing in the world. I can't think of anything better than being in a band. But it can also be incredibly hard. It can be very emotionally draining because you pour so much of yourself in that you're giving a lot of you. If someone says they don't like your band, you get a bad review, you get someone boos you at a gig, you get another band member who's horrible to you, you get someone else in one of the other bands who's horrible to you, it can really be hard. And financially as well, there's a lot of outlay in being in a band in those early stages. You're buying sticks or skins or strings or guitars or amps or whatever. And that's really important. That was one thing I meant to say earlier on, was your quality of gear. It doesn't have to be amazing, but it does have to be professional level. It has to be decent. So I don't think you need the most expensive guitar in the world, but you need something that works. You need something that's okay. You don't want something that's always going out of tune. I think people sometimes get too hung up on gear and they spend too much on gear. They become a bit obsessed by it. It's just a tool to do a job, but you need to make sure that it's functional. That is important. But yeah, just bear in mind that it's stressful being in a band, and then you layer on top of that all the other things that happen when you're in a band, like all the life events, like I said before, the deaths and births and debts and housing and all sorts. You need to be gentle on yourself and be gentle on each other. It doesn't help if you're down on each other. There are times where you decide you're in the wrong band and you have to go, or you decide someone else is in the wrong band and they have to go. And those are very difficult choices, but you need to make them with your eyes open. So you are choosing, is this something that we can help with? Can we make this person better or happier or whatever? Or is it something that's too difficult for us? And we can still be their friend, but we can't have that business relationship with. It just won't work. I've been involved in a few cases where a band member leaves or a band splits up or whatever, and it's really hard because you are close by that point. You are normally quite tight. But it saves them a world of pain if they're not the right person, and it saves you a world of pain if you're not the right person. I'm trying to think of a famous example, and I can't. But there are lots and lots and lots of examples where somebody leaves and it's much better for them, that actually they're happier not being in the band. What was making them miserable was being in the band, or they were the problem bringing the whole band down. You know, it can happen. And again, it's about being honest and kind. So much of this, it's a people business. All of this is a people business, but nothing more so than being in a band. So if you want to be in a better band than you're in, I mean, the obvious answer is leave and join a better band. If you see one that needs you, you can do that. But if you've decided that this is your band, the way to make it better is to understand everyone in that band and what makes them excel, what makes them at their best, what makes them the best person in that band that they can possibly be, and then build a really great team around that band. I'll just see if there's anything I've missed. Barney, could you remind people where to find me? I could. So anyone who's watched all of this, well done. When I started this, I said a little bit about who I am. My name is Barney Jeavons. I run a thing called Kick Arts UK. So you can get hold of me at Barney at kickartsuk.com. I do one-to-one sessions. I would love to do a one-to-one session as part of this. They are normally £60 for an hour, but I think, and quite often you need more than one, but I think there might be something that Catherine can arrange. So talk to me about that and I'll see if there's funding to cover it. Also, I do management, like I said, Sick Joy, Metro Rancho, Chris Wood. I also work with Hannah James quite closely, who's an award-winning folk artist, and I'm a tour booker for her, for Platform 4 Theatre, who are amazing, who are doing doing a piece that involves a lot of music. Rowan Reingens, who's another award-winning folk artist and theatre maker. I also do the lecturing at UCA, the music composition and technology course is great. They're amazing. If there's anyone watching from that, hello. They're an amazing bunch, absolutely incredible. I feel like I do other stuff as well, but I can't think what it is. So apologies if I've forgotten your bit of what I do. But yeah, get in touch and make your band better. Do you know the biggest bit of advice for anyone who's just joined us? You don't need to watch anything. Make your band better by working hard at it and being nice. That's it. That's as complicated as it is. If you want to be good at it, work hard at it, learn about it, not just the bits you like, but the bits you don't like. Learn about the paperwork, learn about the industry, learn about the copyright, learn how everyone else functions. What does your PR person need from you? They need a good photo. There's nothing they can do without a good photo. So you need to work hard at your photos as well as your music. If they need a good recording, you need to work hard at that, and you need to build your rapport with that producer, or you need to do your own stuff. I'd better shut up, otherwise it'll be time for who's on next? Is it Ben? I think it's Ben. Very cool. And Ben, I used to put Ben on. He's lovely. He's lovely. An amazing man who knows so much. In fact, he knows more than me. So ask any questions. Ask him. Throw some in. Ask him about copyright. It'll put him right off. He won't know what's going on. Okay, so thank you all very much, and a massive shout out to Catherine for doing this. It's an incredible thing to pull this off, and to have this happening in Alton is astonishing. It is, and I don't think people realise a lot of venues have not got this sort of program. It's to do this DIY boot camp is phenomenal. So hats off to you.
Hi, my name's Ben Turk. You might know me from a band called Gloryhammer. You might know me from playing around Alton. You might not know me at all. I'm going to be talking about home recording today. Recording at home is a lot more commonplace than it used to be. The line between a professional studio and a home setup has become blurred to the point where they're almost the same. The biggest difference is probably having dedicated acoustically treated spaces to record in, and just soundproofing and things like that. I understand that last week mixing was covered specifically, and I thought because of that, I would focus more on the gear side of things, what kind of things you need for recording, any other technical considerations that are specific to recording. So, without further ado, the first thing you will need, if you are going to record things seriously, is some sort of computer. You can get dedicated hardware devices that are basically a microphone or a pair of microphones that record straight onto a flash drive, but you're very limited in what you can do with them. You can put them somewhere and that's it, and they don't tend to have particularly fantastic microphones on them. So if you want to take things to the next step, you need a computer. Most people have a computer already. If you've got a gaming setup, it might work quite well for recording because you need a lot of power. The only consideration is that some CPUs work better for gaming than they do for audio, because in audio, the biggest challenge that you have to get over is latency, or in other words, the length of time that the signal takes to go into the computer and out again. If you want to monitor something in real time, if you're playing an instrument, if you want to listen to what you're doing, then you don't want to have a 20 millisecond delay, because you'll distract yourself from being able to perform. So I know that for a long time, Intel, who obviously made the CPUs for both Macs and PCs for a long time, they were the leaders in terms of audio computing. AMD stuff works increasingly. What I've heard is that it's better now than it used to be, but because of the way that the cores are utilized, you can end up with some bandwidth problems or just processing delays that can cause problems with audio. So for that reason, it's just worth doing your research. I'm not going to say that AMD stuff doesn't work. The new Ryzen stuff seems to be being, from what I've heard, really good. I personally use an Intel CPU in my computer. There's of course, the whole PC versus Mac thing. Again, for a long time, Macs were the leader. Everyone in creative industries used Macs. They were regarded as being more stable. They were regarded as being just generally better, more streamlined, better built operating system, and less likely to crash on you in the middle of a session. And they also handled audio really well. However, in recent years, since Windows 10 came out, Windows 10 is a much more stable platform than XP or the earlier Windows platforms used to be. It just seems to work a lot better. It doesn't get in your way. I've not encountered a lot of problems using it. I used a Mac I started off on PC in about 2002. I then switched to Mac in 2007 or so, and I used that for about 5 years. So I've had a reasonable amount of experience on both. The biggest difference, I think, with Macs these days is that you pay such an enormous amount more for the hardware. And if you have a PC, if you're building a PC, you can have whatever components you want. You can pick everything from the CPU to the RAM to the internal hard drives. Anything is possible, and that means that you can future-proof it. You can also upgrade components as they become a little bit dated, which is always important. With audio stuff, the processing demands are increasing all the time. Bigger and bigger computing requirements as people do more and more stuff in software. So returning to the Mac versus PC thing, Macs are good. They work. They're a good all-in-one solution, and they are the only. If you want to use Logic, for instance, that's the only. It will only run on Macs. It used to be that Pro Tools used to only run on Macs too, I think, but now more DAWs will run on both platforms. So, I mean, I use a PC because I was able to spend maybe a third of what I might have had to spend on a Mac. And increasingly with Mac hardware, you're forced to use all of their peripherals. You're forced to use their connection protocols and stuff like that. You don't have a great deal of flexibility. So, personally, for me, I think PCs, there's no disadvantages to using a PC, apart from certain programs not running on it. So it's definitely worth considering, and especially if you're going to build your own setup, that PC is really the only option. If you want an all-in-one solution, maybe for portable recording or something like that, a MacBook Pro is still a really solid option. And Macs in general, they are very powerful computers. They work well, but a PC is still a contender. Touching on what's important as far as the actual specifications of the computer, you need a powerful CPU is probably the most important for most audio stuff, especially when you get into mixing. CPU overhead that's essentially the barrier on what you can do, how many plugins you can run at a time, how much processing you can do in real time, how many tracks you can play back with processing on them. You need a powerful CPU. So taking into consideration that what I mentioned earlier about Ryzen, you want something fast, but you definitely want to make sure it's something that people say is good for audio. And that's just a question of doing your own research. There's new products coming out all the time. So what else is important? RAM, you need a decent amount of RAM. Like 16 gigabytes is going to be, that will do most of your, especially for recording. RAM isn't terribly important. You might get into it more if you're starting to use sample libraries. If you're using drum samples, orchestral samples, you need the RAM because a hard disk, even a fast solid-state drive, isn't fast enough to stream the samples straight from the disk. So the front end of each sample has to be loaded into the RAM first, because that's the fastest way that the computer can access it. So RAM gets more important the more you're doing with samples, but a basic sort of professional level of RAM, 60. These days, I think 16 gigabytes is probably going to be decent for starting off. Hard drives, solid-state drives are generally more reliable, faster, increasingly cheap. You can still get away with using a hard disk drive, but it's got to be 72,000 RPM. It has to be fast enough, because when you're writing lots of tracks to a disk or reading lots of tracks from a disk at the same time, the computer has to be able to handle all of that. It can't. You don't want a situation where you run out of bandwidth, or the hard disk can't keep up with the amount of audio that's being written. Say, for instance, you were recording a drum kit, you've got 12 mics or something, and it's just slightly too much for the computer. What will happen is that you'll get a dropout on your recording. You will just get something will have gone missing, and obviously you can't put that back. So it's pretty important to avoid that. Also, solid-state drive is very good for your boot drive, for sample libraries, as I mentioned before. If you can afford it, I think solid-state for everything is probably the best way to go. Again, if you're building something from scratch, you want to look at the type of ports, whether you've got USB ports, Thunderbolt, other types of connections. You need to make sure that whatever you've got is going to work with the hardware, the audio hardware that you're going to be using. That's something that I'll move on to in a moment. I think there's a question. Is there much in it between a Focusrite 2i2 and 18i20? These are Scarletts, I think. From what I know, I do use a Focusrite interface. I've got a Claret 8 Pre-X. It's a little bit older now. But as far as I know, this is kind of relevant to what I'm just about to go on to audio interfaces, so I'll try and cover that. But basically, the Scarlett range, as far as I know, what people say about them is that the converters are a little bit less good. So I think that's the whole Scarlett range. I'm not sure if there's a difference in the converters between the like the Solo and the 2i2 or some of the bigger ones, or like the third generation. I think it is the third generation 18i20. I'm not sure if they've updated some stuff. So possibly is the answer. I have to do some more research. So yeah, the general subject of audio interface is the next step. If you've got a computer already, or if you've built a computer for doing this kind of thing, the next thing you need is a dedicated audio interface, which is an external sound card, effectively, that connects to your computer through USB, Thunderbolt, Firewire in the old days. I'm not sure if there might be other ways, but I think mostly USB, Thunderbolt. If you... What am I trying to say? So I think it's kind of... Thunderbolt, I thought, was going to be the big thing. I had a Thunderbolt interface because I felt like that was the way things were going to go. It was supposed to be the fastest, the lowest latency. It seems like people have been moving away from Thunderbolt a bit. Now it seems to be all USB 3. So I don't know if there's... I have heard that both work. So again, just a question of doing your own research, keeping up to date with these sorts of things. The basic considerations with it, when you're looking for an audio interface, firstly, well, if you're going to be taking it seriously, the audio interface is the point at which everything goes in and out in terms of audio. Everything travels through the audio interface, whether you're monitoring stuff or recording stuff. So it's the first part of the chain. It's the thing that will, if your audio interface sounds bad, everything else is going to sound bad. Even playing back music from Spotify is not going to sound as good. So the analog to digital converters are probably the most critical part of that in a general sense, because you have converters going in and coming out. One of the reasons that people didn't used to like digital audio in the early days, in the 80s, people used to say it was very brittle and harsh. It was actually because the converters were quite primitive back then, and they didn't really convert the audio accurately in the way that they do now. But because it's a tried and tested technology, you know, how long have people been recording to digital? For 30. It's going to be getting on for 40 years soon. So on the whole, everything's got better converters in it than they might have had in those days. However, all interfaces are not made equal. I have heard people say things about this Focusrite Scarlett. This Scarlett Solo is very popular for people who just want to record a vocal or a guitar or something. People say that the converters aren't actually the best, and if they upgrade, a lot of people go for an Audient. The Audient ID4 is kind of similar. I think they're quite reasonably priced, and a lot of people say the converter quality is substantially better. But everything sounds clearer, everything sounds sharper and better. So it is worth looking at not necessarily the cheapest, but something which is really going to represent good value for money and give you a good result. So the next thing would be preamps. Interfaces, audio interfaces have built-in preamps. Essentially, the purpose of a preamp is just to turn the signal up. The signal coming in, whether it's a line input or a mic, it needs to be boosted before it's at a usable level. So you have to have preamps. The big difference between cheaper interfaces and better ones is the amount of noise that preamps generate. All electronic components generate noise. If the noise level is too high, and you try and record a quiet vocal or an acoustic guitar or something like that, you will probably find that the noise starts to intrude into the part of the audio that you actually want. So having a low noise floor is good. I've had, for instance, Steinberg do an interface which I've found the preamps to be very noisy on. So that's a consideration. I think audio is supposed to be good for preamps. Focusrite Claret series stuff is good for preamps. SSL, who made their name making big mixing desks in the 80s, have recently started making much more affordable audio interfaces that are supposed to be very good. That's worth checking out. But again, worth doing your own research. So you've picked out maybe a manufacturer or a product line that you think is going to be good. The next thing is, how many inputs are you actually going to need? How many things are you going to need to record at once? How many outputs are you going to need? You might actually want to use multiple outputs. For recording, not so much. Perhaps, unless you're doing stuff like playing MIDI and recording out to some external synths and recording those, you might have several on the go at a time. But I think most people's requirements will be met by having one or maybe two channels. Two channels allows you to record in stereo or use multiple mics on something. You can do a pretty good acoustic guitar recording with two mics. You can obviously record a vocal with one mic. So obviously you're going to spend more money. The more channels, the more inputs and outputs you have, the more money you're going to spend. So it might be worth looking for something with a smaller channel count. If you want to have the best quality, find something with as many channels as you think you're ever going to need. So if you're a guitarist, you probably only need one or two at a stretch. So that's probably the biggest limiting factor. If you're going to be doing drums, you want at least 8 channels, if not more. Some audio interfaces will allow you to connect several together over ADAT or SPDIF connections. This is another consideration. You know, you might get something that's only got a couple of channels now, but it might have the functionality to connect a different interface or a set of preamps that will allow you to record more channels later on. So everything's expandable. So you also want to think about how many mic inputs you have, how many line inputs, because if you're mostly going to be recording vocals, you will want something with a mic input. Essentially, microphones and electric instruments have a high impedance output, so they need a high impedance input. Line level stuff like synths has low impedance, so they have dedicated connections. So if you think you're going to be recording 15 synths, you need lots of line inputs, but you don't necessarily need that many mic preamps. You might want to look into something that has a dedicated instrument input for recording guitar. Again, that would be a high impedance input. Otherwise, you will degrade the signal quality. Plugging straight into a line input is not a good way to get a good guitar sound. It will sound a bit muffled. The top end will get lost. You might introduce some distortion. It's generally not the way to go. So I think that probably covers most things with audio interfaces. Obviously, if anyone's got a question, that I haven't covered, let me know. But the next thing you would need if you were going to be recording most things is probably microphone. If you're a vocalist, obviously that will be everything that you need. But you can use microphones for recording even electric guitars these days. A lot of people use plug straight in or use amps, but there's still something to be said for putting a mic on a real cap. So considerations about mic choice. Obviously, there's thousands of different types of microphones out there. The thing that's important to remember with mics is that there is not one perfect microphone that will do. It's not like you could, if you had infinite budget, you could go out and buy this perfect golden microphone that will do every job just as well. What makes certain mics good at one job makes them bad at another job, and vice versa. For instance, a dynamic mic, like one of these. This is a Heil PR22, I think. It's rubbed off. This obviously would be used in a live situation for vocals. Dynamic mics are good because they're not too sensitive, which means that obviously the more sensitive something is, the more prone to feedback it is. And even in a studio situation, you can sometimes run into feedback if your headphone level is quite loud or anything else. Generally not, but it's a consideration. The point is, the lack of sensitivity is what makes this good as a live vocal mic, and what would make something like this terrible as a live vocal mic. But in the studio, this would be the superior mic because it's much more sensitive. It will capture all of the top end detail and low volume stuff that this would struggle with. The difference between a dynamic mic like this and a condenser mic is that a dynamic mic works a little bit like a guitar pickup in that there's a magnet suspended in a cord of wire and a diaphragm. Can you see the diaphragm? I don't know how much you can even see. There's the soundy bit of the mic. So essentially what happens is a sound pressure wave hits the diaphragm and moves it around, and that movement of a magnet that's connected to it inside a coil of wire induces a current, not a very big current, a small current, but enough to then be gained up at your preamp and produce a usable signal. So there's some mechanical resistance there, which is, I think, what makes dynamic mics less sensitive. There's just a lot of pushing that has to be done. However, this means that they are good for stuff where you're making a lot of sound. They give like a very loud, high SPL sound pressure level, you would properly say. And something like a snare drum, really, really big, aggressive transient at the beginning of a snare drum hit. Bass drum, even more so because you've got all that low end energy. Low frequencies involve bigger waves, so there's just more pushing going on. Maybe brass. Anything where you think that you might end up, you wouldn't want to put your most fragile and expensive mic in front of it. A dynamic mic can be good, and they can be good for things like more gritty vocals, screaming vocals in metal or punk kind of stuff. Sometimes it can actually sound better because you don't really want lots of sibilance on a scream. It's more about the grit. And also, dynamic mics tend to be very durable and cheaper than condenser mics. So if you need to record a drum kit, getting a set of dynamic mics is going to be cheaper than buying 8 4-4s. So the next type of microphone that I'm going to talk about is the condenser mic. Condensers are more sensitive because they work in a different way. Instead of having to induce a current, the capsule moves. There's not very much resistance on the actual diaphragm, and then because it uses capacitance. I'm not an electrical engineer. I don't really understand this stuff. I just use the mics. I'm trying my best to explain it, but if there's any electrical people out there, my apologies. essentially it creates a voltage difference. These will require something called phantom power, which is a little 48-volt power supply that comes up the mic cable from the interface. Another thing when you're thinking about interfaces, do they supply phantom power? Is it switchable on and off on each channel? You don't always want to send phantom power to stuff like old ribbon mics. I'll move on to ribbon mics soon. But old ribbon mics, you could wreck them by sending phantom power to them. So it's a consideration. But yeah, because because it uses capacitance, you need a charge on both plates of the capacitor, and this allows it to be much more sensitive, essentially, because it's not a physical. It's not like pushing something uphill like a dynamic mic. It's not having to physically work. It's more like just taking the shape of the waveform and turning it into electricity. Probably. Ask somebody who has done a physics degree or something to explain it better than that, but that's my explanation. So these are great for anything where you want to record quiet things or you want lots of high-end details. These are used for vocal mics in the studio. They're used for drum overheads to get cymbals. They're used as room mics if you're recording drums. Any acoustic instrument where you want the sort of the delicate high frequencies. They also tend to have an overall flatter response. Dynamic mics can have a boost in the top end. They can have like a weird stuff going on in the mid-range that don't necessarily want. Actually, there's one particular culprit. Where is it? The Sennheiser MD421 has a legendary boomy sonic characteristic. They're used for toms, but and brass instruments and stuff. But sometimes people don't like that. So if you want something a bit more accurate, then a condenser is the way to go. These are pretty. This is a workhorse. They're a bit more expensive, but they are pretty. They'll basically do anything. The Aston stuff is very good. Aston Spirit, like this one, or the Origin, for the money, very, very good performance. So worth looking into those. There's a million mics out there, so just see what people are saying on forums and things. The last type of microphone, unless I'm missing something obscure, some weird sci-fi thing, is ribbon mics. Ribbon mics are actually a type of dynamic mic. They used to be used before the invention of the condenser mic. The ribbon mic was the most sensitive type of microphone for recording that you could get. I think those old BBC, the big kind of squarish looking mics that they used to use on the BBC in the 1940s and 50s would have been a ribbon mic. And essentially a ribbon mic works just like a dynamic mic, except for instead of a fairly robust diaphragm made of plastic or some other material, again, I'm not sure exactly what they're made of, I just record with them. A ribbon mic has a thin ribbon of metal, which is obviously much more sensitive to air currents and pressure waves and being pushed around. This does mean if you have a ribbon mic, you can wreck it with by blowing too hard into it or something like that. You can actually destroy the ribbon because they're very fragile. Historically they were quite expensive. You can get I've seen some much more affordable ones recently. You can't attest to the quality, but generally ribbon mics, they are more sensitive, but they have a darker sound quality than a condenser. You won't get the same glossy, sparkly high frequencies that you will get from a condenser. Actually, a note on condensers: if you buy cheap condenser mics that are made in China or somewhere like that, what often happens is that they will they'll be made from indifferent components that's sort of okay, and then they will put some circuitry in the microphone itself that adds a high shelving boost to compensate for the cheap capsule and all the other components. So that then means that you've got a cheap EQ boost on top of your not fantastic sounding mic, which tends to give it quite a brittle, harsh, abrasive quality. I think like the old Behringer, is it the C1? I can't remember. I think in the old days, that was a good example of a horrible sounding mic like that. I always hated the AKG C1000 as well. When we were using those at college, I don't like them. But that's me. So a ribbon mic will not have that problem, because a ribbon mic tends to be quite dark in character. They'll have a more vintage character. If you want to record something that sounds very warm, to use a typically synesthetic audio term, audio is always described in terms that aren't sound like warm, crackly, leathery, creamy, crunchy. These things are not sounds. Well, leathery isn't. So ribbon mic, a bit more obscure. For your first mic, you're probably not going to be buying a ribbon mic, but it's something to look into later, further on down the line. Maybe if you're a vocalist and you want to try out different characters of microphone to see what suits your voice, might be worth looking into. So that's mics. Oh, I've got some questions. Oh no, those are from the past. Okay, I'm not going to answer those. DI boxes next. So if you're recording something which if you've got a keyboard or something like that, you can probably get away with plugging it straight into your interface. I think that DI boxes can help with like grounding problems if you've got mains hum and stuff like that. I think that they'll often have a ground lift switch which you can use to get rid of the mains hum. I think I tend to just plug synths straight in because a line output to a line input should be fine, but you might want a DI box. The main thing though that you would probably want a DI box for is recording guitars. If you're recording an electric guitar, you might have a high impedance input on your interface, but generally what I've heard people say is that you get a slightly weightier, slightly more faithful sound using a dedicated DI box. I don't know if that's true if you get the Behringer Ultra DI or the cheapest DIs around there. Whether they actually have any benefits compared to your interface, they might. It's to do with the transformers. It's to do with having transformers. Again, I have to hold my hands up and say this is not my absolute area of expertise, but guitarists say that certain DI boxes, I know Radial make quite some well thought of DI boxes. So it's something worth looking into. If you're a guitarist, especially if you're doing metal and stuff like that, you want your most absolutely pristine tone to then put amp sims on, worth looking into getting a good DI. There's loads out there. Do some research and see what works for you. On the subject of guitar, there is also the reamp box, which is essentially a DI box backwards. The signal goes in line level low impedance and comes out instrument level high impedance. Actually, goes in there because there's an XLR. And out of it. And that would plug straight into a guitar amp. What that then means is that if you've recorded a DI or you have used a load box and recorded your a guitar amp straight in, which would also be, actually, there's another good application for DI box. If you're recording the power amp output of an amp, you would need a load box because otherwise you'll damage the output transformers of the amp because they need a load that's normally supplied by a speaker. So load box into DI, you've got that. If you have a reamp box, you can then play your already recorded performance that you're happy with out through an amp, put mics on it, try different tones, try different amps. experiment endlessly with getting a tone. The cool thing about reamping is that you have infinite flexibility as far as creating a tone. This is not always a good thing. Sometimes infinite flexibility leads to endless procrastination, but it does give you that option. The other thing is it allows you to do all of your editing first. If you're recording a guitar part or a bass part and you're then comping it together, you will get a much more perfect sounding result if you do your edits on the DI signal and then play that back out through an amp. It will smooth over all of the little crossfades and everything, and give you a better result. And then you can try different tones and see what works for your mix. Another thing might be worth talking about, IR loaders. Again, this is all guitar specific, but you can actually get hardware boxes that allow you to. An IR is an impulse response. An impulse response is like a type of. It's a way of capturing the sonic properties of something, whether it's a speaker cabinet and microphone combination, an acoustic space, like you can get reverbs captured with IR. So if you want to use a real space, like a specific like cathedral or something, you can have an IR from that actual space and have like a mathematically reconstructed reverberation from that space. But in terms of guitar, you can actually get hardware units that will allow you to load impulse responses for different speaker cabinets and stuff like that as well. So if you're, one of the biggest problems is often having somewhere to record. A lot of people I can't play a drum kit at home. A lot of people can't crank a guitar amp up in their flat or whatever. So having options for low volume recording is definitely helpful. Also, you don't have to, if you've got a less than ideal sounding room, if you've got a very unpleasant sounding echoey room or something, you can do everything, you can keep everything inside computer hardware using stuff like this. So that will, also there's modeling apps and stuff like Kempers and things like that, useful recording tools, but very guitar specific. So I'm sure guitarists, any guitarists watching, know what a Kemper is, you know what an Axe is. I can probably leave you to think about this yourself. Cables. So cables come in various different flavors. Microphones use XLR connectors like this. XLR is X is the neutral one, the sort of dead one, no signal goes down, and then LR is just left and right, and there's 3 connectors. XLR leads are what is called balanced, which means that the signal goes into the cable twice, once through the L pin and once through the R pin, and one of those is the polarity of the signal is inverted. So polarity is essentially, with audio, you've got your peaks and troughs, your up and down bits, whether it's a sound pressure wave in the air or it's an electrical signal, it has a positive side and a negative side. Essentially, polarity just refers to which way up those are. If you invert the polarity, the peaks become the troughs and vice versa. So what that means is one of these, so one side is the signal that you want, and the other side is an inverted version of that signal. So the exact same signal, but upside down. And when you have the inversion of a signal playing back at the same time as itself, it cancels itself out because the peaks and the troughs flatten out to nothing. What happens in a balanced cable is that so everything's inverted while it's traveling through the cable. When it gets to the destination, it's inverted back again, and that means that any noise that wasn't present in the source but has been introduced during the cable, like RF interference and stuff like that, anything that has been introduced while the signal was traveling through the cable is cancelled out because it's present in both sides of the both bits of the cable essentially. Not all balanced cables look like this, though. You also get TRS jacks. TRS stands for tip ring sleeve. So instead of a left and right pin, we've got the tip. And is that the ring? Is that the sleeve? Actually, I've never known. I guess it's the ring. Tip ring sleeve. Makes sense. So again, 2 signals. You get these with headphone cables. This is actually a headphone cable, but the same thing can be used for balanced gear. So essentially, if you want noise-free signals, balanced cables are good. However, not everything can be connected with a balanced cable. Electric guitars and things, they don't do that. A guitar cable you'll just use what's called a TS jack, which has 1 connector instead of 2. But other audio gear, if you're connecting your monitors, for instance, say if your monitors, when I say monitors, I mean speakers, if they have a jack input, you want to look for TRS jacks rather than just using a guitar cable or something, because it will preserve the quality of the signal. The more cable you have, like if you have a patch bay or something, you're going to have a lot of cables. The noise will build up. The more cable length you have involved in your setup, the more interference you're going to get. So something to bear in mind, although it is kind of gear specific. When you're buying cables, again, for the same reason, the cheapest cables on the market, you're going to get what you pay for. If you've shelled out for a fancy audio interface with really, really good A to D converters, and then you buy stag cables to connect your monitors, you are selling yourself short. It's worth getting something good. Something from I often, in the touring world, a lot of people use Van Dam cable, especially very well made. Mogami is incredibly expensive, but also very well made. There's some good custom cable manufacturers out there. Custom links are good if you need a cable making to a certain length. They will do that for you. Neutrik connectors as well. Van Dam cables and Neutrik connectors is a good combination. You're just preserving the integrity of your signal. Question. Cool. We use that reamp box to send our second guitar signal from a live interface to an amp. That's a cool idea. Actually, that's something that we almost did that in Gloryhammer when we had a bit of a bass player emergency back in January. You can do that. You can use it if you've got or actually even if you had a like Shreddage or one of those VST guitar plugins. It's like a sample guitar instrument. You could play that out through a real amp if you wanted to using a reamp box. With IOS and cab sims, I often find the guitar signal sounds distant / in the box in a negative way. Is this as it should be? I often prefer the no cab sim and wonder if I'm doing it wrong. So if you just have you'd have like the amp output straight in without a cab simulation. That is strange, because the cab is a huge part of the sound of the guitar. I mean, the speaker is what makes it sound like an electric guitar for the most part. That's the sound we're all used to listening to electric guitars through 12-inch speakers. They have a certain sonic properties, and that's just become kind of baked into the sound of electric guitar. So it seems weird to me that a cab simulator would make it sound worse. What I would expect is if you had your kind of raw amp signal going in, it's gonna sound really, really harsh, really toppy, abrasive, unpleasant, and like it needs a low pass filter on it. So maybe a tone is maybe if your tone is incredibly dark to start with, the cab sim would then darken it even more. I don't know. Speakers. if you're recording, you're probably going to be mixing at some point. I'm trying to steer clear of mixing too much in this, but like if you're recording, you will be mixing at some point. So you're probably going to want some monitor speakers. However, for actual recording, unless you've got an actual studio set up with a separate control room to put your speakers in, you're going to need some headphones. Headphones have the advantage of being substantially cheaper on the whole than speakers. I mean, speakers you can spend anything from, I don't know, 150 quid to infinity. So, whereas headphones, the most expensive headphones are probably probably find some for 1,000 if you were desperate to spend lots of money. But if your budget is £100, you can get. I mean, these ATH 150, ATH 50s, M50s, ATH M50X to be precise, are quite popular in recording studios. They are about 80 or 90 quid from what I remember. And they're not the best headphones in the world, but they're decent. You want to be able to hear what you're doing. You can't make judgments about how good your recording is sounding if your headphones are giving you a distorted representation of that. You need accurate monitoring. Again, tons of great brands out there. Lots of people, everyone has their preference when it comes to headphones. It's worth thinking about a tool that a lot of people use for mixing these days. SonarWorks Reference 4 is pretty much ubiquitous as a headphone and speaker calibration tool. The headphone package is, again, around about £100, I think. But what you can do then is you will be able to select your model of headphones and it will correct the frequency response so that it's flat. There's a lot of headphones have, the bass is a little bit hyped, or the treble is a little bit, there's some kind of internal EQ going on there. And if you want, it might sound good, but if you want to be accurate, you need a flat frequency response. You don't want to mix or record stuff with the bass cranked all the way up, think it sounds great, and then find that you've recorded no bass because what you were hearing was so hyped. The two types of headphones to think about are open back and closed back. Open back headphones essentially don't have, these are closed back in that there's a thing in between the actual driver and the outside world. So that does two things. One, it stops the sound coming out. Well, it does one thing, which is stop the sound coming out, but that has two effects. One of them is to stop leakage, stop the sound bleeding into microphones or annoying the people around you quite so much. And it also increases the resonance of the low frequencies, which can actually be a good thing. Open back headphones, the other side, are essentially, they'll have the driver, the little speaker, is exposed to the outside air. So it doesn't really keep the sound in. Might irritate people around you if you're working in a space with other people. And if you're trying to record something and your headphones are broadcasting it to the room and the mic, if you have somebody recording in the same room with you, or if you're the artist, if you're a singer and you've got the headphones, you're going to get a ton of bleed, and you might even get feedback if you've got the if you're monitoring the vocal or whatever through. So open mic can be good for mixing, although I think that they can be a bit bass light as well. But you want to get closed back headphones, which at most cheaper headphones tend to be closed back. So those are the main considerations, and SonarWorks reference is, I think, essential really these days if you're serious about getting the best monitoring you can. As far as the speakers go, there's lots of popular things out there. Everyone's got preferences. You do get what you pay for to an extent. I don't think that there's really anything that's way punching above its weight in terms of price. I think you kind of you spend peanuts and you get monkey speakers, or whatever the expression is. Another thing is sub packs. Something else, if you want to monitor low end and you don't have a sub, or you don't have something like that, the sub pack's quite an interesting thing. You can get there's two kinds. One of them is a backpack type thing. The other one goes on your seat, and essentially what it is a speaker that touches your body, and you will feel the low frequencies through it. So if you have a really bass heavy thing that you want to mix, but you don't want other people to hear, that's the way to go. I don't guess that would happen in a recording situation, because if the bass is there, you've already got a problem. So, using plug-in amp sims. So, is that with the cab sim? Is the cab sim part of the amp simulator, or is it? Because like if you were putting a cab sim after an amp sim that already had cab emulation in it, you're doing two lots of filtering, so that could be the problem. But yeah, I mean, keep me updated on that. If you've got any more information, I'll try and help you out. So we've basically dealt with all the hardware that we're going to need. Apart from mic stands, but it's a mic stand. They're all bad. I don't think there's such a thing as a good mic stand. They all flop over and break and are generally useless, so good luck. Software. You will need some software. Computers generally work better with software on them. There's a ton of different options as far as a digital audio workstation, or DAW, or DAW. I tend to say DAW. There's loads of different options. I don't have the experience to give you a detailed rundown of all of them. I've done some research, and I'm obviously drawing on my own experiences, but I'll try and give you a little idea of what's out there. You've got, so the big names would probably be Pro Tools, Logic, and Cubase for this kind of thing, for recording. Pro Tools has been the industry standard for a long time. Started out in the late 80s as a the guys who made it, I think they started off making drum samples. They were involved in drum machines, and then they got into this like digital tape machine. So Pro Tools had its start as a replacement for a tape machine in the studio, which makes it unlike a lot of the others. Like Logic and Cubase both started out as MIDI sequences only and added audio functions later. But Pro Tools started out as a replacement for a tape machine, which I think is why it became the thing that everyone used. When everyone switched over to digital, Pro Tools was the only game in town, basically. It's very popular. It's in every pro studio ever, pretty much, will have Pro Tools. But its position at the top of the pile has definitely it's definitely come under threat recently, because there are so many other good tools out there. And I think also Pro Tools, now I'm not a Pro Tools user myself. I use Cubase mainly, but Pro Tools, the impression I get from Pro Tools users is that Avid are a touch complacent. They did just bring out a new update with a whole load of stuff, but in certain areas, Pro Tools really does lag behind the competition. MIDI being a big one. If you think that you're going to be doing anything with MIDI, which for the uninitiated is a sort of, it's what synths and it's basically was a way of keyboards and synths talking to each other in the 80s. It was a sort of a standard. So it's kind of like a code. It's not audio, but it's instructions on what sound to make and when that your computer can use. And yeah, if you're going to be doing programming synths, if you're going to be doing orchestral markups with sample libraries, or even using MIDI to open gates on the drum track or something like that. I've seen Pro Tools in action, and it's not pretty. So me personally, I would look to see what else is out there if you want something that is really fully featured. So Pro Tools is still the top. It's worth. I think you can get a cheap or possibly even a free version of Pro Tools that will run on PC to try out. Pro Tools, if you don't have the most expensive version, your track count is limited, which is really annoying. Like, why do they do that? It's totally artificial. It makes no sense to me, but whatever. So what else is there? Logic. Logic is pretty cool. I used to use Logic when I was a Mac user. It's I haven't used it for a while. I used like version 7, which is years ago now, but it only runs on Macs, which is a bit of a disadvantage, but it's pretty good value. It's got a lot of software bundled with it in terms of synths and plugins and stuff like that, and loops, and it's a pretty good music making tool if you want something that's sort of like got everything you need right out of the box. Logic's pretty good. And also, if you've got GarageBand, if you're a Mac user and you have GarageBand, which will be included for free, you will be able to open your GarageBand projects in Logic, which is pretty cool if you have started out in GarageBand and you want to take the next step. There's Cubase, which is what I personally use. I really like Cubase because it's got, for me, a fantastic mixture of audio and MIDI capabilities. The MIDI side of it is great. A lot of people who compose with orchestral libraries seem to use Cubase because the MIDI side of things is really top-notch. You have a lot of control over what you can do. You can set things up to do all kinds of amazing things. And I did used to find Logic a bit of a... I don't know what it was. It's just little workflow things like what happens when you click on something. Logic, to me, felt a bit clunky years ago, so I can't speak for it now. A lot of people use Logic for that stuff. But for me, Cubase, I prefer it. Cubase also has, not Cubasis, which is a separate thing. Cubase has really good pitch and time stretch algorithms, which can be really cool for sound design or for tweaking stuff, like if you record a DI and then you realize the tempo is wrong, or you need to pitch something. Actually, it's also got really good built-in pitch editing tools you can use for vocals. It's equivalent to Melodyne is the sort of industry standard pitch editing tool. It's kind of like offline Autotune, if you like. Autotune is a plugin that works in real time. Melodyne is something where you can pick the notes out and move them around. So Cubase is great. I really, really like Cubase. It's a little pricey compared to Logic if you want the full version, but there is an artist. It's an artist, I can't remember what they call it. There's 3 different main versions. The cheapest one's about £80. Other options. Ableton, people use Ableton for EDM production quite a lot. Ableton is based in around loops. It's not primarily geared towards like a linear thing. I'm not speaking as a non-Ableton user. I can only give you my limited knowledge of Ableton. But I do know that it's not primarily designed for recording a drum kit, say. It's designed for putting stuff together using loops. So it wouldn't be my first choice. But if it's all you've got, you can probably make it work. Cakewalk is free. I think that used to be Sonar. It's free, PC only. Yeah, I don't know much about it. I don't know if it's got a big user base, but it's free. It's worth considering. Reaper, not technically free, but you can use the demo, which is fully featured, no restrictions, for 30 days, and then after that, the license is only less than 100 quid. So a lot of people use Reaper. It's very customizable, but it doesn't come with much in the way of plugins. So that's something to consider. FL Studio, Fruity Loops Studio. I haven't used it, but I think that one's definitely climbing the ladder in terms of popularity. Again, a little bit more EDM, hip hop, kind of programmed stuff, but I think that you could probably make it work for other stuff. Don't have experience, so don't know. And it's you also get lifetime updates once you purchase the license. You will get the latest version forever, which is cool. And PreSonus Studio One is another one that a lot of people use. Again, I haven't used it, but it's growing in popularity, so just worth checking these things out. So yeah, lots of different options. Essentially, I suppose what I would say is they can all be made to work. It comes down to what you're comfortable with, what kind of a workflow you think you're going to be wanting to do, and what you see yourself doing. In terms of an all-round audio with really good MIDI capabilities, I would still go for Cubase. There is also Nuendo, which is like the post-production film, TV production sound version of Cubase, which is, as far as I understand it, like Cubase but even bigger with even more tools. You could, in theory, use that for recording a band, but you probably don't need to. So I've touched on plugins. I won't spend too much time on plugins because this isn't about mixing primarily. But once you've recorded something, chances are you're going to want to do some stuff with it in the mix. You're going to want to mix it. Lots of these DAWs have, especially these days, when I started using Cubase in 2002, the tools available were not tremendously good, and stuff like Waves or any third-party plugins would have been streets ahead in terms of the sound quality and what you could do with them. These days, I know that Cubase has, it's not just got an ordinary compressor, it's got a vintage compressor that models, I think there's like an FET style, 1176 style compressor for a bit more crunch. Not on compressors, actually. Compressors can be important. I've got a couple of hardware compressors now, which obviously you can use while tracking. There's some really, really cheap compressors. A compressor essentially just catches the peaks, any loud things that come, loud parts of your signal, like if you're recording a vocal and you've got a certain word that's loud, a compressor basically automatically turns it down for you in a certain way that can introduce a little bit of harmonic saturation or distortion or crunch. I didn't used to know that. I used to think a compressor just turned things down. When I realized that compressors actually introduce distortion, and the reason a lot of people like classic compressors like the 1176, the LA2A, Fairchild and stuff like that, is because they're actually kind of distortion units as well, and they introduce a pleasing distorted quality to the sound, which can be really cool on drums or vocals and stuff like that. Compressors, very deep subject, beyond the scope of this. However, I didn't know that for years because nobody told me. So I'm telling you. When you're looking for third-party plugins, if there's something that you don't need, if there is something you need which you don't have in your DAW, there's so much cool stuff out there. There's free plugins you can find. If you're looking to buy some stuff, Plugin Alliance they're leading the field in terms of modeling analog gear, and just having a huge array of really, really cool tools available. Definitely worth checking those out. FabFilter, really, really good for surgical precision. Sound Tools have a lot of cool analog modeled stuff. Waves always have something on sale for $29. Sometimes that might be good, but I feel like they're kind of resting on their laurels a bit. They're not coming out with lots of new stuff. They're just pretending that all of their plugins cost $800 when really they're on sale every week for like 5% of that or less. So, but check it out. they do some cool stuff. So that's the software side of things covered. So you were using the Danny. You were using the a cab sim after the amp sim. I reckon that you've already got some kind of cab simulation in your amp sim. What amp sim was it? If you let me know, maybe I might know how it works. Because I know stuff like STL Tone Hub doesn't allow you to take the cab sim away at the moment. You can only have the complete modeled signal, which is a shame. It would be quite cool to be able to do to swap out IRs and stuff. So I've got a lot to get through, so I'll move on. Gain staging is the next heading I have on my notes. This is an important thing. So assuming a lack of knowledge about recording, if you're an absolute beginner to this kind of stuff, you will probably still be aware that if you record something if a signal goes into the computer too loud, it will distort. You get this with phone mics and stuff like that. If you put your phone up to your mouth and go like into it, it's not going to be a perfectly pristine recording of you making a stupid noise. It's going to sound distorted. One of the reasons for this is that in digital audio there is a maximum upper ceiling which cannot be exceeded, because that is the point at which the computer stops recording what's happening. There is a maximum value. So in amplitude, volume terms, we call it 0 dB. 0 dB is your maximum. Anything that goes above that, of your sound wave, anything that goes above that will just get, the top of the waveform will get chopped off and produce what's called a square wave. Square waves have even integer harmonics, I think. But what you need to know is that they don't sound very nice. They sound pretty harsh and unpleasant, and not what you want. So the important thing with recording is to make sure that whatever happens, when you set your gain on your preamp, the signal never exceeds 0. Now, if you have a compressor, of course, that will help you out, because the compressor will catch it and bring it down. But even without, you really want to make sure. So if you're recording a singer or something like that, make sure that you set your level with the loudest thing that they're going to do. I know that in the live sound side of things, drummers are legendary for never sound checking as loud as they're actually going to play during the gig. So your front of house guy will set all of the, I'm sure Rupert later will have something to say about this, set all of the gains for the nice quiet sound check, and then they start slamming away during the show and everything clips. You don't want that. So that's the top limit. However, at the bottom, while a signal can be infinitely quiet, at some point you are going to encounter the noise floor that I think I mentioned earlier, which is just the noise generated by all of the components in whatever you're doing. The preamps, even the cables to extend the microphones, everything plugged in. If you were to just not record anything and just gain it up, you would hear background noise. It's unavoidable, it can't be helped. But you want to make sure that your signal stays in between the point where it clips and the point where it goes so low that the noise is louder than it, because you can't turn it up afterwards without turning up the noise. So actually, I'll talk about bit depth now because it's relevant to this. Digital audio has two quality. What would you call it? Digital audio described in terms of sample rate and bit depth, like the resolution or how it is sampled. Because obviously an analog waveform or a real sound pressure wave is a continuous, unbroken wave with all these little curves. Digital audio is, out of necessity, built up of individual slices. Typically, CD audio, for instance, is the sample rate is 44.1 kilohertz, and the bit depth is 16 bits. What that means is that your the computer will essentially take 44,100 slices every second of the audio, which is enough to capture a 22,000 hertz signal, which is essentially the highest. That's the highest that any human being could ever hear. I mean, I did a hearing test recently, and I think I can hear up to about 17 kilohertz or 17,000 hertz, which is really high. As you get older, your hearing deteriorates. So nobody's hearing 22,000 hertz. It just means that you're capturing everything that's there. Some people try and record higher sample rates, which is more slices and therefore higher frequency. It's 44,000 because each cycle has like a high bit and a low bit, so you've got to get the high one and the low one. This is the Nyquist-Shannon sampling theorem described was what laid the groundwork for this, if that's at all interesting to anyone. So if you increase the sample rate, you're increasing the higher frequencies that you can hear. But when you bear in mind that CD audio is already a higher frequency than probably anybody who isn't like a 2-year-old can hear, there's not really that much point. So if you see people saying like, oh, you've got to record everything at 96 kilohertz, or you've got to record everything at 192 kilohertz, you're recording. It's kind of like taking a picture of like the ultraviolet spectrum. Like you're probably just going to get a bunch of stuff you didn't want. All of this data that's there, it's just noise. We don't hear it with our ears. So why would you try and record it? Why would you put your computer through the additional load of having to process all of these extra samples, all of the extra headroom involved in doing that? The only exception to this is for video, because video is often 48 kilohertz instead of 44.1. And that is, I think, because it divides perfectly into 24, which is the typical frame rate for cinema, and for most video applications work at, I think you'd be delivered at 24. So it helps. I mean, obviously there's other frame rates as well. You might be doing 29.97 or whatever. So if you're doing video work, you might, I'm not 100% sure about this, but it might cause sync problems. I have experienced this, although I didn't really understand why, with some video stuff, where the audio and the video kind of drift apart. So if you're doing something specifically for YouTube, consider recording at 48. That's probably more than enough about sample rates. Bit depth is the critical thing. So CD audio is, the bit depth is essentially like levels of loudness. You have 16 possible volume levels for each sample. CD audio will be compressed, will be mastered so that the average level is pretty loud. You won't have any really, really super quiet bits on a CD. Even the quiet bits are still, reasonably. They'll be louder than than in a raw recording. Say, generally, recordings have some kind of compression applied to them at some point to reduce the dynamic range. But when you're recording, you want to record at 24. Every DAW will have a setting somewhere for recording 24 bits. This is not something that you would set on your audio interface. The audio interface will have a sample rate setting, which obviously needs to match your DAW. But the bit depth is something that will be in the DAW settings. Always record at 24-bit because this gives you essentially more headroom, more loudness levels, so that you don't have to set your level so high on the way in. You can afford to record quieter because you've got more space to gain it up afterwards. So yeah, general rule of thumb, you don't even need to know why. Record at 24. Always record at 24. Never ever record anything at 16-bit. It's bad and you shouldn't do it. And if you do it, I'll find out and you'll get in trouble. So just bear that in mind. We talked about We talked about polarity, which is the signal. Some interfaces or mixing desks will have a polarity invert switch. If you're recording something with multiple microphones, the polarity switch just flips it upside down. And when you combine two different signals, they will interact in different ways. Two identical signals will be twice as loud. Two identical signals with the polarity inverted on one will cancel each other out to nothing. But anything that isn't either of those, you can experiment. If stuff is the polarity's off a bit, you can end up with missing low frequencies or everything just sounding a bit weird. So it's worth experimenting with that. The other thing, people get mixed up with a lot of people refer to polarity as phase, and they will refer to that as a phase invert switch. Phase is an expression of time. Phase is like if you have, say like when you go to a music festival, but you're standing quite a long way back. Bigger festivals will have delay towers with speakers further back. But because the sound travels at, 600 and something miles an hour, by the time, if they didn't adjust the timing of those speakers, by the time the original sound had got to you, you'd be hearing it interacting with the other speakers and kind of just like messing itself up, boosting frequencies here, taking some others out, generally just making a mess. So they have to delay those speakers so that they're playing back at the same time as the sound that's traveled all the way from the ones at the stage. This is the same thing that happens when you're recording something in recording anything with multiple microphones. Recording a drum kit, say you've got overheads, you've got room mics that are further away. The sound, if you just play a snare hit or something like that, the sound will arrive at the close mic on the snare first, then at the overheads, obviously all of the other mics as well, and then at the room mics. So that is a phase difference. So the phase is slightly off. You can adjust that for some things, like if you're recording a bass, say, and you've got a DI signal, and then you've got another one going through a Sans amp or a dark glass or through an amp. The signal will take a little bit longer to go through certain things, infinitesimally small amounts of time, because obviously it's still traveling very fast, but enough to produce weird interactions when you recombine them. So actually Waves do a good plugin for this called In Phase, which you can just analyze two different signals and slide everything around. I think Autoline also does that. I think that's a phase one. But yeah, that's just a little point on phase. Okay, I think that's most of the horrendously technical audio stuff out of the way. An emissary, I haven't heard of that. So mic technique, basic mic technique. I've only got half an hour left, so I will attempt to get through all of this. So general points with mic positioning. So I think the biggest thing that you're going to come up against when recording in a space that isn't a dedicated studio is you will have rooms that don't sound very good. You'll have weird sounding echoes and reflections, and you'll have modal interaction. Essentially, like every frequency, when I say frequency, I mean like a particular pitch. Frequencies are notes, they're just like very, very small notes. Occupy just one frequency. But just like say a piano has different length strings for different notes, the high strings are shorter, just so high frequency sounds have a shorter wavelength. Your rooms that you record in will have wavelengths that correspond to the lengths of the distance between the walls, the reflective surfaces. And these can cause build-ups of frequencies in certain points. They can cause nulls, which is where you get two out of phase things coming back and cancelling each other out. Because a pressure wave is like areas of dense air. You've got it's like a ripple across a pond, but instead of the up and down movement of the surface of the water, you've got areas of high density, air density, and areas of low density. Obviously, if you take a high density thing here, a low density thing here, and then you combine it with a high density thing on top and a low density thing on top, what you're going to end up is like evening out everything and putting it back to how it was. So no sound. So you're going to spend a lot of time trying to avoid the room having an effect on what you're recording. You can use soft furnishings to muffle stuff. You can build people record vocals in wardrobes and things with like a duvet over the outside. That can work. You can't cure all problems using soft furnishings. Soft furnishings only work with high frequencies. That's generally fine if you're recording in quite a dead space and the mic is really close. There's another consideration. If your microphone is here, not a lot of direct sound is going to get. Your sound is going to be going straight in, and any reflections are going to come back far enough, or enough time later that they're not going to probably have such a negative effect on the sound. They'll also be quieter relatively. However, if your microphone is here, the direct sound is probably going to be at the same time as some of the reflections from other surfaces. So if you have horrible sounding rooms, put your mics as close to things as you can. And also use things like the polar pattern. Vocal microphones like these have what's called a cardioid polar pattern, which means that it's heart-shaped like that, but it doesn't pick anything up from the back end, or that side in this case. You can use that. Most like Rode NT ones, cheap condenser mics often have a cardioid polar pattern. You generally have to pay a bit more money for something with switchable polar patterns like these. But you can kind of think of cardioid as just like recording from only one direction. So if you've got reflections that you don't want, you can position things so that wherever the unpleasant reflections are coming from, the back of the mic is facing that. Just like you would put the back of one of these mics pointing at a wedge, a stage monitor in a live situation, because that is where the mic doesn't pick anything up. Put it that way around, horrible feedback. This way around, completely fine. Could have the monitors loud. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be trial and error. You're going to have to figure some stuff out. Just make it work. Try not to record something too horrible so that you have to have endless headaches later on. Other things, proximity effect. When you have a microphone very, very close to your sound source, you get much more low end, a lot more bass frequencies. Think of that kind of radio announcer voice. Kind of the way that when you listen to people on the radio, they always have something that sounds like the microphone's inside their throat, because it's just got so much low end. This can be great. That in that situation, that's actually can be quite good. But with certain things, it's not so good. Acoustic guitar being an example of that. Acoustic guitars can be very boomy. If you've got mics on a guitar and it sounds really, really, the bass is overwhelming everything else, you can pull the mics back a bit to deal with that. When recording, generally the best thing is to have your mics on a stand rather than holding them. If you hold the mic, you will record the sound of the mic moving around. It's very, very difficult to eliminate that. So if you can help it, put the mic on a stand. And if you are using a condenser mic, they're much more sensitive. You might also need a shock mount like this, which just suspends the microphone in a little cradle, so that any vibrations are dissipated by the whatever the connectors are before it gets to the mic. Otherwise, you get rumbling noises. If you've got a singer who's likes to stamp their foot or move around or stuff while they're singing, and you've got a hollow wooden floor, that will go straight up the mic stand and can lead to some really, really irritating stuff that you have to get rid of. Another thing that you will need for recording vocals is a pop filter or pop shield. It's just, people used to make these out of tights, I think, or like pantyhose kind of material stretched over a coat hanger. But you can get dedicated ones that are like, they're not expensive. All this does is it disperses the air a bit, because if you've got plosives, if you're singing something with a P in it, when you've got that put going straight into the mic, it will overload the capsule and push it all the way back to the end of its travel. Might even make a little click, but it will certainly make a kind of a bassy and unwanted sound. These can help with that, but you also, if you're having problems with that, pull the mic back a bit, or try putting the mic out of the line of the breath. If you're going put straight into the mic, there's not a lot you can do. But if you're going just past it or over the top of it or something like that, you probably still get all the sound, all the frequencies that you want, but minimize that. I've got some notes on stereo recording. I don't have any specific questions, so I will move on like that. If you want to record stuff in stereo, you might well want to do that, say, if you're recording a piano or something. There's a bunch of different approaches to stereo recording. If you have like a Zoom recorder or a Tascam, one of those little ones with built-in, you'll see that they have mics that are positioned sort of like this. And that's what's called an XY configuration, or I think that's also called a coincident pair. This gives you quite a wide stereo image, which is the term used to describe. I mean, it's not an image, but it's like how much of a sense of a realistic stereo spread you hear. Because we're very sensitive to the little timing differences and things like that. So if we can hear something, if we listen to a band or an orchestra or something, you can hear like violins over here and bass over here and whatever else. And so, taking an orchestra as an example, that would give you a very, very, it would create a lot of width. You would feel like everything was far apart. You might have a little weakness in the middle, like the center of the image is not necessarily quite so strong. But also having it like this means that there's no phase problems, because the sound arrives at both mics at the same time. Whereas if you position them in an A-B configuration where they're just apart from each other, some stuff will hit one of the mics earlier. It might not sound as good. I mean, phase interactions are a part of this. You can't really get rid of them. So it's just something to consider. I actually don't like using XY miking that much. I've just never really, it's never been my favorite, but it's totally valid and it's quite easy to set up. There are other types of like coincident pair. ORTF is another one, but this is something for another day. There's also mid-side recording, which I was scared of for a long time until I read about it one day and realized it was way simpler than I thought it was. And I do thoroughly recommend mid-side recording. Like I've done a lot of when I've recorded with Amy, my sister, a lot of her harp stuff, we use a mid-side stereo pair for a lot of that, because the harp doesn't have it isn't very wide. A piano has a left and a right, and you kind of want to hear that. When you sit behind the piano, the bass strings are on your left, the treble strings are on your right. You experience that as a player. But whether you're in the audience or playing the harp, it's kind of just straight in front. It doesn't have width, so you don't really want half the harp to over here and the other half to the other side. It doesn't make sense. For mid-side recording, you can do it with two different mics. You need one mic that can be set to figure 8. Both of these will do figure 8. And figure 8 is essentially like cardioid with another one on the other side, so it picks up equally from both sides. It's still mono, but it's equally sensitive to sound from both sides. And then you have another mic, like, so I'll use this one as the figure 8 so you can see it. So that's doing the sides, and then this one's doing the mids. And what you do is you take the signal from your side mic and you copy it, and then you invert the phase of the copy, and you pan the side and the copy left and right. And this will magically recreate the stereo image in a way that even I don't completely understand. But the cool thing is, it's completely mono compatible. If you're listening on anything mono, it's less and less common these days, but if you've got something even where the speakers are really close together, you'll get a sense of like it will seem more mono. So, and you can get these kind of phase interactions. So essentially, when you listen to it in mono, the stereo part of it disappears. So you don't really have to worry about how that works later on. Whereas XY or something, they will collapse down to a slightly weird sounding comb filtery mess. So yeah, mid-side is something where, like, look it up. Just yeah, that's something that you can read about it yourself. Not got any further questions? I had a couple of notes on approaches for recording different instruments. Yeah, tips for recording guitar. If you're recording a real amp, try not to put it in the same room as you playing, because you will get, unless you've cranked it up insanely loud, you will get the sound of the pick. And that's really annoying. You don't want to hear your actual acoustic picking sound over the top of your electric guitar sound. It's not good. So that's an easy enough fix. Just put the amp further away. You can use either dynamic mics or condenser mics work. A lot of people use SM57s. I've used 414s sometimes. People use ribbon mics, actually. Royer 121s, I think, are quite popular in combination with other mics. So, yeah. If you've got a cab with multiple speakers, you can listen to the one that try and find the one that sounds the best, either by putting a mic in front of it or just by listening to it. But because of the way that speakers are made, they're not the same. You can have, like, a whole load of Celestion speakers that all sound completely different, even the ones in the same speaker cabinet. So when you're in the room, you hear all of them, but when you put a mic in front of it, you've got to pick one, and that will have a certain sound. So you need to either put a mic in front of it and record each one, see which one sounds the best, or when you listen, if you're recording in mono, the thing to do, because we hear in stereo, if you want to get a bit more of a sense of what your microphone is hearing, cover one of your ears so that the other one, so that you're basically only hearing in mono. You'll get a bit of a more accurate impression of what your microphone is hearing. Obviously, in stereo recording, don't do that. New strings. Definitely always use new strings for recording guitar. Bass, depending on the style, if you're recording jazz or something, you might get away with older strings, or something where you want a warmer tone, you don't want that kind of jangly stuff. But for guitar, again, maybe jazz is the exception. If you want that really old school, like 1950s kind of jazz guitar tone, you probably don't need new strings. But for almost anything else, if you want it to be good, if you're not just doing scratch tracks, record with new strings. There's just no reason not to. I mean, if you can't afford to, that's another story, but, like, for the best quality, it's important. Check your tuning between takes every time and this goes for all the instruments. If you're going to be comping something together from multiple takes, or recording different parts of a section at different sections of a song at different times, always check the tuning. Don't start off like tune at the beginning and then keep going all the way through, and then find that your guitar's gone out of tune throughout the song and then the end's out of tune. Same goes for drums. Snare drums are particularly bad for this. Always check snare drum tuning as often as you can, because it will slip, and then you'll end up with a snare drum that gradually descends in pitch. It's not fun, especially when you try and edit stuff. A note on DIs and stuff: you can split your if you've got a DI with a through thing, you can record. One could go to an amp sim or to a real amp, and you can record, get a tracking tone, something that makes you feel good when you're playing. Record that, and then you've got it. But you've got a DI, a clean DI that you can then use with amp sims, or you can reamp or whatever you need to do. Also makes it a lot easier to edit visually, because you can see the big transients rather than a big fat electric guitar sausage. Acoustic guitar, condenser mics and ribbon mics work best. Some acoustic guitars have a built-in mic system or pickup system. You can combine them all together. That's quite a delicate thing. You've got to be careful with phase. You've got to be quite sensitive to exactly where you put the mics, and also if you are the guitarist or whoever it is moving around like this, the microphone is going to stay put, so you'll get weird phasey stuff and changes in the phase and direction. So stay still, don't make any noise, don't breathe, don't do anything, just stay in one position relative to the mics. If you've just got a solo guitar performance, it's probably worth having stereo. It's not very satisfying listening to something in mono. Trying to recreate stereo afterwards using reverb and stuff isn't that successful in my experience. It's often better to actually record a stereo signal. But if you use mid-side mic like I can, you can essentially treat it like a mono mic, and the side mic is just like ambience. You can dial that in as much as you feel is necessary. I'm aware that there's all of my past moving around is happening at a delay in the background, which is increasingly hilarious. Piano, usually stereo, condenser, or ribbon mics. I think usually A-B configuration is popular. One over the bass strings, one over the treble strings, pan left and right. You want to use two of the same mic. Ideally a matched stereo pair, which just basically means that in the factory they've measured them and found two have very similar frequency response to give you the most accurate stereo recording. What else might you be recording? A violin. Violins are very loud. If you put the mic too close, they can be scratchy and unpleasant. If you put the mic too far away, you can end up getting too much of a brum, so you've got to be quite careful about. They tend to, the sound goes in all directions. So not too close, but bear in mind the space that you're in. Woodwind instruments, you've got to think about where the sound comes from. Saxophones and stuff like that, some of the sound comes out with the the end bit. Some sound comes through the keys, so you might want a mic in different positions. And finally, drums were the other common instrument I could think of. Drums are horrendously complicated to record as a beginner. You might be better off starting it, if you are recording drums, it might be worth trying to record, just experiment with a pair of overheads and a kick mic or something like that. Add in more mics as you go. Although, to be honest, that gives you less flexibility later on. It's really just a lot. You have to think about things like which direction the drum head is moving relative to the mic. If it's a mic on the top of a tom or a snare, when you hit the snare drum, it goes down and away. That's a negative pressure, negative polarity. If you have a mic on the underside of a snare, that's a positive. It's being compressed down towards the mic. So that means that the mics will have opposite phase. They'll have opposite polarity of that initial transient, that initial hit. So anything on the underside, like a mic under the snare or in the kick drum, you need to check that. Probably invert the polarity. You might get it, depending on how far apart they are, it might be all right, but often you'll want to flip the polarity for secondary. So, yeah, that's quite a lot. I think that's, if anyone's got any further questions, we've got another 7 minutes. That's everything that I've prepared. So, I mean, if anyone wants to ask me anything, I'll be here for a bit longer. That's not a question. That's a statement. Right. Yeah. Glory Hammer forever. Thank you. Laura, you're welcome. Nice to see you in the chat. Let's see if I can think of anything else. I mean, the subject of audio is incredibly deep and wide, so you could never hope to cover everything in such a short space of time. I hope this has been helpful. If you have any further questions for me, you can find my Facebook page. The URL is facebook.com/Ben Turk Music. Feel free to send me a message on there, or keep an eye on what I'm up to if I remember to post anything. But I will always respond to messages and comments. So yeah, if you have anything that you didn't think of during the stream, let me know.
This is Dave Germain. I'm the drummer from Jaya the Cat, also previously from Shadows Fall, crazy metal band. And I'm going to try to give some basic tips on taking care of your equipment, also making sure that it's up and running and that you don't lose it, for instance. And I've been touring for quite a long time, so I'm very used to all of what it takes to go on tour and to play music and to do it live. And I've made all the mistakes. We've lost cymbals, we've forgotten things, things have broken because of bad, either maintenance or just not taking care of things correctly. So that's my main thing, is Jaya the Cat. And secondly, I work for a backline rental company. So I rent gear out. It's a place called Artist on the Road out of Amsterdam. I know I'm speaking English, but and that I've been for over 10 years. I've been there, so I've learned a lot as well. Learning a lot more because I'm primarily a drummer. So I've learned a lot about taking care of all kinds of other stuff, all kinds of other instruments and loading and delivering and packing up and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm just going to try to throw some advice your way about things that I've learned along the road and see if anything is interesting for you guys. We'll start in the beginning. Where, for instance, where you store your instruments. We always keep it at a place called M3, which is a storage facility. But if you are going to go that route, I would really highly suggest you make sure that the place is climate controlled, because if it's stored in a damp environment, obviously instruments are made of wood, so they can warp. They can have all kinds of problems involved with that. They can, it can cause rust or whatever, and also too cold or too hot. And the variation amongst those temperatures can really screw with instruments as well. If it gets really hot and then really cold quickly, that can snap a neck of a guitar easily, or warp the roundness of any of your drums. So that's really important. So keep an eye on that. And if you're storing it in your house, then obviously you should be fine. So that's important, I think. And then just cases. Cases are very important. Hard shell cases are highly recommended. We've had instances where you put a soft shell guitar up in a van, and then it shifts, something falls sideways, and boom, you snap the neck on your guitar. And that's a lot more costly than the cost of an actual case. As well with drums, because those tend to be stacked up on top, mainly in the back of a van. And if one of those falls down while you're driving, for instance, you can bend the rim, which is going to throw your whole drum sound off. It'll make it a lot harder to tune and to stay in tune. And I know it's expensive, but save up for that and try. You can always go to Marktplaats or any of those, Craigslist or whatever you guys have in the UK, and just try to find those used. And you can always repurpose things too, like get some spray glue and some foam and just cut it up yourself, spray it on there, and just make your own cases. I've done that a lot with the rental company that I work at. We'll get a new keyboard, and we have a keyboard case that fits a 88, but it's a 76 keyboard, so I'll just cut some foam and just make it work, and then cut a little spot to put your damper pedal or vice, whatever extra little tidbits you have in there. And that's important to have cases, I think. Very important. It makes everything easier to stack, easier to keep an eye on, easier to, and just safer in general. So that's, I highly recommend that. Hard shell cases is the way to go. And wheels. Wheels is pretty important when you're rolling all that stuff around. It's really nice to have at least a few of your instruments in cases with wheels that do lock. So you don't have to tip them. You can pop them right in the van, lock the wheels. And also it's good for just kind of transporting other things. You can stack a whole bunch of stuff on top of it, wheel your whole stack into the gig or into your storage, or whatever, and then it's safe, it's easy, and it's not as difficult to wheel around and deal with, So we can talk about loading the van. I know it seems obvious, but packing it, especially for instance with tube amps, they're very delicate, and you want to try not to lay those on the side. You want to try to leave them flat, so that way also you can put them in first, lay it flat, and then stack things on top of it. And that's where the cases come in as well. Like that helps as well, because then you can stack a bunch of stuff on there safely. And tubes, when they break, they could be very expensive. Like in an SVT or something like that, it's like $75 for a set of tubes or something, maybe more. I'm not sure exactly the price, but they get expensive. So really try to lay everything flat and secure it in there so they can't shift around, because when you're driving on the highway, it can you can bounce around a lot. And just when you're packing, just do it smart. It's like Tetris. You remember that? Like just stack it in there, keep it tight. The more breakable stuff obviously try to get that on the bottom and tightest, and then other things like drums and stuff like that, you can stack that up there, just fill every little nook, and then guitars slide in there real nice. And then merch, goes on top, because that's only shirts and stuff. So that if that shifts around, it's not the end of the world. It'll just kind of, fall down and not be a big deal. Try to make sure that everyone in your band is well aware to shut the back door. It sounds so stupid, but it's happened to us before, where we've driven down the highway, the back door was open, and we've had things fly onto the highway. And that was the worst. I lost my bag. I lost with my passport in it, all my tour stuff, my toiletry bag, and all my clothing and all that, and had to renew my passport. I think Karl, our old guitar player, may have lost his bag too, but we actually got it back. We found it, so he was safe, but I had to renew my passport, so that's annoying. So that's something that's pretty important as well, just to keep an eye on the van and keep an eye on the fact that everybody knows, like, oh, did you shut the van? Yeah. Did you close the door? Are you sure? If you're not sure, just stop and check it out, because that's the worst. Another side note that I've learned from years of touring is to back your van up against a wall. So then no one can open those back doors. Especially, obviously if you have your gear in the van overnight, even at a hotel, try to find a pole to lock up against, or some kind of wall, or even bushes, but always back it up against something, just to keep it, just to keep someone from being able to even get in it at all. And then of course, don't leave anything inside the cabin of the van either, like any backpacks or something like that, even a little Bluetooth speaker on the dashboard or something like that. Like, that's really asking for trouble. Like any thief is going to look in there and go, oh, I see a backpack. Boom. It's so easy to smash a window and grab whatever's in there. Even if you think it's just something stupid. Oh, it's just my headphones on the seat. It's not a big deal. Yeah, well, it's easy to break a window. Karl Smith, I say, always check and lock the back doors. Good advice. But it's very good advice. It's silly. And backing the van up against a wall is the most, it's something that I learned that I was like, I never ever thought of that. You think, oh, the door's locked. But, thieves are smart. They know what they're doing. They have tools. They can smash open anything. So that's I think a very important thing, especially if you're a band and you have a rental van or whatever, like, also you'll be charged for that damage. If you give a thief the opportunity, or just the idea that there may be something inside, oh, that might be a band, there's stuff in the back, let me try to rip that door open and try to check it out. But if it's backed up against something, they know they can just easily look and see, I can't get in that, so I'm not going to bother trying. And I think that's the whole idea behind that. locking it up like that. So yeah, there you go. That's pretty good advice, I think. Tips for if you're a band and you're kind of getting maybe a little bit bigger or something like that, you start flying to gigs. There's a few little tips and some advice that I've learned from flying. There's a couple things where if you are flying, first off, you have to try to figure out, you have to make choices of what you're going to check, which means what you're going to carry on the plane with you in the cabin, or what you're going to check and what you're going to have them put underneath the plane, basically. So whenever we're flying, our guitars generally, they don't go in the plane with us. They go underneath the plane. They don't go in the cabin. So we always bring a roll of duct tape or gaffer tape with us, and you tape up the clasps of everything. So that way, one, they're less likely to open it up and take whatever's inside. Even if there's a guitar in there, they could open it up and go, ooh, tuner, boink, mine. Ooh, there's a wah-wah pedal in there, boink, mine. So if it's taped up, then one, you can see whether or not it was tampered with, and two, you have a little bit peace of mind that it won't get, messed with, or just from getting bounced around, it doesn't pop open by itself and fall out of the case. I think that's pretty good too. We've learned that. And then also, sometimes you can kind of be a little bit sneaky, especially if you do have a soft shell guitar. We've been known to just take that in the plane with us, just put it on our back and just walk in and pretend, oh, I don't know nothing, I got my guitar. And that we've gotten away with that a lot, and you save a lot of money doing that. But they don't always allow that. They'll tell you, nope, sorry, sir, you have to check that. And then if you have a soft shell and you're checking it, then you're really playing with fire whether or not that thing's going to make it to the destination in one piece. But generally, yeah, I mean, just get cases, pay the money. And another bit of advice is get travel insurance. So that way, if anything does happen, you can get it back. Like those instruments are expensive. A guitar is $2,000-$3,000, and if it gets broken on their watch, then you want to be able to get that money back. We've been pretty lucky. We haven't had too many instances where bad things have happened. We've had a couple cases that were broken up a little bit. Hard shell style plastic ones. Those I don't remember what they're called, and they've been cracked or something like that. But generally, the instruments stay pretty safe inside. And then I always advise, what we do is, for instance, I don't want to put my drum computer, like a drum sampler, which is all electronics and stuff. So those are pretty delicate little things. I always take that on the plane with me. So I'll take that with my backpack, and boom, that's my carry-on, And then other stuff that we do, we always take all of our electronics and stuff like that. I think Karl actually takes all of his on the plane as well. Like he'll take his pedal, his tuner pedal, his wah-wah pedal, like whatever the essentials that you're going to need for the gig. You can't take everything, obviously, but you just take what you absolutely need and take that with you and just have it with you on the plane. And that's pretty good. And then also with I just remember this too, the soft shell guitar, if you do bring it on the plane with you, then a lot of times they can put it, there's always a secret little spot behind where the
stewardess?
The stewardess, thank you. Where the stewardesses sit. They have like their own little closet. And a lot of times they're like, oh, give me that, sir. I'll put it right there. Like they're super nice generally. And they'll just put it behind there, and then it's safe. You don't have to try to store it above your head, and everyone's kind of angry at you because you're taking up more space than your normal little baggage. So that's pretty good too. Yeah. So yeah, flying. And then the last tip that I have for flying as well, which involves guitars, is detune your guitars. Unwind every one of those strings. So those strings are flopping. They're flopping like this because when you get up to flying height, the air pressure is all different, and a lot of times what it can do is, with the strings being tight, they'll get even tighter, and you can snap the neck on your guitar, or at least really warp it badly. I've heard of that quite a few times. So detune your guitar, just every single string, turn it down so they're flopping, it's loose, everything's nice. And that's a really good piece of advice. Detune your guitar when you fly. So that's that. And then we'll talk about, for instance, like getting to the venue. That'd be the next step, basically. Generally what I try to do is, when we get to the venue, obviously introduce yourself to everybody, know who's helping you, who's in charge of the stage, so that way they're more inclined to keep an eye on your stuff or to help you out, or just in general, you want to be buddies with everybody, you know, because they're gonna want to help you out if they're your friend. If you go in there with this crappy attitude, they're not gonna appreciate it. There's no point in that. Like, go in and be cool, and everybody has a lot better night. And when we do load in, we try to load in and generally keep all of our stuff together, all in one general location, so that way you can look at it. You know, don't mix it in with the other musician, because there'll be other bands there, and you know, all of a sudden your guitar ends up in their little pile, and then you're stressing out later. It's sound check time, you can't find your guitar, or whatever it might be. Keep it all in one little section so you can keep an eye on it. I think that's obviously a good way to go. And then and then first thing generally that we do is we start asking, like, okay, are we sharing backline? Are we the headliner? If we're the headliner, you know, are we setting up? Are we able to leave our stuff on stage after sound check, or do we have to break it down? If you do have to break it down, where can we put it safely, and so we don't have to have it on our mind all of the time, like, oh man, you know, leaving it where anyone can grab it. Like, keep an eye on that, you know, like put all your empties in one spot, put all your, you know, stuff that is not being used in one spot, so you can really make sure that it's there when you're done with your gig. And then another thing that happens a lot is you'll be sharing gear with someone, or maybe even using the house backline. If that's the case, it's important to know and to have a little chat with the other band, like, oh, this drummer's using my stuff. Okay, well, you know, just have a talk with him, see what kind of guy he is, if he's a basher, if he plans on moving all of your stuff. You got to keep an eye on that, to make sure that you're not stressed out when it is time for you to play. So, like, you know, is the drummer a lefty, where he's going to switch all of your stuff around? All of a sudden, everything's opposite of what you're used to, and you know that that's going to take an extra 10 minutes to switch it all back. That's something always to consider as well. And I think just generally, just talking to the other band that might be using your gear is really important too, because then they generally will have a bit more respect for your equipment, you know. They'll see that you're paying attention, and they'll see that you're a cool dude, and they'll go, okay, well, I'm not just going to bash away and, you know, whatever, you know, like to crank this all the way up, or, you know, just push it off to the side. Like, it's just important that everybody's on the same page and everyone knows exactly how things are going to roll, you know, like, okay, this is happening now. Okay, you're done at this time, you know. And then they're maybe more likely to help out. They're not just going to get done and walk away. A lot of times, you know, the drummer, for instance, will be like, oh yeah, you know, let me help you get all your stuff on stage, you know, and get yours off. And then by doing that, you just become buddies, and it just runs a lot smoother and takes some of the stress out of your situation. So I think that helps a lot too. Just really paying attention to your own gear, and making sure that everyone knows that you are well aware of your gear and that it's yours, and that you're doing them a favor by letting them use their stuff. You know, that's something too that they have to keep in mind. You know, you traveled with it, you brought it all there. It's your job to keep an eye on it, but it's also your job to make sure they know. Yeah, and just in general, marking all your gear, I think, is a very good tip. Like, for instance, if you have any extra electrical strips that you use for your fans, if you bring fans or something, or in general, electrical strips is the main one, because I'll use one of those extra for my drum sampler. But it's so many times that I've forgotten it. But again, that comes back to also knowing who's going to help you on stage and stuff like that, who's going to break it down, because they, even make an announcement, yo, this is mine, please, don't forget. Because a lot of times the guys after the gig are just, boom, they want to break things down as quick as possible, because either they want to go home or they want to party and have a couple drinks too. So they're breaking it down. So if you don't have a sticker on your stuff, they could easily grab it and just throw it in their box of, electrical boxes or whatever, stuff like that, even cables or what, all that kind of stuff. It's important just to just mark stuff so they know what it is. And then also, yeah, if you're their buddy, they're going to put a little extra time into helping you. They'll help you throw your drums into your cases, or they'll roll your empty guitar cases, guitar cab cases up and help you load it up, because it's important to just become friends with everybody right off the bat. And try not to just mix your gear with other bands. Try not to keep your empty way over there on the other side of the stage. Keep everything close, and mark all your stuff and keep an eye on it and know who's who and who's helping you. I think that goes a long way. And also, I think it's important too for instance, other members of your own band to know how much stuff you have and what everything looks like as a pile. Everything. Oh wait, there's everyone should know. Oh, we should have 4 guitars, right? Oh, where is it? Because if that guitar player is not around, you shouldn't just go, oh well, it's his problem. No, it's everyone's problem, because you're going to be 2.5 hours away the next morning, and you're not going to have a guitar because you were too lazy to speak up, or you didn't pay enough attention. I think it's very important to be a team player when it comes to bands and stuff like that. Like, everybody should know as much as you can about everyone else's gear. Even breaking down gear, like there's times where, your guitar player gets stuck at merch, talking to people or something, and then you got to break stuff down. Sometimes I'll break down Karl's equipment, or vice versa. If I'm out somewhere else doing something else, then, Karl will help out and break down my drums, and by doing that, you learn a lot more about other people's gear, and you're also, you're able to make sure that all your stuff comes back with you and stays with you. I think that's important as far as just keeping an eye on your own gear and keeping an eye on your bandmates' gear is it's good to do. Making friends with everyone that works on stage, because they're important and they will help you out, and they'll help you out a lot more if you're a cool dude. So that's something. That's what you do right when you first start getting to a gig, I guess. And then as far as actual setup on stage, I think we can talk about that a little bit. A lot of venues have 2 types of power. They have backline power and they have power for lights. So it's important to really ask and make sure that you're plugging all your guitar amps into the proper power circuit, or whatever you want to call it. Because if you go into the lights, those always have power surges, because obviously lights are flashing and they have different electrical pulses that are going through, and that can mess up your amp really bad. You can blow tubes or preamps, or it can just cut out on you. Or also, the main thing that it does almost all the time is it'll just buzz. So you'll just have really crappy sound on stage, and you'll be like checking everything. Is it my guitar cable? Is it my this? Is it that? Is it my tuner? You're checking all your stuff, and all it is simply is that you're plugged into the wrong outlet. And then I think that's That's something a lot of people don't know. And something I never knew. I never knew that before playing in Jai the Cat, actually. I never knew that there was, separate power for backline power and lights power, whatever you want to call it. So I think that's good advice. Karl reminded me of that. I was like, ooh, nice one. Thank you. And then as far as power surges go and things like that, or whatever electrical stuff goes, your cabs and your amps always have ohmage, and you got to make sure those are matched up. If you have a 16 ohm cabinet, you better have that head set to 16 ohm, because that's another way to blow up your cab, or vice versa, actually blow up your guitar amp itself. And that's something nobody wants to do, because that's so expensive to fix. So you blow your tubes or something like that. That's horrible. So that's very important to make sure you keep an eye on that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, just generally just bring an extra speaker cable, that's another thing. If a band is going to use your cabinet, that's where this all comes in too, actually. If they're using their cab with their own head, make sure that they know that too. Like, oh, what ohm are you running on your head? So try to make sure that they're aware of that. And also, a lot of times you'll have like a speak on out, or just a speaker cable out, like a regular jack style. So make them aware to do that. Like, sit there with them and actually show them how to hook it up, like take that time. Don't just hide backstage or whatever. Like, go, oh, you're using my gear? Okay, listen, do this, do. I think that's a best way to save your gear. It takes 10 extra minutes to hang out on stage and make sure everything's okay, than to just hide and hope for the best. I think that's pretty good. And then, marking all your stuff. That's all I can really think about on that one. After the gig, it's very important. There's a few little tips that I have to try to make sure that everything stays the way it should. Like, for instance, first thing is, after a gig, always wipe down your guitar strings, because there's a lot of smoke. There's smoke machines, so that puts all kinds of gook and stuff like that. Also, just in general, the sweat that comes off of you, and stuff like that. So it'll just put like a gross film on your strings, and also on your neck of your guitars and stuff like that. So really wipe them down afterwards, I think, is really important. It causes rust as well, because you have the salt from all your sweat that's on there. So that causes rust. So that's no good. So it'll prolong your strings if you just wipe them down. And then, wrap all your cables correctly, really, really wrap them nice. Don't just throw them in a knotted ball and shove them in your bag. Like, that's just stupid. I mean, they cost X amount of money, and they'll just last longer. So always wrap your cables really well, I think. Double, triple check the stage when you're done. Really, really look at everything, because you will forget that little power cable, or you'll forget something silly, if you have a pick holder on your mic stand, for instance, that gets forgotten a million times, or a drink holder that you hook onto the mic stand. We've forgotten so many of those up there. So that's important to grab all that stuff, triple check, and a couple different people, because different eyes see different things. Like, for instance, the drum rug. Don't forget your drum rug. It sounds so stupid, but if you have your own, there's so many times you're going to break all your gear down. You're going to walk away. You're going to stand there like a hero looking, going, yeah, we did it. Nice. And you walk away and you forget that drum rug that's just sitting there, So that's important. Drummers, don't forget your drum rug. And when you're done breaking all your stuff down, stack it all nicely in a corner as best you can. Stack it, put it all real tight, keep it close. Don't keep your one guitar under the stage, and then the stack of drums over by the toilet, and then this over there. Like, Put it all together so you can walk by it, look at it, and go, okay, that's our pile. That's Jai the Cat's stuff. That's everything. I can kind of look at it. Okay, boom, 4 guitars, snare, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 toms. Okay, there. Oh, my cymbals. Yep, those are there. Like always, super triple check and keep everything tight, keep everything together, and all of the bandmates should be involved with that, and try to keep an eye on everybody's stuff. So I think that goes a long way as well. Just really paying attention, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, some extra tips and tricks that I can think of maybe. I guess this goes sort of on the power side of things, of just simply turning your amps on and off, that I've learned that I didn't know as a drummer, where you turn the power on, wait for like 10 seconds, a good 10, 15 seconds, and then pop the standby on. Because it's the same kind of deal. If you just turn them both on, you put power and then standby, you'll get a power surge. And then in that case, that's how you also can, blow your tubes or something like that, or whatever, So that's important to like put the power on first, wait 10 seconds, and then standby. And also make sure the volume is down first. Volume down, power on, wait, standby on. And vice versa for turning it off. Standby off, wait, power off. It sounds silly, and if you are a guitar player, you should kind of know this, but there's a lot of new guys that don't really know. So that's something that I learned. I had no idea. And always bring extra everything if you can. Bring an extra speaker cable. Bring an extra jack cable. Bring extra batteries. Bring your string winder, like all extra tools and stuff like that. Like have a little care package. So that's something. Just having extra of everything is important too, because you're on stage and you're panicking and the speaker cable's out. You have no other option. You got to try to find another band to bring something. Like, no, you should have a little case on the side of the stage. Bammo, open it up. I got this. I got that. I got that. Extra battery for the tuner? No problem. I have it. I don't have to find the sound guy and ask him, and then he's got to go search around or go somewhere and buy it. Like, just bring everything that you think could possibly go wrong. Have extras. I see Lounge Bars asking about replacing drum skins. That's a weird kind of question. My wife mentioned that too, but it really, really, really super depends on the drummer itself, how hard they hit, what their kind of technique is. If they're more of a basher kind of guy that, everything's single hits, like super power, you're going to create divots in the head. And then that can be, one or two gigs, you're going to need a new snare head or something like that. But if you're one of the guys that's hitting more rim shots or lighter style music, then they can last for a long time. I generally, like my snare, I'll go about maybe 10 gigs or something like that for my snare, I suppose. Kick drum will last me a lot longer. It'll last me 20, 30 gigs sometimes. But you kind of just gotta eyeball it. You gotta see it. Like, so, a good way to test it is just to, because every time you tune it, you're going to end up cranking it more and more and more and more, and then it's stretching. And then if you detune it a bit, like you'll see it create a bit of a bowl shape. If it's doing that, then that head is just way too stretched out, and you should definitely change it. You should do it right away, because if it's bowled out like that, then it's not going to have the right tone. It's not going to have the right action. It's not going to have the right bounce back, So I think just kind of keep an eye on it and just, pay attention. Like, also, like everybody plays differently. Like sometimes bands will borrow my drum kit, and like he's a drummer that plays with his toms very flat like this. So his technique is to come downwards on it like so, but I have my toms tilted like this. So when he's coming down on it, he's creating a divot every single time he hits. And then that gets ruined. And after one gig, I'm like, dude, really? You just ruined my drums. Like, I have to change all of my heads now, but that's, I guess, kind of the drawback of being the headliner or something like that. Cause then, you're sharing gear generally out of saving time. And also then there's less that I have to do. I don't have to take my whole drum kit up and re-mic it and all that stuff. It's just there, do some minor adjustments. But sometimes I pay the price for that. Like, some drummers just have a different technique and they beat the heck out of my drums. And that sucks. And then you got to change the heads. And that's expensive. So you got to sort of question whether or not you're going to hold this guy liable, or just say, well, it's just part of the game. I got to just do it, But that's just the way it is, Other little advice about touring and stuff like that, I think, is make sure you have the correct adapters for different countries that you might be traveling to. If you're going to the UK, make sure you have adapters for everything. And I think good advice is to have, possibly, if you can, actually have the power cable for that country that can plug directly into your cabinet, as opposed to getting one of them little white adapters, because those, also those get lost very easily, and sometimes they're unreliable. Some have the little long tubular fuses in them, and some don't. Some are grounded, some are not, and it's always kind of tough to, if you're last minute going to the local store, the local wherever you might be able to find it in whatever town you're in, they might not have exactly what you want. It might not actually work. So make sure once you find the ones that you do like, take it with you, I'm seeing lounge bar as well. Aside from adapters, are there differences in the actual power that impact the equipment? Not generally. I think generally the only time that it's actual different power is when you're going to like the States, like 110 versus 220. And then you're going to have to get an actual, what do you call them? Like a voltage regulator box, a power converter, where you're going to have to convert the power from 110 to 220 or vice versa. But the UK has the same power, so does almost every country in Europe. So that's generally not an issue, but just the shape of the outlet itself is what you have to get that a little adapter for. But yeah, mainly if you go to the US, or I think even Australia, like a lot of bands that come here to Europe, always, they always have to get power adapters, power regulators and voltage regulators and stuff like that. And those, you can rent, you can rent them from backline companies and stuff, like Artists on the Road, where I'm from. But yeah, generally you shouldn't have to worry about that. It's just, like I said, it's just the shape of the outlet itself. What we generally do is we'll put one outlet on a power block strip. So we'll put that outlet, and then I can take that one, plug that into their power, take my strip, plug, 3 or 4 things that I might need in the back, and not have to have a million different adapters. You just put one on a strip, put it near the drums. Okay, there's my fan, there's my drum computer, and there's my blah, 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 whatever else it might be. And then same for front of stage for Karl, or for a guitar player that has multiple pedals. Like, just get one adapter with a power strip, and then you can plug a few things into that strip and not have to have a million different adapters. And then again, don't forget those, mark them. Usually what we do is we tape our adapters onto our power strip, and then we put a sticker, or at least write on it your band name on the power strip itself, and keep an eye on it and don't forget it. Extra batteries if you have a tuner. That's all. That's about it, really. I don't have too much more good advice as far as that goes. So Yeah, I think that's about it. I mean, and mainly just keep an eye on your stuff. Wipe down all your gear. Wipe your strings down. Even cymbals and drums. I think it's important to give them a good wipe down every, maybe once a month or something, because there's so much gook in the air that ruins things and causes mainly rust and corrosion. Anything metal that's covered in a sticky film from a smoke machine or a hazer or whatever, it's all moisture and all the sweat in the air, and that corrodes metal. So you'll see it around your drums, around the drum lugs. You'll see a little bit of rust forming. Just give it a good wipe down once in a while. Every couple months, maybe take your rim off your drum 100, like all the way off, and just give it a good wipe down. Maybe even use some metal polish or whatever, some chrome polish, if you'd like. Be nice to the sound engineer. Absolutely. I mean, he's all part of it. That's what I mean by being a good guy. When you show up, make friends with everybody. It's super important. They'll have a lot better time. They'll like you. They'll put more effort into making you sound better. The stagehands will put more effort into helping you out. And the monitor guy, like, be his buddy, and be smart about just making sure that they kind of know that you're professional, and know that you know what you're doing, and know that you appreciate what they're doing. I think that's super important. And appreciate it. Thank them afterwards. I think that's about it. I mean, that doesn't have to do with really equipment or nothing, but I mean, it's going to make your equipment sound better if you're nice to that sound guy. But yeah, I guess I'm going to wrap it up. I don't know. I don't have too much more. I'll look through my notes and see if anything. Yeah. Keep an eye on your gear. Back the van up against a wall. I think that's really important. If you're flying, detune your guitars and get some hard cases, Yeah. I'm going to wrap it up. Nice talking to you guys. I hope to see you sometime. Cheers. Okay.
Hi. Hello. How's everybody doing? I hope you've all had a very, very, very good day so far. I want to say a big fucking round of applause to 1 minute. Round of applause to David Eli Germain. He did an awesome job. He's the drummer in my band, Jaya the Cat. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I am Karl Smith. I play in a band called Jaya the Cat. I also play in a band called Milliner. Jaya the Cat's my main thing. We go on tour and we do the music thing, and it's awesome. So I'm going to be talking about online streaming. I'm going to say this right off the bat. I am not an expert on online streaming in any way, shape, or form. I have only recently started doing this, and the reason why is because the live music industry it's gone, obviously, due to all this Corona stuff. So, I started. I've never thought about streaming ever. It was never something that I figured I would be a part of or interested in. But when gigs stopped and stuff, I was stuck at home, which is very weird for me. Like, I'm very used to being away all the time. So I know a friend called Old Drake who plays for a band called Evil, and he was doing Twitch streaming, doing guitar, and I was watching it, and I found it very interesting what he was doing and very entertaining, and it sort of came into my mind, maybe I should try that. And then my other friend called Hugo, he does gaming streaming stuff. He plays Tekken online stuff, which I guess most streaming was from gaming. So then, I kind of broached the subject with them too, like, if I wanted to do this, how do I do this? And that's where the journey started. And again, like, it was never something that I even considered doing because, first of all, I find this whole thing incredibly weird and makes me, I have very bad anxiety. So sitting, whatever, on a camera, talking to myself essentially, like I am doing now, to me, that was just like, this is so weird. And I had to really, really force myself to do it. I had to force myself to just give it a shot because I had nothing else to do. And I just wanted to still play music. And I knew that we have fans that still wanted to be involved in having some amount of live music in their nights, whatever. So I set it up, and I'm not tech savvy. I'm not very good with computers or programs and all that sort of nonsense. So to me, it was very stressful to set up, but at the same time, I did figure it out and I started streaming. So I've been streaming, I don't know how long now, but I would say maybe like 6 months or something. And I found it a really, really, really fun thing to do. And it's definitely kept me sane and kept me playing throughout all of this coronavirus stuff, and I'm going to talk about it, and I'm going to tell you what I did to do it and what I think the pros are and the cons. And if you've got any questions, please put them in the comments. I'm going to check right now. I've got the comments on my phone. Welcome, Carl, who's chatting. Yeah, there you go. Hello, Lounge Bar Alton. If you've got any questions, anytime throughout the stream, throw them in, but especially at the end or whatever, you can feel free. But if I'm touching on anything that you want me to elaborate on or talk more about, please feel free to put it in the comments. I see there's 4 people watching. I think you should all say hi to me so I feel more comfortable and I can, we can have a little connection here and a little, I can feel less lonely. So I'm going to start with this, what I think is the boring stuff, but stuff that I feel I should cover, and it's the technical setup side of it. So I'm using a MacBook Air, which is horrifically bad for what I do. Before Corona and all this, I bought this to take on tour I like taking photographs, so I thought this would be a good thing to edit photographs on. And it's nice and small to be able to take on tour and stuff. But for the technical capabilities of streaming, it's horrific and it crashes quite a lot and I have problems with it. So my first bit of advice is if you're going to stream, don't do it on a MacBook Air. I love Apple for the programs, the interfaces, the way they work with music production and stuff like that. But the MacBook Air obviously is made for size, not tech spec. So, and I'm still using it, and it does work. It's just not the best. So that would be my first bit of advice. Like like a gaming PC or something, like an actual computer, they work very well. Or even just maybe a MacBook Pro or a desktop Mac thing, whatever they are. I'm going to have a sip of my cider. Cheers. But again, it works. So that's what I'm using. So the program I use to actually broadcast the stream from my laptop is called OBS. And that is basically like it's just a program where you can set up your, like the screen you're seeing now. I could have, like on mine, I have a little black bit at the bottom which says, Jaya the Cat, Milliner, my Instagram, and it has a little live thing from the Spotify. So the song that I'm playing at the time on my stream, it will tell you what it is. So if you don't know it, you can see it. And I also have a thing for donations, which if someone donates, it says your name and how much you donated, because I think that's a very important part of streaming, is to thank the people that are there watching your stream and appreciating it, so on and so forth. And OBS I found it, as I said before, I'm not tech savvy. My friend Drake, he helped me with the setup of it, and it wasn't that difficult, but I was very glad to have his help. But it is very sort of self-explanatory and stuff. There's just a lot of computer lingo in there that I just didn't really know. So I was just like, I was thankful for the help. But if you don't have that, there's plenty of things online. If you Google like how to set up an OBS thing, it will help you, but it generally will. OBS will look at your laptop specs just through its wizardry, and it'll kind of pick the best video quality, sound quality, stuff like that for your computer, and you just roll with that. So that's what I use, and again, semi-simple to set up, and then you need to set up a Twitch account or whatever you want to stream on. You can stream on YouTube, whatever. I do it all on Twitch. My name on Twitch is Karl Smith 4. Check it out. Come hang out with me. I play a lot of. I play Jaya the Cat. I play Milliner, but I also just play a bunch of covers, mostly rock-oriented kind of things. But we also have fun on there. I've been known to play Dido and Venga Boys. I think on the last one I was playing Little Big. If any of you guys know them, I think they are fantastic. I love them. I did a very bad job of doing that, but that's kind of the fun of being on Twitch and stuff, is just sort of being in the moment, playing some songs, having fun. I think that's why I do it, is to go on and have fun. It was never for a monetary, like to make money. It was that I was doing it very much for my mental health and for other people, like the fans of the band and stuff. But we'll come back to that. Just check. Lana Huff, love you, Karl. I love you too, Lana. Mwah. I miss you very much. Lucas Scrauber, hi, Karl. Love you. I love you too, buddy. And Scrauber, in fact, like going back to the laptop thing, just going on. I'm going to be all over the place, and you're just going to have to try to keep up with me because my brain is just like Scrauber. Very kindly the other day mailed me from Germany a laptop, which is a Windows laptop, and it's got much better specs on the Mac. So I'm going to be trying to set that up alongside the Mac. I'm still going to use the Mac for the OBS and for the my guitar and music and stuff, because I like that for all the audio stuff. And then hopefully the laptop he sent me will just be controlling the stream, so that it's got much less running on it, and it should run the stream a lot better sound and video. What I plug my guitar into my laptop with is everything's falling apart. It's great. I use a handy little thing called an iRig, which is this. It's an iRig HD2. And it just goes into your laptop like this. You plug your guitar into here, and it's great. I've used them for years on iPads, iPhones. You can plug them into any kind of thing. Like this one's got USB, but you can also get a different connector which goes into a headphone socket on your iPhone, or the micro USB, whatever it is. But these are great. I've used. I think this is the 4th generation one that I've had, maybe, and all of them have been awesome. So I highly recommend that, because to stream you need an audio interface if you're doing guitar anyway, which is what I do. I just play guitar. I chat a little bit, but mainly just play guitar along with songs and stuff. And yeah, as a like, you can get better audio interfaces, much more expensive audio interfaces, which probably are better. But that to me was a cheap and happy option because I use it for GarageBand to record guitars and stuff like that, to demo new songs. And when I bought that, I got a program called Amplitude, which is like an amp simulator on your computer, basically. And it's great. Amplitude is awesome. Just the free stuff that comes with the basic Amplitude. You know, you don't get a bunch of effects and a bunch of fancy la-di-da stuff, but I don't need that. I just have a very, I don't use any pedals or anything, so I just have a kind of dirty, distorted sound, and to get a clean sound, I turn my volume down. Very simple. But I very much advise, if you want to start out doing like a music guitar stream, buying the iRig, and then you get the Amplitude software with it, and it's perfect. It's great. It's never done me wrong, really. I can't sing its praises enough. I think they cost like maybe €80, £8, I don't know, for the iRig, and you get the Amplitude. So much love for them. Not sponsored by them, but should be. So I play along with Spotify, basically. So I have Spotify and Amplitude running, and then I send it to OBS, and that has a camera, and that sends it to you people to see it. And to do that, I use I made a setting on my audio output on my laptop, which is a multi audio output, which basically sends all the sound from my desktop. So when Spotify is running and Amplitude is running, that's just desktop sound. Or if I was to run YouTube or whatever, that would also be desktop sound. So that sends it all combined to OBS, and that's how I get my guitar, Spotify. And then I just bought this microphone thing. I got it for £20 off of Facebook Marketplace. I went to a Morrison's car park and picked it off a nice young lady, and it seems to work fine. Does it sound good? I think it sounds. Before I was literally using the mic on my laptop to talk and stuff, which I know didn't sound amazing, but that's the other thing I want to sort of touch on is I'm a musician, which means I don't have a lot of money. So I've definitely set all this up with that in mind. No money, like trying to do things with the equipment that I already have and trying to just sort of throw things together. I already had the iRig for recording, demoing stuff for Jai the Cat and stuff. But you can, I believe, set up a stream very, very cheap. And I think, if you're thinking about it, you like, because if you research it online, a lot of things say you need this, you need an audio interface, a microphone, a blah, 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 blah. And it all adds up to being quite expensive, Whereas I use the webcam on my laptop. For a long time, I used the microphone on my laptop. So that was them covered. The iRig I already had, but if not, like say 70, 80 quid. And then obviously a guitar or whatever you want to play, keyboard, you would already have that, assuming you want to do a music stream. And yeah, so I think like it's great because it's quite accessible to people that don't necessarily have a bunch of money. Like even though, like, so when I first started researching it online, when I Googled it, I was like blown away by I'm gonna have to spend hundreds and hundreds of pounds to even get this going. And then I just thought about it. I was like, I can throw this together, I'm sure, and I did. Which means you can too, I'm sure. And you should. I can't sing the praises of streaming enough, to be fair. So that's like the setup boring stuff. Yeah, so starting to stream was purely because I couldn't gig and I wanted to still play. And luckily we have a fan base that still wanted to see something, be a part of something. We've done a few online like Q&A things, which seemed to go down really well. So luckily when I joined Twitch and started streaming, I already had kind of a fan base. There was people there, like, so we had Jai the Cat fans and people that were fans of Milliner and stuff that were there. So I wasn't just going live to nobody, but obviously a lot of people do. And that's absolutely fine. Like, I know many people that started from just a few viewers, just sort of checking something out, and now they have a lot of viewers. But one of the cool things is, like, even though I had like people there already, I'm still having people tune in who've never heard of Jai the Cat, never heard of Milliner. never heard of me, and they just find it while browsing around Twitch and stuff. And it's really awesome that they are now fans of Jaya. They've found Jaya the cat through me just being an idiot on Twitch, which is pretty amazing to me. And I think if you play in a band or whatever, it's a really good platform to build on what you have, you know, like get your name out there, not only as a band, but you as a musician. I think it's really cool. It's a really fun platform. When you're on Twitch, again, I only know streaming through Twitch. I don't like, so I'm going to be talking just about Twitch, not necessarily YouTube and stuff, but I'm pretty sure it's all roughly the same. There's things you can do on Twitch that really help build your channel and help, you know, run it good. And I'd say the number one thing is having a schedule, which I try my absolute best to stick to. It's sometimes hard. Obviously, things happen in life where you know, you were meant to be live on, you know, a certain night and something crops up. Fair enough. But I think having a schedule, being on time, and being there when you know, because then people, they don't have to look at your socials to see if you're live. They don't have to look at Instagram, Facebook, or whatever. They just know that, like, for instance, bit of self-promotion, I generally do, Wednesday and Friday at 8 p.m. That's what I do. And people, like the people that come to my stream every week, they just know that I will be there at 8 p.m. Wednesday and Friday. Karl Smith 4, Twitch. And I think that's a really important part, keeping a schedule. And I noticed the other day on my iPhone, like, because I follow channels on Twitch. The channels that I follow, it actually puts in my, like, day calendar and tells me they're going to be live at these times, which I think is really cool. The other, being active on Twitch, like, not only for your channel, but, like, watching other people's channel, communicating with other musicians or people that are doing something similar to you, maybe, that can be a good thing of, like, getting your channel well known. I mean, because I don't care if my channel is well known. I care if the people watching my channel are having a good time. I'm not on there to be, you know, a fucking social media star or whatever. I just want to play guitar, and the people that are there seem to want to watch me play guitar, and that's all I care about. But I don't really care of how many people are there. If there's one person there having a good time, excellent. If there's 50 people there, also excellent. But it really doesn't affect my stream if it's a huge audience or a small audience. There's something called a raid on Twitch, which is basically where if I'm at the end of my Twitch and I'm going to go off, what I can do is send all the people watching my stream. So if I've got 20 people in my stream, I can send them to another person's stream. So if my friend is streaming and they're still going, my stream's going to end, but I send everyone from mine to theirs, and that's a really nice way of supporting other streams. But then that person might, if they're going offline one day and you're online, they might raid you and give you 20 people that might not know you, might not know your band and stuff. So I think that's really cool. The other thing is having moderators, which is just obviously during the stream, I'm busy a lot of the time playing guitar, not necessarily paying a whole, like, I pay attention to the chat, but not all the time. And having a mod is basically someone that watches your stream and they keep an eye on the chat. And if anyone's in there being a douche and being offensive or whatever, they can have the power to oust them and get rid of them. And I advise having that, because sometimes you do get either spam people or people just being idiots. The other cool thing about Twitch I found is finding new music myself. Like, people have found Jai the Cat and stuff through me being on Twitch, but I've found other people. And there was a guy on here, I think it might have been last weekend, called Jay Pastones. And I've been following him on Twitch for quite some time now, and I think he's amazing. So I've known of his band for a long time, Tesseract, but I didn't necessarily, like, I know that they're all amazing musicians, but I didn't know them as individuals. I didn't know their names or anything, and I stumbled across his channel, and I've been watching his channel, and he's fantastic. And if you didn't watch his bit on here, you should go back to the YouTube and check it out, but you should also go on Twitch and give him a watch, because he's very entertaining, a very, very talented, very good musician. And I think that's great that, you know, even I'm finding new, you know, like, learning different things and finding new bands and music from being on Twitch. The other side of being on Twitch, which is the most important part to me, is the community side of it. So, like, I found that a lot of the a lot of the people who come to my Twitch now, like I have a lot of regulars that are there every time, which is amazing. They're all very wonderful, wonderful people. But like through all this not being able to gig and stuff, like I figured I'd go online and do the streaming thing to try and sort of fill that void for me, kind of. But I also found it's definitely helped the people that watch it, you know, because they get like a bit of a vibe of a live, you know, thing, and they can actually request a song by Jaya the Cat that we might not necessarily play live, and I'll play it for them, you know, and it's dedicated solely to them, and it's like a very nice one-to-one kind of thing. But also the community in the chat room, because when you're on Twitch, obviously you watch someone like this in a screen, but there's a chat room. And I've seen the chat room in itself has become like its own entity and little community, which is really awesome to me. And they've all become friends. We've all become friends. I've become friends with them too. Like I feel like people show up to the stream not just to watch me, but also for that social like event every, you know, twice a week, just to come and hang out and chat to each other, even though they don't know each other in person or anything. They all like, yeah, communicate and have a laugh with each other. And I think that's a really cool part of streaming that isn't just about viewing the actual streamer. It's about actually the people chatting to each other and having a nice time. And I think that's really cool. What else do I cover? So I'm going to talk about, like, I wrote some like pros and cons. I'm going to just check that there's no more comments. I'm assuming there's not, but there isn't. That's okay. Yeah, so to me, like the benefits of being on Twitch, like the biggest one is being able to play. You know, like being there and playing guitar, and you know, like that's great. But the amount of playing that I do, because I generally do 3-hour streams, so I do like 6 hours live a week. But the amount of practicing that goes into them streams is also quite large. That can be anywhere between 6 and 10 hours a week also, because what I will do if someone requests a song, normally I'll just try play even if I've never heard the song in my life, and someone requests it, I'll give it a shot, and it might be horrible, but I kind of like the challenge. It's sort of a fun game that we play on my channel. But if it's something that like I know I'm not going to be able to just make up and figure out, I will... I'll tell them come back on Wednesday and I'll learn it for you, and that's really cool because it's keeping me as a musician active and playing and practicing and learning new stuff, finding new music I didn't know, learning different techniques on guitar I didn't know to be able to play these songs for the people. So it's meaning that I've been playing like anywhere between, I don't know, 15-20 hours a week at times, which is really good, I think, because I think in these times, like some people, they're at home and some people are just playing loads anyway, but I was finding it a bit hard just to, you know, I was doing a lot of writing, but this has definitely upped my practicing and playing and given me a purpose to, you know, like aside from writing new music and stuff. And I mean, obviously I play guitar for entertainment and it's my favorite hobby, you know, I love doing it, but you know, it's pushed me to practice and get better, you know, because sometimes, like especially while touring and stuff, like we just, you know, we know our own songs, we play, we tour, and sometimes I think that like I don't necessarily try and better myself as a guitarist. I just sort of just play the gigs and have a good time, which is perfectly fine, but I think doing the streaming has definitely pushed me to, you know, again, like go back to learning guitar and bettering how I play and all that kind of stuff. The other benefit of doing the streaming, because there is obviously, I should talk about that, like the financial side of streaming. So you can benefit financially from streaming. I don't necessarily too much, but like you definitely can. And the ways to do that is people can tip during your stream, which is very nice and very kind of them. And that money goes straight to you, straight to your PayPal. No one touches it. No one takes a cut of it or whatever. So that's very kind. And then you can have subscribers. That's just people's way of, because it's free to watch my stream. You don't have to pay anything or anything like that. But if you sub, it's just a way of showing support for the channel, which I think is like $5 a month or something. And you get like some custom emotes to comment during the chat and stuff. And again, just a nice way of sort of thanking the streamer and appreciating what they do. And then there's another thing called bits, which is like Twitch's own currency. Like 100 bits is $1, I believe. And people can, because that's like less, so people can just sort of like throw bits in there, like 20 bits or whatever, which it might only be 20 cents, but every little counts or whatever. And what I've been doing with my stream the best I can, and as much as I can, is to do streams for charity. So I've done one. I did one where I played every Jai the Cat song that's ever been recorded, which I think was 69 songs, and it took me around 5 and a bit hours to do them all. And the money raised during that stream all went to an animal sanctuary that was struggling. And we made, I think we made like over $1,000 or something, which is pretty amazing. And I think that is really cool, like the fact that I managed to do that. And I've also done, I tried to give, from every stream, I tried to donate to a dog rescue where we got our dog from, which is called the Last Hope Animal Dog Rescue. I can't remember. My memory is horrible. Forgive me. But yeah, I tried to give to them sort of like if I get a tip on a stream, like I'll try to give at least like it costs like £5 a month to sponsor a dog. So I tried to like if I get £5 of the stream, that will go towards a dog. So then I can sponsor like 8 dogs a month or whatever, at least. And then I did one, like we actually had a guy that was always on my stream, just a fan of Jaya. He'd been to a lot of gigs and stuff, but he was always there watching the stream. And unfortunately, during all this, he passed away. And it was a really big shock. And even though I'd never met the guy, like outside of the stream, we'd been talking online a lot. And he was such a nice, fucking genuine, lovely person. And again, going back to that community thing of like being in the chat room and stuff, like even though you've never met these people or seen them in person a lot of the times, like you do create friendships and bonds with the people online and stuff. And when he passed away, we did a stream to try raise some money for his family to go to his funeral or whatever. And that was lovely too, like to be able to have a platform to raise some money and, give it to people that need it. I think that's definitely a big part of what I enjoy about it, being able to use the platform to do that kind of stuff, But again, if you want to start streaming, there definitely can be a good financial benefit to it, I guess. And I think with the subscriptions, again, it's $5 a month, and Twitch payout after it goes over $100, and then they'll pay it out, and then you got to wait for it to go over $100 again. But yeah, and the other side to me that I found amazing is the connection to the fans of our band. That like at a gig, like generally we play a gig, and then after the gig I'll go right to the merch and I'll help sell merch, and I will chat to the people and take pictures, sign things, whatever people want. And it's really cool, but it can be sometimes a bit slapdash. Like, if someone wants an autograph or a photograph, it can be very much like, hi, nice to meet you, photograph, off they go. Whereas on here, like I've definitely found that people can, someone can ask a question that they wouldn't necessarily ask me if they just met me at a gig or anything. And I think it gives them, like, some people, especially because some people can get nerves or whatever. I think if you just sat behind your computer from your home and you can ask a question, think about a question and ask it, and then get an answer, that can be a really nice way for people to connect with artists and stuff, and artists who connect to fans, because I've definitely found it's a really nice way of me getting to know fans and getting to know like things, the silly things, like people will be more honest of like, a Jaya song they don't like, they'll say it in the chat, they'll go like, I'm not a big fan of this song, whereas like no one at a gig's gonna really come up and go, don't really like that song, or someone, like people will give, I don't know, I find people to be very honest, and people can be a bit more relaxed around talking to me over a chat room kind of thing. And I think it's a really cool way of bands to connect to the fans, because don't get me wrong, sometimes after a gig I will find like, someone will start chatting to me and we will be best mates for that night, and we'll chat for 6 hours and get very inebriated and have a really good time, and that's amazing. But again, I think this is a really, really good way of connecting to the fans. Let's talk about the downfalls, and there's not many, and I'm not Like I'm all for people doing this. I think if you are even considering it in any way, you should just try it, because that's what I did. Again, like my anxiety was just like, you're not going to do this. This is a horrible idea. Why would you want to go on camera and just talk to yourself, basically? Exactly what I'm doing right now. And I think it's good to sort of, I had to push myself to do it. I really did. And I'm so thankful that I did, because I think it's definitely helped me with my anxiety in some respects, and helped me with my, confidence talking on my own, basically. Like even on stage, I find it hard. Like if you come to see Milliner live, I can guarantee you won't hear a word out of my mouth apart from the words sang through the songs. Like I don't talk, because me personally, I don't think I've got anything good to say on stage that isn't in the songs. I think standing there and going, thanks for being here. The merch is don't forget to go check out the merch at the back of the venue. Everyone in the venue knows the merch at the back of the venue. I don't think it's needed to say that, go buy our merch. If they want to buy it, they know where it is and they know that it's there. I don't want to stand there saying that. I'm not saying anything bad about bands that do that, but I don't want to say that. And with Jai the Cat, you won't, I will talk a little bit, but generally speaking, I don't talk that a whole bunch. But I think it has helped with that kind of side of things. But yeah, the downfalls. So number one would be the cost if you wanted to have a really, really good setup. And again, my setup is so slapdash, minimal, just thrown together. So I really wouldn't, if you want to get into it, don't get put off by all the cost stuff. There are so many ways of doing it cheap. Look at Facebook Marketplace, look at, like eBay, whatever. You can definitely find stuff super cheap. And I reckon you can get a stream up and running. As long as you've got a guitar and a laptop, I think you could do it easily for under £100. But, and again, like with the cost thing, like what my thing is if I make a bit of money through Twitch or whatever, I put it back into the stream. Buy a microphone, just upgrade. And as you go on, try to make it better. It's very time consuming doing the Twitch thing. Again, like I said, I put in anywhere between 6 to 10 hours practicing for the stream, and then I do 6 hours streaming. But I don't really see that as a bad point. It's just, it does, I think to do it and to do it well, you have to put in a lot of time to it. So it's not, I wouldn't say it's a downfall, but it is a part of it that you have to, I think to do it, you do have to put in the time, put in the effort. But that's just a part of it, I guess. The other side, on the Twitch side, which is a kind of a newish thing that's happening, is extremely annoying, is that Twitch is saying you're not allowed to play music on your channel, which, I mean, completely fucks everything I do, because that's all I do. And there's so many people out there, like Matt Heafy from Trivium, Herman Lee from Dragon Force, like so many people that are out there just playing guitar and playing, it doesn't matter whether they're playing covers or their own songs. Twitch is still saying now that it's not allowed, and it's because, don't quote me on this, because I'm not super clued up on this, but I think it's because, like, if you watch a Jai the Cat video on YouTube, we can make money from that. Like, we get paid a very minimal amount of money, just like Spotify or whatever, but there is like a revenue that goes to the artist, whereas when you're on Twitch, if I play a Megadeth song, Megadeth aren't getting any of that money, because it's a live stream kind of thing. So I guess the people that are in charge of like royalties, PRS, that kind of stuff, they're like having a big problem with it, and they're trying to ban people from doing it. And my outlook on that is there's nothing I can do to change that. And if I get banned, like I know Herman Lee from Dragon Force got banned for playing his own song. He got banned for playing a Dragon Force song, I think, which is just ridiculous and very, I mean, absolutely mad that he is playing his own song and getting penalized for it. But sadly, that is a part of Twitch. But I just, on that regard, I just say, just do what the hell you want and do it until someone tells you you're not allowed to do it anymore. And if they don't, if you can't do it on Twitch anymore, move on to YouTube, or I'm pretty sure there must be a new platform coming on the streaming world to cater solely for musicians, because Twitch was set up for gamers. So I think there is something coming where it is going to go more focus on music, and maybe they will figure out a way to pay some of the royalties out to the bands or whatever and make it right. But there's definitely something coming. Don't let it put you off. And then the only other downfalls I've written down is being alone on camera and anxiety, which, I mean, that's a very, that's just a downfall for me. And it's not really even a downfall because, again, I think it's helped me in as many ways as it's made, you know, because going on stage to me makes me incredibly anxious. Like, just me stepping on the stage in front of the big audience, of course I feel anxious because I feel it'd be weird if I wasn't anxious. Like, you know, I'm going on stage to do something in front of a lot of people and I want to be good at it, you know, like it's, yeah, I find that very hard, but just the same as stepping on stage, I find hard. I find this hard, but it will never stop. Like, my anxiety will never stop me stepping on stage. So I just figured, well, why let it stop you going on camera and making a fool of yourself? So that's what I do. So those are, yeah, I mean, like, that's pretty much everything I've got to say on streaming. I just think if you have any inkling of doing it, I think you should check out some channels. Check out my channel, and you should. Oh, 1 minute. I have a question. Woo! Do you find a pressure to create content? How do you balance planning versus spontaneity? I do feel a slight amount of pressure to create content, but not a whole bunch, because I feel like the people that are there to watch the stream, they're there off their own backs. No one's paid to be there. No one's forcing anyone to be there. People are there to see you, and that's something I kind of figured out after a while. It's just like, people are here to have a good time and to have a laugh. And like, on the side of balance planning versus spontaneity, I try to go into every stream with a plan, just so that. Just so I'm not stood there twiddling my thumbs, basically. So, like, what did I do on the last one? Damn, I can't remember. Oh, it'll be I have a little book right here. What was it? Rammstein. Don't know why I did Rammstein. I'm not a huge Rammstein fan, but I just it got in my head. I was like, yeah, I'm in the mood to play some Rammstein. So I learned 8 and 9 Rammstein songs, and the thing is, I'll go on there and I'll play some Rammstein, but I'll also talk to the chat and go, does anyone actually like Rammstein? If they don't, and everyone's having a really bad time, I'll go, all right, that's I'm going to stop doing that, obviously, because you're here. What do you want? And like the spontaneity side of my stream is huge. Like, that is definitely what keeps it running. I think having the plan makes it better for my head going in, because then I can go like, okay, I do have a plan. But I would say almost every time the plan goes absolutely out of the window, because I much prefer, like, because when I'm there and I've got the plan, the spontaneity absolutely takes over, and someone will go, play Barbie Girl, and I'll go, hell yeah. Like, I'll, you know, like, I'm all for just having a laugh. And I think people like to see the fact that, like, you know, they see the people on stage, like, be it me or anyone else, and they like to see the human side of, you know, us just having a laugh and, you know, like, just messing around, messing up on guitar. You know, it's okay. We're only human. Of course we're going to mess up, especially if it's a song we've never played and we're just making it up on the spot, you know, like, but I think, you know, like, that also took me a while to figure out that it's okay to not, it's okay to mess up. It's okay to, you know, fucking break a string or whatever. Like, you deal with it. It's just, it's a part of being live. And, you know, what's Germ saying? The chat leads the way most of the time. Yeah, exactly. Like, the chat definitely focuses my stream as to where I'm going with it, because that's what I listen to the people, and I'm not scared to take a risk either. You know, like, again, I think going in with the plan helps massively for me, but most of the time I definitely go off into a very, very weird tangent, and I love it. It's great. You should check out my stream, Karl Smith 4 on Twitch and on Instagram. And if you like Jai the Cat, I've just made some new prints just in time for Christmas on Etsy. Etsy, my shop's called Black Heart Printing. But if you don't know Jai the Cat, also check us out on Spotify and everything, YouTube, and Milano, my other band. Check that out. Why the hell not? We're here. I'm going to promote myself. It's what I do. But while I am here, I want to say a huge thank you to the Lounge Bar and to Catherine for putting this together and helping us musicians and, you know, producers, all the other thing. I've watched quite a few of the other live streams from people, and I think it's been not only insightful, but I think it's just great to, you know, they're not only helping us as musicians and people who are struggling through this hard time, but also helping people that might be able to learn something from these streams. I think it's a really great thing, and I want to say a massive thank you to them. Also, I saw that they have Jamie Lemon playing on the 29th of January, and Jamie is fucking awesome, and you should go and not only support it because it's a venue doing a gig during a fucking global pandemic, and you should absolutely go and check it out. But Jamie is an absolute legend, and I was a huge fan of Ruben, and I was so excited. I went to a gig in Amsterdam, and I got there, and I didn't even look at who was I going to see. I can't remember who the headliner was now, but I got there and I didn't even look who the spot act was, and I walked in and I heard his voice. I was like, "That's Jamie Lemon from Ruben." It was awesome. So you should definitely go check him out. And also, I saw that they're doing free rehearsal space, video, like recorded videos and live recordings for bands when things reopen. And I just think that's awesome. That's such a fucking cool thing that they're helping musicians and trying to do what they can to help in any way they can, because this corona crap is fucked us all up. And I think anyone doing stuff to help is an absolute fucking legend right now. So big shout out to the Lounge Bar and to Catherine for doing all this. Like, I think it's great. And yeah, much love to everyone. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, I'm gonna look at my phone now. If you have any questions, throw them in the thingy-mabooby. Arcane Roots. It was Arcane Roots. Very good. I like that you got that correct. But yeah, Arcane Roots. I love Arcane Roots. But yeah, Jamie Lemon supporting Arcane Roots. What a gig that was. Amazing. But if you do have any questions that you go, or if you think of anything after this that I haven't covered or want me to elaborate on anything or help you set up a stream, please feel free to hit me up on Instagram's probably the easiest one, which is Karl Smith 4, I believe. You'll see this wondrous face looking at you. And yeah, much love. Thanks for being here. Cheers.
Hello, it's Rupert Peters here from the Mayfair studio and RPMP Limited. Just giving you a bit of a rundown on what it's like being on the road and what we need to get straight if you want a life in that. It is a great life. I love it to pieces, and I will continue to do it until I keel over, I'm sure. I basically got into it from an early age. I was basically at school and a bass player and wanted to do my thing and basically get out there and gig. And apart from the general of choosing everybody's parents off and trying to get lifts here and there and everywhere, I got into it and I made myself more available to different bands and to playing bass. It's not, bass playing I love as well, but not as much as I do the touring and the front of house sound. So when I was about 16, 17, my parents sent me off to college to learn a different trade. They didn't believe that I could become a famous rock star or whatever you want to call it. And they said, you need to have another vocation in life. So I basically went to college, and I met a friend who was in an engineering company, and I learned how to fix fridges. Wasn't what I wanted. What it was a means change to learn, I suppose. Anyway, I'm glad I did that, because when COVID hit, obviously we were all in the music industry completely lost. We had nothing, nothing to fall back on. But I did. So it was a lesson learned, really, that to have your finger in more than just the one pie. Anyhow, after doing, hang on, let me just turn the heating down a bit. Yeah, hold on a second. There we go. So yeah, basically, I went into college and learned how to repair refrigeration systems and air conditioning systems, and I actually got quite interested in it. It was quite something that I didn't think I would be interested in, but I did get quite into it. And then for a few years, I worked for a couple of companies, and then decided to go out on my own as an engineer, self-employed. But I still kept my hand in music. I was always gigging pretty much 3 times a week with my band. But I loved it so much that it was something I wanted to sort of pursue, and I couldn't find out the right channel in which to do it. I would say it was not lost as such. It was just the fact that I wanted to see what I really wanted to do rather than just jump into it. So anyway, I did, and I went out on the road with a couple of bands, just gigging locally. And then one day, somebody said to me, I've got a band from America, they're coming over, and they just basically want to chaperone somebody to help them out and get them to the gigs and from the gigs and what have you. And I thought, oh yeah, okay, I'll do that. And I literally did it for nothing. Hired a van, a minibus at the time, and picked the band up from the airport. It was very, very nerve-wracking. Something that you don't really want to sort of say that you're a professional at, but you have to give a sort of a professional approach to it. Anyway, they were a lovely bunch of guys from New Jersey. It was a rock band, and we did a few gigs all around the UK, Wales, Scotland, and I got a real good taste for it. And I just thought, oh, this is the bee's knees. I've got to do this. So I went out and bought myself a van. This is the van I'm in now. Wasn't the one I bought. It was a long time ago, but the van I bought was a VW transporter van, sort of. So it's a quite small van. So whenever they came over, the band, they would come over twice a year. From that point, it was around about 2000. They came over, And, when I started working for them, and I had this transporter van, and there were only 3 people in the van. So, of course, we could all go in the van, and I had a trailer on the back, and I'd cut all the gear in there. And the bit I loved was just the whole thrill of setting up stage at a venue. Most of the venues they played were not actual music venues per se. They were venues, but they were just like clubs and pubs, really. So of course you would sort of, the buzz I got from it was the fact that I would have this sort of blank canvas, and it would be me being involved with the creation of this show, and it's just great. I absolutely loved it. Anyway, did that for a few years, and I also kept my hand in doing the refrigeration service work, because it's good money. There was certainly a lot more money than music or touring at the time. So it kept me going, and I was living the dream. Anyway, then 2003, I had a nasty crash. I was a passenger in a car, and I was lying in hospital, and I said to myself, right, that's it. I'm not going to be a fridge engineer anymore. I'm not going to be an air conditioning engineer anymore. I want to go out touring. I want to be a tour tech. And I made up the name there and then, tour tech. That's what you're going to do. And so basically, I came out of hospital, fixed myself and everything, and I said to all my refrigeration customers, that's it. I'm done. I'm going to go and do what I love doing. Life's too short. And I got a van, which is the van I'm in now, and so it's quite an old van. It's done a lot of miles. Always been trusty, and I went and put myself out there, as it were. And I learned every day, every tour is a learning curve, purely because you're approached with different things every day on the road. I'm just looking to see if there are any curs. Oh, no questions yet. If you want to ask me a question, please do, because I have got my questions here up on the right hand side, but all this computer technology is getting the best of me, I think. Anyway, I went out on the road and with this band, and they spoke with other bands in the States, and they all got together and they said, you have to get Rupert Peters to do your touring, blah, blah, blah. So I managed to sort of start building this sort of customer base, if you like, which they were, and they all are still. They're still with me, and they still, they love what I do. But I certainly feel that the way that I've sort of achieved it on the road and being able to carry on doing it is because I'm not just, as I always remind them every single time, if any of them are watching, that I'm more than just a driver, you know what I mean? So you tend to be more of a babysitter, counsellor, parent, and police guard, if you like. You have to make sure everything happens really, 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 really smoothly, and then the shows are good, and everybody goes home happy, or everybody goes back to the hotel happy. Which then brings me on to the whole learning curve of the tour book, the Bible, we call it, where you can get managements from bands that have a tour book already constructed for you, or you have or you have to do it yourself. Usually, it's done for you. So you have the tour book gets sent to me, and I have to sort out the route to get me to get us to it, and what the stage sets have to be, and how they need to be set up by what time, what the hotels are, what the eating and everybody's dietary requirements, etc., etc. And that's in the tour book. Now, I did a course. I did a lecture at the West London University earlier on in the year before COVID hit. On the whole thing, I couldn't reiterate enough. It's an easy thing to do and talk about, but when you come to it and you've got it in black and white, it's down to you to make sure you've organised it properly, because the tour is the Bible. No one can change that. No one can change it from when it's set in stone. So therefore, the more you stick to it, the better you become. The more efficiently the tour will go. Jumping back a little bit from that, I did also learn quite quickly that through a number of horror stories about the fact that people going out for 50 quid a day in a van and picking up vans and taking them to Germany or what have you, I realised that it was very, very important, almost totally paramount, that you needed to be sure that you had everything in good stead with your insurance and your cover, and make sure that you do everything properly and all above board, because any cost cutting, and it just leads to mayhem and hell, and no one wants that at all. So anyway, I have been doing that obviously since sort of the late 90s, and I've just progressed over the years doing the touring side of it. But coming to front of house with bands that I work with that are from the States and a couple in the UK, it can become, you need to sort of ascertain the two sides of being a tour manager and a touring engineer, or just a driver. Now the problem there is that if you're a driver and you've got a long tour and you've got a lot of driving to do, you don't really want to be managing or doing front of house. You can either want to be doing one or the other. It's a lot of people say, "Oh, why do we need a tour manager if we've got you?" Or why do we need a front of house engineer if we've got you? Well, if I've driven 6 hours, which I don't often, I usually can only do 3 hours and then have a break and then another 3 hours or whatever. But the reason is because there's so much going on in your head, and if you end up frying yourself and you burn yourself out on the third day in, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not healthy for me. It's not healthy for the safety of the band in the van. However, I do love doing front of house sound. It's usually most venues that I work at now in England and across Europe have all got their own in-house engineers, in-house crew who set it all up. You send them all the information from the tour book, the stage plan, and they have it all ready and waiting for you when you get there. Again, there are ones, the smaller bands that I work with, that don't have that, so you literally are going to a blank canvas, which I actually find a little bit more interesting, really, because it wasn't there in the first place. So if I've got a situation where it's just a workingman's club and it's all seated, I first thing I say is that what's the sort of age of the people who are going to be going to this gig, and then are they going to need to be seated, or do you know what I mean? So you have to sort of set that scene as you go. It does make good sense to sort of do your research and make sure you've got everything to hand, everything under your cap, as it were, because nasty surprises just don't go down very well, and there's always somebody to blame, usually management. But I mean, again, management don't. They're not always in the van. They're not always on the road with you, so they don't really know. They just know what the A to B. They know what the venues are. And that's it. Excuse me. Sorry. So anyway, that brings me along to the management side of things. With management, you tend to get tour managers and band managers, and they are two totally different breeds. Band managers are doing everything for the interest of the band. They manage the band in the respect that they try to make as much money for themselves and the band as they possibly can. And the tour manager is purely a manager that deals with the tour and the comfort and happiness of the band. If you don't get on well with a band manager, then it's not a good thing, really, because ultimately they are the ones that employ you. If you have a good understanding with the management, then they're on to another job, the next tour they're going to do. And if you've got a band that does 4 tours, you can easily lose 3 of those tours if you choose off the management at the time. So being nice is always a good thing. I like to think I am nice on those fronts. I mean, they've kept coming back to me, so that must be doing something right. Yeah, I'm just having a look at my notes here. Building a client base is the paramount thing, really. I think if I took on any more clients, I would have a problem then with letting people down. I don't like letting people down. So obviously, with the COVID scenario in March, I was just about to go on a big tour, and it was going to earn me good money and earn the band potentially good money, and it all went by the wayside. I sort of kicked myself in a way that I'm not the sort of person that asks for deposits. A lot of people do ask for deposits because of eventualities such as, I don't know, the band split up or something like that. And if you put all your eggs in one basket, as I say, and you say, I've got this tour coming up and then that tour coming up, and you don't make provisions for anything to go wrong, you end up not being able to work, basically, and you spend most of your time worrying then where the next work job's going to come in. Fortunately for me, when COVID hit and I realised that I wasn't going to get anything, any work at all, I went back to on the tools, as it were, and I went back to doing refrigeration service work for a very good friend of mine on a subcontract basis, and I was able to earn. And I'm glad that I took, that I had this as a backup. A lot of musicians didn't, so they consequently were just stuck at home, or they were, they would perhaps get with the MU. The MU have been really, really good musicians union. They've been really, really good with a lot of musicians where they've been helping out, trying to get funding for them. But it's just not, it's not the same as bringing in your weekly gig wage. It just doesn't quite cut it, and a lot of people have been going pretty quickly about it. I've been, like I say, I'm blessed with the fact that my parents did send me away to get me, to learn another trade other than bass playing and singing and trying to live the dream. I'm looking forward to getting back into it. It's something that I absolutely adore. And my wife's a drummer, Donna, and she is in a couple of bands, and I adore touring with her, especially because it's just both of us living our absolute dream as well as earning money from it. So it will happen again. I'm very, very confident. At the moment, the van is a service vehicle, a rather posh service vehicle. I don't know if you can see around it, but it's got all the mod cons, which is important for my clients because they do a lot of miles, and they want to be comfortable when they get out of the van, into the venue. They want to be nice and comfy. So I've got games console, I've got TVs, obviously, and air conditioning, leather seats, all the mod cons. Since I think it's 2008, I actually got a good internet connection in the van, so they were able to use the internet, and that keeps them quiet. So it's just keeping everybody happy, making sure they have a good experience on the road. Let me just have a look here. I'm looking at my notes. I wrote down. Yes, tour management and life on the road is very, very competitive. As I touched earlier on the fact that getting yourself insured and making sure you've got a lot of lot of support from your community to which you're working in. There are horror stories that I've heard from where bands have been picked up by somebody that's charging them £50 a day, man in a van, and they're taking them to Germany and everything. The bottom line is that yes, you can pay for that, and yes, you're very lucky if you get there in one piece, and if you don't, you've got, you know, the band's health and well-being is not the priority of the person who's doing it for peanuts. Thankfully, that used to happen a lot, but it doesn't so much now. There is a sort of a although Matt Snowball have moved over to Belgium, I think, but basically there are a few companies like Bands for Bands and Mark Sabin, Touring Transport. They've sort of got this section of clients and they offer really, really good services, and it's all really, really well thought of. They don't let drivers drive more than they should do. There's a very, very strict regime with the driving hours of sleeper bus drivers. It's something you need to be, if you want to get into this sort of business, you need to be really, really, really hot on, because no one wants to, to have a driver fall asleep with 6 guys in the back, or 6 guys and girls in the back of the van or the coach or whatever. So, that's something you've got to note. It's really important. Let me have a look here. I've got something there. I've also been very lucky in the fact that back in '87, when I left school, a friend of mine that was at college when I was doing the refrigeration course said, "So you live on a farm?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "You got any barns?" And I said, "Oh yeah, we got a couple of barns." And he was a guitarist, and he said, "Do you reckon we could build a studio at the farm?" And I said, "Yeah, why not? That'd be good. Yeah, that'd be quite cool." So we turfed out a load of chickens out of one of the barns. It was a stable block, and I spent about a year making our own rehearsal studio mainly. It was not nothing more than that, and it was called Rook's Nest Studio, and we used to rehearse in there day in, day out, whenever we had moments spare. This is all before my touring, but that studio has always been my bit of a lifeline. I've always been able to go out to it, and I was living with my parents at the time. I always used to be able to go out there and play the piano and just chill out and just enjoy playing, creating music in it. It was very, very basic. The building work wasn't very, very good, and it needed some sort. It was just like a man cave, really. Well, now that studio again has been a lifeline, really, because in there I repair amplifiers for bands, guitar amps and bass amps and keyboards and such like in the studio. And we have it quite often open for videos and conferencing and things like that. Now, just recently, obviously, because of COVID, we've had to extend it for safe distancing. And it's all looking pretty cool and posh in there now, but it's not finished. So we are trying our best. But if you ever need anything repairing or anything, things like that, or rehearsal space, although I believe that Lounge Bar do free rehearsal space, so you need to go there first. Yeah, the studio has obviously been giving me a bit of a lifeline whilst I haven't been out on tour, because bands, according to the Musicians Union, bands are allowed to, if they're doing rehearsing for money, so i.e. they're doing it professionally, then they are allowed to go into studios and rehearse, and so are producers allowed to go into studios and use the studios for producing. I believe that's the rule at the moment. Yeah, I mean that's something that just kept me busy, along with doing service calls and what have you for refrigeration, air conditioning, whilst I've not been able to do any touring. It is good to have your finger in lots of different pies. If you could imagine, if you're the word I created earlier on about being a tour tech, or that sort of expression, not more than just a driver. if I go out with a new band and they have a guitar lead break or they have a string snap or whatever, rather than them being having to employ a stage tech or a guitar tech or what have you, if I'm available, if I'm there, if I'm side of stage, and there's a different, there's a venue doing front of house, I can repair these things on site there and then. So when we're going abroad a lot of the time, I've got a full kit in the van that I can pull out and I can repair things and fix them. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, it's quite a good bonus to have, because I know for sure that a few of my clients have sort of said they do that because they know that they can come to me if anything goes wrong on the road. And I sort of like take a bit of pride in that. The only thing I'm no good at fixing horns or woodwind instruments, anything like that. I can't do that, but I can fix anything that's electrical. I don't know if there are any questions. I can't see. I've gone and got rid of my thingamajig there. No, I don't think you've got it. If you do have any questions, please. I don't think it is working. I can see it down to the right hand side of my screen, but I can't. I don't think there are any questions there. I'm not offended. Don't worry about it. I can talk for high neck of a donkey, apparently. So going back to the fact that of having all your fingers in one pie, you can, in many different pies, you need to have this ability to, in my experience anyway, I mean, if it doesn't interest you, then obviously don't do it. But I mean, if you feel that you want to stay in the business, you've got to be sort of open to be able to be a jack of all trades, and not necessarily a master of none, but a jack of all trades at least, and somebody who's very approachable. So you're going in there as a team. And there's one band, and I'm not going to mention band names because I don't really like name dropping. Apart from Jamie Lennon, of course, who's a great guy to work for, a lovely chap, and as Karl said, what a musician, what a guy, what a top bloke. Anyway, there's a band that I work for that I was doing a gig in Germany, and they had a Hammond Leslie pack up behind them on stage mid-show. And I managed to go in there and repair it between songs and then wheel it back on the stage. Not being seen either. I managed to get it behind the curtain, fix it, so it's behind the curtain. Just doing basic soldering work, I've got the soldering iron underneath the seat here, and I just went in there, rushed in there and did it all, and it's a bit of a buzz for me. But like I say, if you're not into that sort of thing, then don't worry, it's not really a major disaster. However, I do remember when I did my lecturing in West London University, there was a very clear border between people that wanted to learn about band management, which I didn't really. I mean, I didn't really. I'm more sort of tour management rather than band management. I suppose it is band management because you're managing a lot of people and you've got to guide them in the right direction. But they weren't really interested in what a guitarist would think about his guitar, or what a drummer would think about the skins on a drum kit, or do you know what I mean, or tone of the drums, or tone of the guitar, or whatever. Whereas I have a very much a keen interest in that, because I sort of think, well, I'm not just, don't just listen to music. I play music, and because I play music, I have a sort of idea of how it's created. So if you're a musician, and you want to get into the tour management side of it, or the touring side of it, it does help sort of have this sort of respect for, or this sort of understanding of other people's instruments, not just your own. Not sounding too harsh about it. Yes, the cup of tea is going cold there. So let me just have a look at my notes, see what I've missed out on. Blimey, I've gone way ahead of myself. God, dear, oh dear. So I need some questions if anyone's got any. Oh, yeah, I will tell you a bit more about my van. I can't move the camera around because I broke the laptop camera and I haven't had time to fix it yet. So I've got a little fixed camera at the moment in the back of the van. The reason why I'm doing this in the back of the van is because we've got a band in at the moment rehearsing. So it's a bit chaotic in there. And half of it's still a building site, and the other half is it's just the control room. So the van I bought brand new in quite a few years ago now, and actually 2008 I bought the van, and it's done nearly 300,000 miles. All of those miles are with me and me driving and bands in the back, and it's it's a very trusty steed. Love it to bits, and it'll be a very sad day when it goes through the tide. I'm sure it'll make somebody a lovely little motorhome. Why didn't I have it for myself? Donna and I can go camping off into the woods somewhere every summer. But yeah, that's also another thing. If you've got a vehicle that's your own, you've got to keep it well up to scratch, because we've got, I've been servicing this religiously. But every time I go away on a tour, I'll give it a service, and every time that it says on the thing it needs a service, I'll give it another service. So it's well and truly looked after. And if you look after your van, then your van will look after you. It's as simple as that. No, it's all buts about it. I must admit, I don't know whether I would really invest in getting another van and buying it myself, because I'm thinking things changing so rapidly with the electric vehicle scenario and the cost of things, the price, and I was it did break me, trying to pay for it. But again, it's all mine, and I paid for it. It's all done and dusted. But it's certainly a good idea to hire, because usually then the hire vans are relatively new, 1 or 2 years old, and they are they're very well equipped. They have everything in them that this has got. I wouldn't say more, but they have everything in them that you need for a good tour. Some of them have sleeper sections in them, which are good. Financially, it's probably a better way of keeping it, of staying on the road without it costing you too much, because the insurance for this to carry people is around about £3,000 a year. That's because I'm carrying bands and equipment, and I want to make sure that it's all covered very, very adequately. Let's have a look here. You see, I've said about the tour book in the Bible, which is very, very good. You've got going to the front of house side of things. When I've ever done front of house, I do. A couple of the bands I work with have got their own front of house engineers, which is great. And I've never had to sort of pull in anything other than total respect for what they do, because it's really quite hard work, because you've got a million people with somebody who likes the sound of one thing and somebody doesn't like the sound of the other thing. In fact, I've got a very good friend who went into lighting because he said he was sick and tired of people telling him there was too much bass or not enough vocals or what have you. So he went into lighting, and bless him. And then we would mock him by saying there was far too much pink in that, there was far too much red in that. So you've got with the tour management and the Bible, the tour Bible, you've got all that information in there, and you can show profiles up in it. So if you've done your research in the first place, you're able to then refer back to it, or you think ahead. So you can say you can contact the venue and say to the venue, we need this, we need that, we need, if you haven't already got it. And again, I always carry a set of mics with me that I like, that are good live mics, and I always carry spares of everything. So I have spare bass strings, spare guitar strings, spare sticks, sometimes spare drum skins, but not often. It's only if I'm working with the wife that I take spare drum skins. And we it does work quite well in my business. Hang on a second. How do you assess the needs of different rooms from the same sound every night? Well, you usually do that by setting up and just basically going, obviously with the band and getting ready in the green room. You do a sound check. So you basically listen to the room and you ping it out and make sure you've got I usually have some good old-fashioned classic 80s hits that I whack on the desk and wind up and see what the sound is like in the room, and then you can sort of compensate and take a bit out here and there and everywhere. But most of the time with the pro venues that are already set and they've got everything there, the house is usually tuned really well. The PA's really tuned really well to the house. Not often do you get a lot of boomy, noises or anything like that. But if you do, you can obviously attack them and as and when you do it. That's why you just need the sound check on the beginning when you get there, and you get the band, so they get settled in and give them a good sound check. Sound checks can go on for hours. Usually, the bigger the band, i.e., the more members in the band, the longer the sound check. But they don't tend to go any more than about an hour and a half, 2 hours before. Because again, if you've got a band that has a support band coming in, the support need to have exactly the same treatment, even if they're using the front of house, the in-house engineers, because the in-house engineers don't know what the band sounds like. And in fact, it does often. It's often the case where the in-house engineers, there's a lot of really good venues in Germany where they do their research to the band way before the band get there, even the support band. So they know exactly what effects they use. They know what they know the songs. They know the dynamics of the song. So the sound and the lighting guys or girls, they are on it really, really, really quickly, which is great. It's so much easier, and it just makes such a good gig. And the trick is to have a good gig at the end of the day. Then everybody's happy and they're doing what they came out to do, and they're making it a success. The rooms that we tend to, there is one room that I've been back to a few times, the Shepherd's Bush Empire, which is great venue, but it's got quite a harsh front of house sound. And if you've got, thankfully, I've not been in a situation where there have been no punters turning up because I think it's like 3,000 capacity. But when I've gone there and we've done a sound check and the room's empty, it's very, very, very different from the room when it's full. So it completely changes. So you've got to be on the ball. You've got to be able to pull that out quickly. Because if you don't, you are going to get those complaints, which is horrible. It's horrible. I've only ever had it happen to me once, and so and then. But saying that, I'm not saying I'm brilliant at it, but I've only ever had it happen where I've actually thought, I really can't believe what you've just said, when they say, could you turn it down a bit? I can't hear myself talk. And you sort of think, well, really? And you shouldn't be talking. You shouldn't be here. Go somewhere else. But I'm not nasty. I'm a nice person, so I don't. I just giggle and say, okay. Of course, do the actions, make it look like you're turning it down, and they go, yeah, thank you for that. You go, yeah, of course, well done. Have I got any other questions? Is there any? Do you want to hear some horror stories? You don't want to hear any horror stories. I've had in the past some really, really fun times where they have been so scary, in respect where I've lost a drummer, or I've lost a bass player, or I've lost a guitarist, or somebody's overslept and we can't get in, and things like that. And it's again, this is the whole part and parcel of it. In more recent years, it's been quite quiet and it's been more better constructive. But it's yes, it's I have had bitten my nails down to the quick. Worrying about getting someone to the gig on time, and because ultimately it is down to you, as a driver, as a tour manager, as anyone who's sort of giving their life and soul to it and making sure that it's really, really happening well. Then you've got that, you have got that responsibility. I don't know. I mean, I think that with a lot of band members, especially the younger the band members are, the more excitable they are. They want to party, and I don't disagree with that. I'm not a grumpy so and so. I won't say no. You can't go out because you've got a gig tomorrow. Blah blah blah. I will usually, if I can, I will advise them on the best places to go and the best places to avoid, and if I feel that they're not going to get back in one piece, then I'll usually drive them, usually take them out, and they'll be in the van, and I'll say, right, you've got to be here, I'm going to pick you up at 3 a.m. in the morning. But then, of course, we have that's a mutual respect on that, because they know that I'm going to be driving. So we look at the tour book, the Bible, and we say, right, we've got to be at this venue at 3 p.m. and this is how many miles it is to the venue. So I'm going to need my sleep, and I'm going to need to be in bed by such and such. And generally, the consensus is pretty clear. They stick to it. So they make sure that they're in, regardless of what state they're in. They're in, and they're back, ready for the travel the next day. Nowadays, beforehand, I mean, about sort of 10 years ago, they would, if you did a gig, you've always got paid on the night, cash on the night. But just more recently, it's all done by bank transfer. So the only sort of cash the band are sort of left with, but it's usually left to the tour manager, because it's the safest place for it to be. It's from merch sales, and merch sales is extremely important, the most important thing, I think, whilst on the road, because a lot of bands live that. So if they work it out, merch sales, only because it means that by the end of the tour, the management haven't got lots of bills to pay. They've just got lots of receipts to collect. And you don't go mad on it. Obviously, it's not extravagant. Although I had one band that was really, really cool, because I loved it, because they would always have a massive eat out, and and just a celebration. If it was a good gig and it was good merch sales, they'd go, let's go and have a nice big meal and what have you, which was great. It was a good pat on the back for everybody involved. And also, they would take out the crew. Usually, if the crew were available or around, they would they would take the crew out, which is really, really good. It's good for morale, because every time that band comes back, again, every time the band comes back to the UK, if it's an American band or or an international band, then they're going to remember that. The crew are going to remember that, and everybody from from security staff to the actual venue are going to remember that band. And say, right, yeah, let's make an even better one this time. And there are a lot of beautiful venues out there, and there are a few that we've lost, sadly, just recent. So we've got to definitely keep an eye on this whole supporting the venues and getting them through this, because I think that we are looking at next spring or late spring. So the venues are still there. Do you know what I mean? They're trying their best to sort of find a way around it, but it's tough. It's really tough. It's something we've none of us could have ever predicted. I think that also the idea of saying that the musicians have got to try and find other vocations in life, it's just ridiculous, because there's so many people that love it so much. For goodness sake, it's the biggest export from the UK. So we've got to make sure that we keep it up and running. Have I got any questions? No, I haven't got any questions. But no, I think I'll just keep going. So again, the whole thing is with being out on the road and being with a band is that they are essentially your family for the 2 weeks that they're with you, or even if it's a short tour, you gotta be in the position to take the rough with the smooth. If they're feeling bad, and give them a wide berth, and make sure that they've got their own space. And if they're feeling good, and you feel good along with them. I think that a lot of people sort of have this really weird expectation that touring engineers or touring bands do nothing but, and have no other sort of purpose in life other than to do that. But I think that basically it's people that are so passionate about their music and about their lives that they want to express that to everybody. I was basically, I still play bass now, and we've had gigs that have been set up and we've had to not do them obviously because of COVID, but I still go out there and do, and it's just like if we're playing to one man and his dog, it's still the same as me. I'm still happy that I've done it and I've set it all up, and that it's not about the money necessarily. It's about enjoyment and about quality of life, I think. So it's not as though we're any different from actors and West End showmen, men and women. It's just that we bounce from one place to another, one place to another, one place to another, and write new songs and do new things. There's this whole persona that it's not a real job, that musicians aren't in a real, they're not, they should be doing stuff other than music, but it is a real job. It's something you love, and you've got to enjoy what you do for a living, whether you are a bricklayer or carpenter or a musician. You've got to enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, don't do it. If it's not giving you that fulfillment, don't do it. I miss it desperately, and I think that most people that I know that are in the industry miss it. Let's hope it comes back soon. I'm just having a look at my notes. I don't think I've. I don't know how this works, whether I'm still on the picture. Going back to the studio, Mayfair. It's basically we've just. I reckon we've got about another week or two work to be done there. And we're going to be doing rehearsal stuff, and live streaming from it of gigs, because we've made it so wide now, so big. It's like a stage, and the cameras get everybody, and they're all safe distance, and it's all going to be live streamed. The idea was purely brought up because we decided It was my friends in the States, actually, they did it. They started doing it, and we've seen through the first lockdown so many people doing online streaming. And I think it's tragic also that, not more people sort of show it a little bit more respect that it needs, because, there have been a few people that I've done that have put on some brilliant shows, and they've not asked for any funding, and they've not got any. They've not had much response, which is quite sad, really, because I think that they are obviously trying to change their keep yourself going. There's one thing that did in the studio, what studios are doing that, but all the way else is that covering the room with there, and we did it. What disappeared? I don't know if yeah. I've got another question. Yes. Would I recommend forward training for learning on the job? So I've got a buzzing going on. I've got my phone in, my platform, it's alright, I'll unplug it. Does it stop? Yeah, that's it. Okay. So the formal training, I mean, I think that really I'm a great believer of being thrown from the fire and into the fire. I think you can have a lot of training, certainly with the electronic side of it maybe, but I think that if you're doing tour stuff, then I think it's good to jump on the back of a tour. If you can, a lot of people that are interested in this are musicians, right? So you can go on a tour, or you can get involved with it. Come and speak to me, and I'll see if I'll take you on tour with me or whatever. But you can get involved with a tour as long as there's a seat there for you, and you very little paid. You get your food paid for, whatever, and you get to see what it's like and if it's good for you. Because I think that if the training is, if you go there, if you go to college and you train about all the things that with tour management, you can learn the academics and make sure that you've got it all under the tour Bible, very much so. But when it comes to the physical stuff and whether you can actually cope with it, it's good to try and jump onto a tour or be part of a setup of a tour yourself. But yeah, I mean, there are benefits to both sides, really. I think it's sort of being able to sort of split the two, make it, not think that you can just train up on it and then go out and do it, because it is quite difficult. I mean, the only way that I did it was purely by testing it myself and making sure that making sure that I did it right. And I mean, I'm still learning every time I go out on tours. Some of them. I mean, there's one client I work for. I'm not mentioning their names, but he came over and he said, "You work for me now, boy." And I was sort of thinking, "Right, okay." And he said, "First things first, we all get breakfast, and it's on you." And I was sort of thinking, it's not really how we do it over here, but okay, let's see how it goes. And I went back to management and said, but he wants this, he wants this, he wants that, and they said, oh yeah, he will try it. He will try it on with you, and he will get what he can out of you. So it's it's really it's a real tricky one, that, because you've got a situation where you've still got to adapt and you've still got to make the client very happy and comfortable, but also there are certain limits, and you do learn that only on the road. You can't actually learn that in the classroom. However, again, you can learn to solder. You can learn to. I mean, even my daughter, I think, learned to solder at school. But you can learn to solder. You can learn how leads work, how microphones work, how guitars are wired, how basses are wired, whatever else, PAs, a lot. So if you've got a small, even that small amount of knowledge, it's worth £1 million to the people that are that you're working with, especially if they don't. I think that again, you've got to be able to explain stuff to people if they are interested in doing it, interested in hearing it. A lot of musicians, I think, not in a bad way, but they're far too. They've got so much going on in their heads musically that they don't care that they don't care, but they don't want to really know about how their guitar works. They just want it to work. That's fair enough. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And then you get, but that's where you have a technical rider. You have the technical rider comes with it in the book, in the Tour Bible, and you can look at that and refer to that, which is good news. Do I have any more questions? I've got one from my wife saying there's a weird buzzing going on. Yes, I saw that. No, let me just see. I'm just trying to look right in between my notes there. Hang on. Yes. Oh, I've got down here how to make a tour book and with the handy hints, etc. to learn. Basically, the tour book is something that sits on the scene next year, and wherever you go. And even if you're doing like a 3-day tour, it's good to have it because that book has got everything in it. It's literally got the obviously the name of the venue, the address, the capacity of the venue, the PA that's in the venue, the how many tickets. Usually, by the time you're well, no, not usually. Actually, you usually have to contact them because if you're on a long tour, then the ticket sales can change between depending on how far into the tour you're at. But you can certainly you have a good idea of what the capacity is and whether you're going to half fill it or fill it, what have you. And it will have in it, like I said earlier, a technical rider which will give you basic stage setup and where everything's got to be, where the wedges have got to be positioned, where the bass amp, guitar amp, or any side fills or anything like that have got to be all put in, drum kit set up, etc., etc. I've got a bit of a problem because my battery's going flat, and I can't understand why it's buzzing when I plug it in. If you give me a couple of minutes, I'll go and plug another power supply in. Is that all right? I'm just going
Yay! I'm back in the room. There you are. There's another situation there, which is really, really paramount. I am in the van, obviously outside the studio, and I'm running off the van's power supply, which has an inverter. Now, if you've got a van that you're on tour with, or a band that you're on tour with, and they've got an inverter in the van, which they will have, that buzzing is an earth leakage loop. So it's basically where we've got, I can't turn the camera around to show you, but basically you've got this little box unit that converts the 12 volts of the van to 240 volts. If the inverter you bought for the van is slightly on the cheap side, and it wasn't cheap by any stretch of the imagination, but it's quite old now. It's done a lot of miles with the van. It will develop this slight buzz, and it's just where it calmed down itself. Anyway, I'm going to go back to what I was talking about before. I can give you lessons on that. That's not a problem. Just contact me on themayfairstudio.com, and if you have any questions like that, within why is that doing this in my van? I love doing stuff. I love talking to people about stuff like that. It's a bit like being a train spotting, but it's not. That was my phone. Going back to live sound, I was just thinking about that. The comment about checking out a room and getting the best out of a room when you're doing sound. If you can learn about this sort of thing by generally going on YouTube and looking up people's different ways of doing it. But basically, you've got to rely and trust your ears, because if you have a room that's particularly harsh, as you get on in life with it, listening to different rooms, you can find ways of being able to EQ that room out and making changes to that. So it's always good to have whatever songs you think have the most of everything in them. So the most frequencies that are likely to be flying around in a room, and you're checking out the PA, you're checking out the room sound, and the song you're putting on is just a test. You wind it up on the PA, so you've got every type of frequency that could be pinging around in the room at whatever circumstance. Same with the monitoring side of it. If you go onto stage and you've got the band on stage, depending on where they're positioned, they can bounce stuff off them. If they've got if they've got floor monitors rather than in-ear monitors, they can basically change every step of the way. So you've got to know how to tackle that. The only way you can do that is by testing it yourself and getting it right yourself. It took quite a while for me to get around that, because I always thought it was quite simple, just mic them up and plug and play, and it's not. It's more like being a musician yourself, because you've got to identify the frequency that's giving the problem, and then you've got to tackle that frequency. There is a thing called spectrum analyzer, which I'm sure many of you have heard of, and if you're a musician, you probably would have heard of it too. And that will basically sit there and it will give you a reading of the frequencies that are flying around in a particular room or in a particular area that it is picking up. So if you have the spectrum analyzer at the back of the room by the front of house desk or board, it will be picking up frequencies that are around that immediate area. So if you get a little bit of a pinging noise, a bit of feedback going on stage, you need to be on stage for that. So you bring your spectrum analyzer on stage, it will come up with the frequency that's giving you the grief, and you just pull that down within the graphic EQ. And it's very, very simple. I've got these boards that I use all the time, and it's my trusty old X32. I know people hate them. People say, oh, Behringer, blah, 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 but no, I've got X32, I've got M32, and they're both equally as good. The M32 is a bit quicker because it's got better pots on it, but then it's more expensive. That's the bottom line. But the X32 is just as good at doing the same thing. They're just computers at the end of the day. Because I'm an old school sound engineer, I prefer to use gear that's got proper knobs on it, proper dials on it, that that's heavy and everything that's in the house, but that is dying away. It's moving away from that now. Everything's going digital. There's nothing wrong with going digital. Nothing wrong with it at all. However, I still believe that it's nice to have copper to copper and actual rather than virtual, to have actual physical things, because virtually it can, like my laptop, put 99% charge, then bam, it's down 26, 25, 24, 23, and I'm sitting here and oh my god, the battery's going flat. So yeah, it's very, very it is an art within itself doing front of house sound. I'm not saying I'm not bigging up. I'm not saying that I'm the best in the world. I'm certainly not the best, but I have over the years been able to have the ability to, when I meet a band and I'm with a band, I do, if I haven't worked with a band before, I do my research, see what they like, see what sort of sound they have, see what sort of vibe they have, and then I can, as front of house engineer or TM, I can say to the lighting guy or girl, they want a bit of this, a bit of that, and equally sometimes the band on the riders, they'll say no strobes, no smoke, no this, no audience lights or no whiteouts, and you've got it's your job as a tour manager or tour tech, as I call myself, to make sure that's put forward each time, every gig, because if you don't, they look at you for as to why it's happened, and then you sort of think, oh, yeah, oops. But generally, if it's on the rider, good venues will have they'll have all the information there. If any of you got any questions about that, then please do get in touch and let me know. I'm just going to see what else I've got here. I did write some more notes. Going back to the tour book side of things, it is good to learn on how to make them. There's lots of stuff online, and if you come in with a good tour book, I had to, like I say, when I did the West London thing, I had to sort of get the students to construct their own tour books. And they came up with really good. They did loads of research, and they came up with some really good stuff. Stuff that's better than that I've seen for a long time, in as far as detailed analysis of what each band member wanted to eat, what they couldn't eat, whether religions, everything like that, and it was very, very interesting to see, that sort of information brought in front of you as somebody who's in charge of a lot of people like that. You've got not the upper hand, but you've got the advantage of being able to make sure that it's a smooth ride. Again, the other thing works on the fact that if you are doing front of house sound, what the people on stage, if you're doing monitoring as well, which I don't hate, but I don't. You'll speak to a lot of front of house engineers that would much rather on stage monitoring guy does it rather than them, because they're not up there. You're not up there. If you're behind the desk in front of house, it may sound great up here, but on stage, the poor band might be just like surrounded in a mush of just noise, whereas on stage, monitoring engineer will be able to tackle that without any problems out front. I've got another question here. What is the minimum you'd recommend for people to own in order to offer certain items? Microphones, definitely the key. If you've got microphones, they've got to be tried and tested. There are a lot of microphones out there in the market. Shure, obviously, are one of them. AKG, Sennheiser. I use Sontronics. They're great mics, and they're good, very well priced, and they've won lots of awards recently. Their kick drums mics are a bit too big and bulky, but they're working on that. But you have the Beta 91 for that anyway. Yeah, and the AKG stuff's brilliant. It's good to have an array of really good drum mics and guitar amp mics, and a couple of vocal mics. You don't always use them. More often than not, I'm out on the road, and when I'm out on the road, I will only get them out if I'm doing the working man type club gigs where I've got to set everything up, set PA up and everything. 9 times out of 10, all the venues will have exactly what you asked for. So if you want 57s across the whole kit, they'll put 57s across the whole kit. You know, it's not a problem. But if you're going to go out on the road or go out and put yourself out as a sound engineer of any shape of the imagination, you've got to make sure you've got a good set of headphones, even if they're in-ears. The in-ears aren't the best because they're not a representation of the room. That's why I always keep one in and one out. But you've got a good set of headphones, you've got a good set of mics, you've got a lot of people, a lot of the old school people, and I know they'll be cringing when I say this, but they don't agree with spectrum analyzers because they say it's laziness, but it's quick. You know, in this digital world now, if you can't remember because you're getting old, like I am, the frequencies, the numbers of frequencies and where they should be at the drop of a hat in a snap, which is how quick a feedback or a ping or a bang makes, you have an analyzer there and you see it, and it'll lock to that frequency that's affected. And I think they're great. I think they are absolute godsend, really. Something Google did right, you know. I'm just trying to see if I can find one on here, but I don't think my camera probably won't pick it up anyway. But yeah, it's just basically a spectrum analyzer. You can get on the phone. Most of the phones and iPads now have such good microphones on them. They barely miss a thing as far as audio analysis is concerned. But ultimately, it's these up here that are your biggest and your most effective tool, your ears. If it sounds good, it's great. That's brilliant. If it sounds shit, then it probably is, and a lot of people will agree with you on that. I think that you've got to be very, very confident and putting out that track at the beginning of it. There's a brilliant track by, no, I can't remember the name of the band. It's called All That Medicine. I think it's called Tax the Heat. A band called Tax the Heat. There's a brilliant track there called All That Medicine. And it's got every frequency you could ever possibly want as a live front-of-house sound engineer. Tell it, it's spot on. I love it a bit. And another one is it's a Bob Marley one, Three Little Birds. Great song. Great frequencies, wide range, and that puts PA through its paces. There's very few PAs now that out there at venues that are rubbish or that can't deal with the wide range of frequencies, because the venues will get a name very, very quickly, a poor name if they have bad gear, and the bands won't come back to it. So I think that if you've got the track, there's some test tracks you can put through the PA when you get there, when you turn up, and when it's safe to do so, and you're allowed to make some noise. Do that, and obviously microphones and also show files. Great if you are on a long tour and you can pretty much you can't demand it, but most of the time most venues will have the same board, the same desk, so you can get show files for those desks, and everything's set up as far as the stage is concerned and monitoring, but then you just have to tune it to the house. And as I say, usually the front of house engineers will have done that anyway by the time you get there, so they would know what the EQ of the house is going to be like, or whether it's good or bad or ugly. It's a great venue in Fleet, the Harlington. They just had Nick is in working in, and he set up the line arrays beautifully. He just done it, the equalisation of that room it was. I went there a few years ago, and it was hell. Really, it was quite hard to get my head around it. It was, you know, and it was always something you were worried about going to and working, because you knew that somebody would come up and be moaning about something. But yeah, Nick has he's set that up really, really well. It's fantastic room there, fantastic sound, great stage, great lighting, great people, great crew. You know, and I think that's worth £1 million when it comes to successfully being out there on the road. Again, the other thing is that, of course, if you're doing shows and the equipment's really that bad, it makes no difference if you sit there and say it's bad and you say, "Oh, I'm not going to do that. I can't work with this." You've got to work with it. You've got to make it. You've got to get around it somehow. I did a gig a few years ago where I had an inkling that there was a power problem at this venue, because it had been flooded or quite recently before, and I knew something was not quite right. And luckily, I took some backup stuff, and the band I was with said, why have you got this extra? Why have you got this blah blah? Why have you got this extra sample power this and powered that and not that back? And why is this? This is taking up more space. And I said, I've just got a bit of a bad feeling about this. And anyway, sure as eggs are eggs, there was a power issue down there, and it knocked out one of my power amps that I had there, and I had to basically run it from the van. So I had to run the PA at one side of the PA from the van, because there was just not power sufficient there to run it, and it was just making my system shut down. There's a lot of very good safety circuits on equipment nowadays to stop people getting electrocuted, and to ensure that you're not driving it too hard, and you're not thrashing it. But the problem on the flip side of that is that if you have a full power supply going to the system, it's not going to help. Again, that's the same with guitar buzzing on earth leakages on stage. Dimmer packs, the old school dimmer packs, the big PAR, not the LED ones, the big PAR 64s. They have a dimmer pack that's basically a bunch of coils sat in a box, and you've got to know that the dimmer packs are one that they still use them a lot in Germany. Well, even in the States, in fact, they are beautiful light. The colour of the light is fantastic. It's beautiful. So it's really hard to sort of get away from that. But in theatre it's fine, because you don't have guitar amps in theatres, unless you have Rocky or something like that. But yeah, dimmer pack. If you've got a dimmer pack anywhere on the stage, it's a box full of coils that has high resistance. With the lighting engineer is turning it, making the lights bright and dark, or changing different colour scenes, or what have you, and they'll buzz, and they'll give a guitar amp a nasty buzz, especially if it's a vintage guitar amp, an old valve amp or something, and the valves are pulling in that buzzing. Oh, it's terrible. No way you get around it. Absolutely no way you can get around it. Thankfully, going back to that, though, I did actually, I won't talk about that, but basically, it was when my inverter in the van was much younger, so it didn't buzz. Just so you know, because for the moment we're plugged into the studio power supply, so it should be buzzing now. These are things you can pick up on the road. I never knew that when I started. I never knew that there was such a thing as a dimmer pack, and the dimmer pack can make or break a show. It can make a show by being an advanced beautiful piece of old school equipment, which gives beautiful light, which makes the production look fantastic. But it doesn't necessarily make the new modern digital amplifiers and digital boards and digital snakes work better. They don't like it at all. They will buzz the cows come home, unfortunately. So if you ever do get a buzz, check for a dimmer pack on stage. That will be more likely the situation. But most venues now have gone over to LED. So then all the cameramen have to worry about is the fact that the LED is not flickering in their lens when they're taking the picture. I'm trying to think of the other things that are really paramount with it. Obviously in-ear monitoring systems for live music are a godsend, beautiful, because you have no stage noise, no feedback. You sometimes do tend to get guitarists a little bit loud, but if they've got themselves in their ears, they usually will have in-ear monitors that they love, that sound really good to them. So therefore, they'll keep their stage volume tamed. So then you can make sure the sound out front is nice and stable, and and can't be sort of overdriven by anyone on stage going out of control because they can't hear themselves. But equally, side fills and on stage monitors are great. It's how well you're gigged and how well you've been brought up with it. And again, money is another thing. So if you have got that a good monitoring system, and you're used to it, it's just paramount. It's such an investment, such a good investment. Some of these in-ear monitors can cost thousands and thousands, but they will last you forever. You won't go deaf, and no mistakes can be made as far as instant feedback or anything like that can happen on stage, and you can have whistling in your ears for the rest of the tour, which no one really likes, and yet that's another tick down the box of things not to happen, what to do when you're touring. So, yeah, I mean, if you have any other questions you need to answer I haven't covered, then please do get in touch with me. I'll be going shortly. I've just got to see the band off. I think they're outside looking at me in a strange way, but that's probably because I'm lit up like a snowman in the back of the van. I've got this sort of subtle blue lighting in the hair, and a great big LED light in front of me, so to light up my face, because when I turn it off, you can barely see me. But it's been great giving you some insight to it. I hope I've given you enough information. But if you have any questions that you can't think of now and you want to ask me about later, then please do drop me an email, Rupert at themayfairstudio.com, and I'll quite happily answer it, because that's what I love doing. All right. So yes, and equally, thank you, Catherine, for thank you, Catherine, for asking me to come and speak about my years of touring. Do keep up the good work. It's a really, really good thing. I think it's fantastic. I've watched all the others, and they're just all great, and it's nice to see so many positive faces out there. Stay positive, stay focused, and be safe. And I hope to see you on the road sometime soon. Mwah, mwah, mwah.